Chapter 18, A History of California, the American Period, by Robert Glass Cleland. Chapter 18, Statehood. While the immigration spoken of in the previous chapter was in progress, California was face to face with the serious problem of establishing a government adequate to meet the new conditions. The American conquest, in fact, had ushered in an era of political transition. During the first 3 years of American possession, from 1846 to 1849, the newly acquired territory enjoyed almost as many rulers as in the old days of Mexican control, when frequently the province was blessed with 2 governors at a time and once with triplets. Sloat, who assumed command of California in his proclamation of July 7, 1846, gave place to Stockton before the month was out. Stockton, despite the claims of General Kearny, remained in control until shortly after the middle of January 1847. He then passed over the governorship to Fremont, who in turn was superseded by Kearny early in March. Within 60 days, Kearny was succeeded by Mason, and Mason resigned in favor of Riley on April 12, 1849. During much of this period, particularly after the ratification of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, the political status of the newly acquired territory was in a state of curious uncertainty. The government during this year has been described as, quote, part military and part civil and part no government at all. The laws were mostly variant and variously conceived: the civil law, the Pike County Code, the New York Code, the common law, maritime law, the law of the plains, military law, and the miners' law were all jumbled up together, and the courts were as unique as the government and the laws. They were Americo-Mexican, military-civil, and with a good degree of the vigilante. End quote. Presumably, under international law, the laws and institutions of Mexico already existing in California should have remained in effect until definitely superseded by congressional legislation. As a matter of fact, however, the Mexican form of government was so ill-suited to American tastes and the needs of the country that this theory, except in occasional instances, was wholly abandoned, and then the successive governors found themselves compelled to work out a more practical program of their own. The most striking instance of the few attempts to maintain institutions of Mexican origin was in the case of the alcalde appointments made by Commodore Stockton. One of the Americans who sat in this seat of old-time Spanish authority was the Reverend Walter Colton, chosen by Stockton to serve as alcalde at Monterey. For 3 years, Colton filled this office, the duties of which he thus described, quote, by the laws and usages of the country, the judicial functions of the alcalde of Monterey extend to all cases, civil and criminal, arising within the Middle Department of California. He is also the guardian of the public peace, and is charged with the maintenance of law and order whenever and wherever threatened or violated. He must arrest, fine, imprison, or sentence to the public works the lawless and refractory, and he must enforce, through his executive powers, the decisions and sentences which he has pronounced in his judicial capacity. His prerogatives and official duties extend over all the multiplied interests and concerns of his department, and reach to every grievance and crime, from the jar that trembles around the domestic hearth to the guilt which throws its gloom of the gallows and the grave. End quote. Colton's apt description shows plainly enough why the American population of California, trained as it was to cherish the jury system and the constitutional limitation of authority, vigorously criticized the arbitrary powers lodged in the hands of the alcaldes, and did not willingly accept any other institutions of Spanish origin. As a result of this attitude, except in those communities like Monterey, where the newcomers formed a comparatively small element of the population, the Mexican laws were never applied, or, having been put into effect, were speedily rendered ineffectual by the strong opposition that developed against them. So it came about that in most of the distinctively American settlements, such as Sacramento or the mining communities, whatever government existed was almost wholly of local origin. In San Francisco, where the government for a time was lodged in the hands of an alcalde and ayuntamiento, or town council, the settlers finally took matters into their own hands, following a period in which two rival councils each claimed to be legally elected, and established a body new both to American and Spanish law, known as the Legislative Assembly. This assembly, consisting of 15 members chosen by popular vote, sought to abolish the former ayuntamiento and alcalde, and with 3 justices of the peace, exercise all the functions of a city government. The members of the 2 rival councils resigned, but the alcalde, Thaddeus M. Leavenworth, refused to recognize the authority of the assembly and appealed to General Persifor F. Smith, military commander, and Governor Riley, who held his office under federal appointment, for support. Both Smith and Riley pronounced the assembly an illegal body and advised Leavenworth to maintain his office. The result was a temporary deadlock in San Francisco politics that brought to a head one of the most perplexing questions, both from a legal and practical standpoint, that the United States government has ever faced in its dealings with new territory. In the technical sense of the term, California was plainly neither a state nor a territory, and yet, after the ratification of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, it was scarcely possible, in any constitutional sense, for the federal authorities to hold her people under military rule. But this latter form of government, however unconstitutional it might be, was the only alternative to anarchy, and with good Anglo-Saxon common sense, the president prolonged it until the people of California themselves made its continuance no longer necessary. Naturally, there was opposition to a form of government which owed its existence to circumstances rather than to law, and many of the California immigrants by 1849 were advocating a kind of squatter sovereignty, under which the settlers themselves should set up a government to supersede the authority exercised by the federal officials. Locally, as in San Francisco, this popular assumption of authority developed into a conflict with the government already in existence. As the months went by and Congress, deadlocked by the slavery issue, failed to set up a territorial form of government or meet the situation in any other way, California faced a dubious future. Military authority was fast outliving its usefulness, and there seemed no prospect of having it displaced by a regularly organized territorial government. To save themselves from anarchy in this emergency, the people were compelled to act upon their own responsibility. As early as December 11, 1848, the citizens of San Jose came together to consider the propriety of establishing a provisional territorial government for the protection of life and property. San Francisco, Sacramento, and Sonoma from time to time held similar meetings, and by the spring of 1849, only the expectation that the National Congress then in session would fulfill the promises of the federal government and establish a territorial organization restrained the people from framing a government of their own. When this hope failed with the adjournment of Congress in March, California, so long sans law, sans order, sans government, definitely set about organizing her own government and making an end of a situation that had always been anomalous and was now fast becoming desperate because of the turbulent, restless hordes the gold migration was daily bringing within her borders. With unexpected and not entirely welcome suddenness, the leadership in this new movement was taken by Governor Riley, who issued a proclamation for the election of delegates to a general constitutional convention. At the same time, the governor condemned the settlers' organization in San Francisco as an illegal body. This resulted in an immediate conflict between Riley and the leaders of the squatter sovereignty program. And for a time, it looked as though the whole movement would end in failure. Fortunately, however, the settlers were more interested in securing order and settled government than in maintaining a technical right, and when common sense had gotten the better of local pride, they prepared to carry out the plan proposed by Riley. The election of delegates to the convention was set for August 1st, and on the same day the people were instructed to choose the local officials known to Mexican law to serve until the state government should formally be established. The territory was divided into 10 districts, from which a total of 37 delegates were to be returned. Of these 37, Monterey, San Jose, and San Francisco were each to send 5 delegates, Sacramento, Sonora, San Joaquin, and Los Angeles 4 each, and San Diego, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo 2 each. When the convention finally met, however, it was found that the number of delegates specified in the governor's proclamation had been disregarded by many of the districts, and a total of 48 representatives had been returned instead of 37. As most of these additional delegates came from northern districts, the final apportionment in the convention gave the North 38 members and the South only 10. As a whole, the convention was typical of the people who made up California in the 50s. Its membership included 8 native Californians, among whom the most conspicuous were Mariano Guadalupe Vallejo of Sonoma, Jose Antonio Carrillo of Los Angeles, and Santa Barbara's sole delegate, Pablo de la Guerra. All of these were excellent representatives of the Mexican regime. Thomas O. Larkin and Don Abel Stearns of Los Angeles belonged to the older foreign residents who had come to the coast long before the conquest and had acquired something of a common interest and a common outlook with the Californians. Most of the delegates, however, were typical of the new day and the new order ushered in by American occupation. They were nearly all young men of serious purpose, not exceptionally well versed in political affairs, but practical enough to frame a constitution suited to the needs of the time, and little influenced by peculiar hobbies or personal political ambitions. From the standpoint of occupations, lawyers, ranchers, and merchants predominated, but nearly every other profession or business was also represented, for in its composition the convention was a true cross-section of the entire population. In accordance with the date set by Riley's proclamation, a few of the delegates met at Monterey on September 1st, but it was not until the following Tuesday, the 4th, that the convention was formally organized. Dr. Robert Semple, of tall stature and bear flag fame, was elected president, and Captain William G. Marcy of the Stevenson Regiment was chosen secretary. The meetings of the convention were held in a schoolhouse newly erected by the American alcalde through the labors of convicts, the taxes on rum, and the banks of the gamblers. In honor of its builder, it was known as Colton Hall. The convention met in the upper story, which consisted of a single room some 60 feet long by 25 feet wide. The following paragraph, from a contemporary description, gives a picture of the convention and its meeting place. Quote, "A railing running across the middle of the hall divided the members from the spectators. The former were seated at 4 long tables, the president occupying a rostrum at the further end, over which were suspended 2 American flags and an extraordinary picture of Washington, evidently the work of a native artist. The appearance of the whole body was exceedingly dignified and intellectual, and parliamentary decorum was strictly observed." Unquote. The most skillful member of the convention in the art of political manipulation, and in many respects the most capable statesman as well, was William M. Gwynn of Tennessee, whose future for 10 years was to be inseparably connected with the history of the state he was then helping to create. Through Gwynn's foresight, copies of the recently drafted Iowa Constitution were printed for the use of the convention, and the document thus became a sort of working model for the guidance of the delegates. Other state constitutions were also made use of, notably that of New York. But for some of the peculiar needs of the new Commonwealth, there was no pattern. To meet these, the delegates were forced back upon their own ingenuity and common sense. It is scarcely necessary here to attempt a further description of the Constitution of 1849. Drafted under peculiar conditions by men little used to politics and designed to meet an emergency, the document was naturally defective in many particulars and nearly 30 years later had to be abandoned for a new instrument. Nevertheless, it met the needs of the time with a fair measure of satisfaction and was not an unworthy product of the earnest and conscientious, if not brilliant, men who framed it. On most matters, the convention worked without friction, but an occasional hotly debated issue broke the otherwise harmonious sessions. One of these disturbing questions was that of the eastern limits of the state. To the west, the Pacific Ocean settled the boundary beyond dispute. The northern boundary had been definitely fixed along the 42nd parallel by the Treaty of 1819 with Spain. Similarly, the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo had determined the international line to the south. But on the east there was an empire of uncertain extent, vaguely known to the Spaniards as part of their province of Alta California. Whether the territory to be included in the new state should follow these old boundaries to the Rocky Mountains or stop at the Sierra Nevada was the vital question before the convention. Two parties soon formed over this issue. The one led by Gwynn, Halleck, Sherwood, and a few others might properly be called the Large State Party from their advocacy of the Rocky Mountains as the eastern limit. The second group sought just as vigorously to confine the state between the Pacific and the Sierra. After prolonged debate, by a vote of 32-7, a compromise line was chosen, fixing the boundary as we have it now. The motives behind this division of the convention into large and small state parties were not particularly complex. Those who advocated the wider boundary believed that it more nearly approximated the historical limits of California under Spanish rule, a view entirely correct, and that the larger state could eventually bear the expenses of a government more easily than one of smaller size. There was also an immediate need for courts in the enforcement of law in the region beyond the Sierra through which the immigrants were coming into California. Finally, the members of this party believed that Congress would more readily admit the state if the convention set its eastern boundary at the Rockies instead of at the Sierra Nevada. The small state advocates, curiously enough, argued from the same premises to a directly opposite conclusion. It would be impossible, they said, for a state located on the Pacific to administer a government for the vast semi-desert region across the Sierra. Nor did they believe that the people of California had any right to extend their boundaries so far as to include the Mormon inhabitants of Utah, who were already seeking to establish their own state of Deseret. Furthermore, it would be utterly preposterous for the convention to expect Congress to admit California to the Union with the larger boundaries proposed, and the attempt to secure congressional sanction for the Constitution under such circumstances would only result in a complete rejection of the plea for statehood. It should be remarked also that the older historical writers commonly ascribed to the party advocating the larger boundaries a sort of Machiavellian shrewdness by which, through subsequent division of the enormous state, they hoped to provide for the extension of slavery to the coast. This tradition, which never had much foundation, in fact, of late years has been so thoroughly disproven as to require little comment here. The truth is, the people who emigrated to California from the eastern states, whatever may have been their views in the older communities from which they came, realized clearly enough that slavery had no place in the new environment and never supported it in any way as a local institution. The unanimous vote of the Constitutional Convention in favor of a clause which read, quote, "Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, unless for the punishment for crimes, shall ever be tolerated in this state," unquote, ought to be clear enough evidence of the attitude in California toward this question, and one feels free to dismiss the whole subject without further consideration. Amid the firing of salutes and an impromptu celebration, the members of the convention completed their work and signed the Constitution on Saturday afternoon, October 13, 1849. Bayard Taylor, who was present at the scene, paid tribute to the framers of the document in the following words, quote, "The questions they had to settle were often perplexing, from the remarkable position of the country and the absence of all precedent. Besides, many of them were men unused to legislation. Some had for years past known no other life than that of the camp. Others had nearly forgotten all the law and the wild life of the mountains. Others again were familiar only with that practiced under the rule of a different race. Yet the courtesies of debate have never been wantonly violated, and the result of every conflict of opinion has been a quiet acquiescence on the part of the minority. Now at the conclusion the only feeling is that of general joy and congratulation." End quote. November 13th, a Tuesday, was fixed as the date for submitting the Constitution to the people for ratification. At the same election, state officials, including a governor and member of the legislature, were to be chosen, and also the 2 federal congressmen to which the state, according to its population, was entitled. The first legislature, provided the Constitution carried, was to meet at San Jose, the capital, on December 15, 1849. Rain, apathy, difficulty in reaching the polling centers, and various other causes reduced the vote on Election Day to an unsatisfactory minimum. From a population of approximately 100,000, most of whom were men of voting age, only 12,875 ballots were returned. The lightness of the vote, however, was much more than counterbalanced by the percentage in favor of the Constitution. Only 811 votes were cast against it, while the total affirmative vote was 12,064. From among a number of candidates, Peter H. Burnett, a former Oregon pioneer, was chosen governor, and Gilbert and Wright were elected to Congress. From all accounts, the election was conducted with reasonable honesty, but circumstances and public sentiment alike threw embarrassing legal regulations to the wind. Some of the candidates spent both money and energy in their campaigns, and in addition, Governor Riley, Halleck, and President Tyler's personal representative, Thomas Butler King, waged a very vigorous fight to ensure the ratification of the Constitution. In the mining sections, which then contained the bulk of the state's population, the event was regarded with that semi-humorous attitude typical of the Western pioneer toward most political questions. Quote, "The choosing of candidates from lists, nearly all of whom were entirely unknown, was very amusing," wrote Bayard Taylor. Names, in many instances, were made to stand for principles. Accordingly, a Mr. Fair got many votes. One of the candidates, who had been on the river a few days previous, wearing a high-crowned silk hat with a narrow brim, lost about 20 votes on that account. Some went no farther than to vote for those who they actually knew. One who took the opposite extreme justified himself in this wise. "When I left home," said he, "I was determined to go it blind. I went it blind in coming to California, and I'm not going to stop now. I voted for the Constitution, and I've never seen the Constitution. I voted for all the candidates, and I don't know a damned one of them." End quote. The ratification of the Constitution and the election of state officials by no means solved California's problem of statehood. The great difficulty was to secure the sanction of Congress for an act which no congressional statute had authorized, and for which no precedent could anywhere be found. The chief obstacle, however, in the way of California's admission to the Union was slavery, the same barrier that had prevented Congress from establishing a territorial form of government for the province, and which now, for a number of weary and dangerous months, threatened the state with a chaos bordering upon revolution. It was once pretty generally believed that the annexation of California was due to the sinister influence of the South, which, forever reaching out for more slave territory, finally brought about the Mexican War in order to obtain California as a slave state. This view, which neither facts nor logic ever justified, has been elsewhere effectually disproved. But while slavery did not figure as a motive for the acquisition of California, it undeniably did figure in the heated conflict over the disposition of the territory once it had come into the possession of the United States. Little thought seems to have been given to the establishment of slavery in California, even by the most radical Southern members of Congress, until David Wilmot of Pennsylvania introduced his famous amendment to the Appropriation Bill, which President Polk had requested from Congress to enable him to open confidential negotiations with Mexico. The Wilmot Proviso, first brought forward in August 1846, aimed at the exclusion of slavery from all territory which the United States might secure from Mexico as a result of the war. The Southern representatives were at first strangely apathetic regarding this amendment, a measure which assuredly would have caused an immediate storm of opposition had any Southerner at that time attached much importance to California as a slaveholding state, and the House voted favorably upon it. Its passage through the Senate also seemed assured until, in the closing minutes of a very crowded session, one of its own supporters, honest but loquacious John Davis of Massachusetts, talked it to an unexpected death. In the next session of Congress, the pro-slavery element were in a very different temper regarding the Mexican cession. Without much hope that slavery would flourish on a large scale in New Mexico or California because of the natural obstacles in its path, the South was almost a unit in demanding the right to share at least nominally in the fruits of the conquest. The practical question as to whether Negroes could be carried to California and profitably used there was wholly lost sight of in the determination to maintain the equality of slave states with free. The fight over California, in the acquisition of which the South was much less interested than New England and the West, thus became an intense, bitter struggle over a principle that involved far more than the status of the territory in question. By 1850, the question whether California should be free or nominally slave had brought the Union face to face with one of the few real crises in its history. Three parties were definitely in the field. Following the earlier lead of Polk, who believed that slavery in any part of California could never be more than an abstract question, a very large group of moderates wished to extend the line of the Missouri Compromise, 36 degrees 30 minutes, to the Pacific. A radical Southern element, however, was demanding the whole area for slavery and advancing the new doctrine that Congress had no authority to legislate against slavery in any of the national territory. Finally, a decidedly vigorous party in the North was insisting that the principle of the Wilmot Proviso should be adopted and that the whole of the ceded region must be kept free. For at least once in the course of history, the force of circumstance aided the cause of right. Following international law, since California had been free under Mexican rule, it was difficult to see how slavery could exist in the territory after its acquisition by the United States unless Congress specifically imposed it there. Such positive laws, the anti-slavery majority in the House would not pass under any consideration. Furthermore, the action of the people of California in definitely excluding slavery by their constitution made it doubly certain that Congress would never force the system upon the state. The South, however, was too thoroughly antagonized to yield even before these odds. Threats of secession were freely made, and thus, strangely enough, the Union faced disruption as a consequence of the great territorial gains of the Mexican War. With the country as a whole hotly divided over the slave or free state issue, and the situation in California demanding a speedy settlement to prevent grave consequences among that impatient population, Congress came together again on December 1849. Among the members of that body, however, was a spirit of antagonism and discord that augured ill for the immediate admission of the state. During this session, President Taylor, whose special agent had done so much to encourage the adoption of the Constitution, repeatedly urged upon Congress the necessity of admitting California and denied the right of that body to interfere with the free choice of the people of the prospective state whether they favored or opposed slavery. His plan called for the settlement of the California question on its own merits, divorced from other troublous issues connected with slavery which were then agitating the country. But Taylor was not to succeed in his plan. Intent not only upon solving the California problem, but also upon settling the other questions in which slavery was concerned, Henry Clay, the great compromiser, insisted upon an inclusive program that embraced nearly all of the critical issues then before the nation. Linked thus with some half a dozen other questions, the admission of California experienced a prolonged delay. The debate on Clay's compromise continued month after month. In the Senate, the great triumvirate of Webster, Clay, and Calhoun, the country's foremost statesmen for half a century, met in battle array for the last time. Calhoun died before the session closed. Webster marred a reputation and undeservedly lost political favor by his 7th of March speech. Clay, an old man worn out by sickness and anxiety, labored incessantly to effect the compromises through which alone he believed the Union could be preserved. Before the summer was well begun, President Taylor, who had consistently adhered to the admission of California, divorced from all other issues, was taken suddenly ill and died. Fillmore, his successor, favored the plan of finding a common solution for all of the slavery problems. But even with the support of the executive, the compromise measures proposed by Clay could not be passed. The admission of California, the chief stumbling block in Clay's plan, was opposed on the ground that the people there had no shadow of authority to frame a constitution, that the boundaries of the proposed state were too large and could be fixed only by congressional action, that the election at which the Constitution was adopted was both irregular and unlawfully conducted, and finally that the President had brought improper influence to bear upon the drafting and adoption of the Constitution. For some weeks longer the deadlock continued until at last the compromise measure, in which Clay alone saw hope of adjusting the nation's difficulties, began to fall apart. Depressed in spirit and almost ready for death, the old Kentuckian left Washington for the seacoast, where he hoped to regain a little measure of his fast-ebbing strength. In the meanwhile, the internal situation in California had become acute. For 2 years, the people had waited in vain for Congress to establish a territorial form of government. Another year had almost passed since the drafting of their constitution, and statehood seemed as far as ever from realization. It was during these months of debate and delay in Congress, while the problem of law and order and settled government was daily becoming more critical around them, that the people of the state talked openly of declaring their independence and of setting up a separate republic on the Pacific, thus bringing to pass the old idea of Langsford W. Hastings and of other empire dreamers in the days before the Mexican War. But the measures Clay failed to carry in combination were finally voted favorably upon when presented separately. One by one, the items of his compromise were embodied in separate bills and passed by Congress. The admission of California was finally carried in the Senate on August 13, 1850, by a vote of 38 to 14. On the 7th of the next month, it was ratified in the House by a vote of 150 to 56. 2 days later, September 9, 1850, the bill was signed by Fillmore, and California had become a state. To California, this of course meant the dawn of a new and glorious era. And to the nation also, it meant ultimately more than ever men dreamed of at that time. But with this lasting blessing came a temporary curse, for out of the admission of California grew that dark sequence of slavery and free soil issues, the Kansas-Nebraska Bill, the question of squatter sovereignty, and the Dred Scott decision, which led up to the election of 1860 and the Civil War. The local significance of California's admission was thus for a decade actually secondary to its national importance. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. Mines and Miners. Society and population in the new state, which had so vigorously thrust itself into the Union, were far from homogeneous. After excluding the native Californian and Indian elements, the citizenship was divided, both by geography and occupation, into 3 distinct types. First of these was the mining population, isolated for the most part from the rest of the state, with its own peculiar manner of life, its problems, and its unique institutions. Next came the tumultuous, hurrying life of San Francisco, full of corruption, generous impulses, and every other contradictory thing. Lastly, there was the long stretch of coast and valley land, as yet thinly populated and given over chiefly to cattle raising, which lay between Monterey and San Diego. Here a type of society developed which was neither that of the mines nor of San Francisco. It can best be studied, after the others have been described, in the local annals of Los Angeles from 1850 to 1860. Roughly speaking, the mining regions of California during the first 3 years of the gold rush embraced the mountainous portions of the territory lying between the San Joaquin River in the south and the Klamath and Trinity Rivers in the north. This area was later somewhat enlarged by the opening of mines in the Kern River district, but as late as 1852, Governor Bigler, in his annual message, classified as mining counties only those of Tuolumne, Calaveras, Sacramento, Yuba, and Butte. In this mountainous region, which until 1848 had been uninhabited except by Indians, a population of many thousands sprang up as if by magic. Quiet river bars watched the development of cities overnight, and many a lonely canyon, visited some morning by a handful of prospectors, the first white men to traverse its course since the mountains themselves were made, by sundown had become the center of an excited, roaring camp. Here, along the American, the Feather, the Yuba, the Stanislaus, and 100 kindred streams, a new chapter was written in American history. Life was lived for a few brief years without the restraints of civilization. Democracy, as literal as the world has ever known, flourished on every hand. Romance came down and walked openly among men, leaving behind a record of heroic accomplishment that can never be blotted from American tradition. To supply the manifold needs of this suddenly arisen mining population, the rest of California found full outlet for its energies for several years. Monterey and other seaport towns, after the first rush to the mines, when shops were closed and labor became almost unobtainable, experienced a phenomenal revival in business. Merchants became wealthy, supplying miners' demands for every kind of goods. Real estate underwent an unheard-of boom. The miserable village of Yerba Buena suddenly developed into the populous, crowded city of San Francisco, with life and activity everywhere. Even Southern California, far removed from the mining fields as it was, felt the stimulus of the gold excitement. At the entrance to the gold regions, 2 cities, springing out of nothing, profited from the mining train more than any others, with a possible exception of San Francisco. These were Stockton and Sacramento. The latter, laid out on a portion of Sutter's Grant, had as many as 4 houses in April 1849. By November, its population fell but little short of 10,000. At that time, according to a contemporary writer, each store in town was daily taking in from $1,000 to $3,000 from its sale of mining supplies and provisions. Drinking and gambling saloons paid a monthly rental of $1,000. Wages were so high that carpenters receiving $12 a day went on strike for better pay. In the more remote interior, where lay the actual mining fields, other cities rivaling Sacramento and Stockton came into being. Many of these, such as Marysville, Placerville, Auburn, and Grass Valley, still survive, but relatively speaking, their glory has long since departed, and the position of supremacy they once occupied has been preempted by the less romantic cities of seacoast and plain. In many cases, too, these thriving communities of the gold rush now live in tradition and memory alone. The following analysis of the election returns of 1852 casts an interesting light upon the distribution of population in the mining day. San Francisco, as might be supposed, headed the list with 8,000-odd votes. Sacramento City, not just Sacramento, if you please, came next with 5,000. Nevada boasted 1,700, Stockton 1,500, Marysville nearly an equal number, Placerville, Hangtown, 1,300, Columbia 1,200, Sonora something over 1,000, Downeyville with 746 to its credit outnumbered San Jose by 131. Shasta City and Santa Clara were almost equal. Mokelumne Hill cast 459 votes, while Oakland had only 300. Los Angeles straggled far to the rear of Murphy's, whose total was 519. San Diego came at the tail of the list with 167. Two more, and she might have claimed half the voting strength of the flourishing city of Volcano, mistress of Sutter Creek. Every camp had its name, perpetuating the memory of some unusual incident or given in the broad spirit of humor that came with the ox trains across the Sierra, where it found a more congenial soil than it had ever known before. Poker Flat, as was fitting, was not very far from Gomorrah. Hell Out for Noon City was offset by Alpha and Omega. Groundhog Glory was almost as prettily named as Mugfuzzle Flat or Slumgullion. Port wine, brandy, and delirium tremens perhaps had a certain logical connection. You Bet and Poverty Flat were bona fide names and not the products of Bret Harte's imagination. Hangtown long since selected to be known as Placerville, and the respectable citizens of Red Dog, with commendable civic pride, changed its name to Brooklyn and imposed a fine on anyone who ventured to use the former name. Mining itself in California was at first of the most primitive kind. Pick, shovel, crowbar, tin pan, and running water were the only requisites. Soon it was found that gold could be dug out of the crevices and rocks, so a long-bladed knife was added to the list. The cradle or rocker also came into use in very early times. This was a wooden box or a hollowed log closed at one end and mounted on a rocker 6 or 8 feet long, like those of an old-fashioned cradle. A second box with a perforated sheet iron bottom, making sort of a sieve or hopper, was fitted into the closed end of the cradle, leaving sufficient space beneath for the gravel and water to escape. The rocking was done by means of a stout pole fixed about the middle of the machine. This operation left the coarse rocks in the hopper and deposited the finer materials on the bed of the cradle. Here and there were a number of cleats or riffles, which served to catch the gold as it was slowly washed along. The following account by one of the 49ers of the methods employed by himself and his companions will perhaps give a clearer idea of some of the more homemade types of these machines. Quote, "Our machine was the half of a hollow log, resting on 2 cross logs, a crooked manzanita stick lashed around for a handle, and a sloping screen of split sticks at one end. The dirt had to be carried about 100 feet. From a canvas sailor bag, 2 poles, and a cross sticks, I made a hand barrel. In the forenoon we would dig and carry to the rocker by the river about 10 or 12 barrel loads, and in the afternoon wash it out. One would keep the rocker rocking, and another lay the gravel on the screen, and a third one of us throw water on the gravel with a tin pan fastened on a forked stick. Our machine was so imperfect, we saved no gold finer than birdshot. I am sure we lost 1/2. End quote. The rocker, which was a great improvement over the pan, about 1850 began in its turn to give place to another machine. This was the tom, or long tom as it was often called. The tom consisted of a wooden trough some 20 feet long and 8 inches high. Near one end, the wooden floor was displaced by a sheet iron riddle, perhaps 6 feet long, containing holes about the size of a large walnut. Beneath this riddle was a second trough, some 10 feet long and 6 inches high, called the riffle box. Earth was shoveled into the head of the tom and carried by a stream of water to the riddle, where it was kept constantly stirred. This caused all but the coarsest material to pass through to the riffle box beneath. Here the gold, mixed with heavy black sand and gravel, was caught by cleats nailed across the bottom, while the lighter earth was washed away. A later improvement, which largely displaced both the rocker and the long tom, was the sluice. This was merely an open trough or flume 12 or 14 feet long and from a foot to 3 feet wide. One end was somewhat narrower than the other, so that several sluices might be joined together, making a continuous line, sometimes 100 feet in length. Each box was supplied with riffles of various patterns, but all easily removable, and as the earth was forced along by a current of water, the gold fell to the bottom and was caught by these riffles. In most cases, it was customary to operate the sluices several days at a time before cleaning up. Then the water was turned off, the riffles taken out, and the gold carefully swept from the sluice boxes into a pan at the lower end. The first miners also learned that much gold lay hidden in pockets and crevices of the bedrock over which ran mountain streams. Where these streams were small, the miners easily turned them aside and dug out the virgin gold thus exposed with a butcher knife. But where the diversion of a large stream was undertaken, the task became one of great labor and uncertain outcome. Dams had to be built, races or flumes constructed to carry the water, and sometimes tunnels driven into which the river could be directed. In seasons of low water, these measures were reasonably successful, and the arduous and unproductive labor of the preceding months would find its reward many times over when the gold deposited year after year for untold centuries by one of the Sierra streams was dug out of the cracks and potholes for a half-mile of newly exposed river channel. Even at best, however, the outcome of this type of mining was on the lap of the gods. A dozen men, toiling day after day without a cent of reward from early spring until late in the fall to prepare for the diversion of a stream, might some night see the work completed and a fortune awaiting them the next day when the river should be turned from its old channel. Before morning, if the fates were unkind, and they often were, a sudden storm would sweep away dams, ditches, and hopes alike, and render the months of toil barren of reward. Most of the first placer mining in California was done on the bars of sand and gravel in which the mountain streams abounded. Scores of such bars, Bidwell's on the Feather, the Lower Bar on the Mokelumne, Park's Bar above Marysville, to mention only a few at random, enjoyed brief notoriety and proved incredibly rich. It was soon found, however, that the sides of the canyons yield as good returns as the bars, and afterwards that the very hills themselves, entirely apart from the watercourses, were full of the precious stuff. Hence, there arose a division among the mines in 1849 and 1850 between the wet diggings, or those of the riverbeds and bars, and the dry diggings of the gulches and flats, where water could be had only in limited quantities, if at all. Among the most famous of the dry diggings were those surrounding Placerville, from which one writer says 300 men in 3 months took out a daily average of from 3 ounces to 5 pounds a man. Others scarcely less famous were opened up near the sites of Auburn and Georgetown. Dutch Flat, Dry Town, and Mokelumne Hill were only a few of the innumerable camps of similar kind. In 1852, the discovery of the famous Blue Lead, a deposit of very rich gravel apparently marking the course of an old riverbed, greatly increased the practice of drift mining, which sought to reach the primitive granite underlying such pre-Adamite rivers, as they were called in that day. Quartz mining, practiced for generations in Mexico before the California rush, began to be introduced in the Grass Valley region about 1850, and the old Mexican arrastra, or grinding mill, became a familiar object in other sections shortly afterward. The system did not attain great significance, however, until 1855. Hydraulic mining, another great advance over the old placer methods, was practiced at least as early as 1852 at American Hill in Nevada County. It soon came to supersede all other forms where conditions favored. But the land so treated was ruined eternally for every other purpose. No idea of the destruction wrought by the hydraulic process can be gained until one sees with his own eyes the boulder-strewn desolation left behind. The yield of the mines after 1848 continued to be phenomenal. What the annual total amounted to, there is no accurate means of determining. Hittel, probably the most reliable authority, gives the following figures for the amount exported through the San Francisco Customs House. In 1849, $4,921,250, increasing yearly until 1853 at $57,331,034. The California State Mining Bureau in 1912 published the following estimate of production. 1848, $245,301, increasing yearly to 1852 at $81,294,700, and then in 1853 decreasing to $67,613,487. After 1853, there was a slow decline in production, but the total yield of the first decade was probably little short of $500 million. The incredibly rich strikes which characterized the late months of 1848 were equaled or surpassed in succeeding years, but because of the larger number of gold hunters after the rush of 1849, good fortune from that time on was far from universal. And in truth, while dazzling success came to a few and fair returns to many, privation and hard work waited on all. For the life of the 49er, gloss it and paint it as one may, was not particularly pleasant, except to that small number who found delight in its very hardships. Tents, which seldom kept out either rain or cold, and crude log cabins made up the typical miner's abode. Floors were generally of earth. Window glass was rare, and not infrequently empty fruit jars were made to serve as a substitute. Furniture was of the simplest kind and commonly the owner's handiwork, boxes and barrels serving as the material upon which he exercised his ingenuity. Clothing, especially in the early years, was of every description, but the typical miner's garb consisted of flannel shirt, heavy trousers stuffed into thick leather boots, soft flannel hat, and generally a belt containing knife or pistol. Shaving was a lost art. Food was generally abundant and of surprising variety. The staples were sugar, bacon, beans, coffee, ham, mackerel, potatoes, onions, salt, and flour. Beef and butter were sometimes on hand. Wild game, such as pigeons, quail, fish, venison, and bear meat, could easily be obtained by the miner himself or purchased from professional hunters, many of whom made more at their occupation than the miner did at his. Canned goods and liquors were very plentiful. Bread was baked in the indispensable Dutch oven, which, with coffee pot and frying pan, completed the ordinary kitchen equipment. Where gold was the chief stock in trade and men reckoned values in ounces instead of dollars, prices necessarily attained unheard-of levels. The old standards of value simply did not apply. A few instances will sufficiently illustrate this point. On the Stanislaus River in 1848, flour sold for $1.50 a pound. A like amount of brown sugar brought $3. Onions were $1 a pound, and candles 50 cents each. 2 barrels of liquor netted the fortunate owner $7,000 in 6 days' time. A firm on the Middle Yuba in 1851 had the following account against one of the Peggsville miners, whose taste both for liquids and canned seafoods was perhaps more marked than that of most of his contemporaries. 1 can of lobsters, $3.50. 1 bottle of brandy, $3. 3 drinks, 75 cents. 1 box sardines, $4. 10 drinks, $2.50. 7 drinks, $1.75. 1 bottle of whiskey, $3. 1 pair of boots, $18. 5 drinks, $1.25. 2 bottles whiskey, $6. 5 drinks, $1.25. A half pound of onions, 75 cents. 3 bottles whiskey, $9. 1 drink, 25 cents. 9 drinks, $2.25. 2 drinks, 50 cents. 3 bottles of porter, $6. 6 drinks, $1.50. 7 drinks, $1.75. 1 box sardines, $4. 1 box lobsters, $4. 2 pair of blankets, $28. Early travel to the mines was largely on horseback or by river steamer. Every sort of craft was pressed into the service on the Sacramento and San Joaquin, and the parts of many small vessels were brought around the Horn on the decks of steamers to be reassembled at San Francisco. In 1849, the fare between Sacramento and the Bay was $25 or $30. Meals cost $2 each, staterooms were $10, and freight paid $40 or $50 a ton. At such prices, one of the Sacramento boats, the Senator, is reported to have cleared $60,000 monthly for her owners. But the decrease of traffic and increased competition afterwards brought on a rate war, which at one time reduced the cabin fare to $1. Travel in the mountains was at first on foot or by horseback. Goods were carried by pack train or on the owner's back. But later, with the building of roads instead of trails, the stagecoach, so inseparably connected in the public mind with the mining days, and the heavy freighter came into use. Hotels, so called, existed in every mining community of any size. They lacked, naturally, in refinement, but made up for this deficiency in rates. Hinton R. Helper, better known as the author of Impending Crisis, who spent a weary and unprofitable sojourn of 3 years in various parts of California during the gold excitement, thus describes the public house of Sonora. Quote, "The best hotel in the place is a one-story structure built of unhewn saplings, covered with canvas and floored with dirt. It consists of one undivided room in which the tables, berths, and benches are all arranged. Here we sleep, eat, and drink. 4 or 5 tiers of berths or bunks, one directly above another, are built against the walls of the cabin by means of upright posts and cross pieces fastened with thongs of rawhide. The bedding is composed of a small straw mattress about 2 feet wide, an uncased pillow stuffed with the same material, and a single blanket. When we creep into one of these nests, it is optional with us whether we unboot or uncoat ourselves, but it would be looked upon as an act of ill-breeding to go to bed with one's hat on." Unquote. Even at such hotels, however, the meals were generally bountiful and the fare varied, furnishing a welcome change from their own home cooking to the miners of the surrounding country when they came to town to celebrate or purchase supplies. Gold mining, even in '49, was full of the monotony of hard work, and those engaged in it naturally sought whatever diversion they could find. The field of amusement, however, was rather limited, though much of it made up in intensity what it lacked in variety. The most common and prosaic relaxation was the hour of talk and storytelling after supper, with pipes lit and campfire throwing a bit of enchantment over the little circle of tired men. Where there was music, the songs most frequently sung were those old favorites of pre-Civil War days: Ben Bolt, Highland Mary, The Last Rose of Summer, Life on the Ocean Wave, or even Coronation and Old Hundred. Other songs of a more temporary character also had wide popularity. One of these, Joe Bowers from Pike, was universally sung from Shasta to the Stanislaus. It had an interminable number of verses, 4 of which will probably be sufficient to illustrate the general character of the masterpiece. "My name it is Joe Bowers, I have a brother Ike. I come from old Missouri, came all the way from Pike. I'll tell you why I left thar and why I come to roam and leave my poor old mammy so far away from home. I used to court a gal there, her name was Sally Black. I asked her if she'd marry me. She said it was a whack. She says to me, 'Joe Bowers, before we hitch for life, you oughter have a little home to keep your little wife.' Oh, Sally, dearest Sally, oh, Sally, for your sake, I'll go to California and I'll try to raise a stake. Says she to me, 'Joe Bowers, you are the man to win. Here's a kiss to bind the bargain.' And she threw a dozen in. At length I went to minin', put in my biggest licks, went down upon the boulders just like 1,000 bricks. I worked both late and early, in rain and sun and snow. I was workin' for my Sally, 'twas all the same to Joe." The last verse recorded how poor Joe received word of Sally's fickleness. She had jilted him for a red-headed butcher and become the mother of a red-headed baby. Extemporaneous compositions that had rich local flavor were also produced in moments of deep inspiration. This chorus, for example, was an especial favorite with the miners of Selby Flat. To be properly appreciated, it should be heard shouted over and over again as a midnight serenade by 100 lusty miners, each one beating his own accompaniment on a tin washpan with a stick. It ran thus: "On Selby Flat we live in style, we'll stay right here till we make our pile. were sure to do it after a while, then goodbye to California. The more exciting diversions were drinking, gambling, and dancing. So much has been written of the part these played in the life of a mining community that little additional can be said. Of course, the picture has been overdrawn, for not every miner lost his pile at poker and faro, or drank himself into a drunken stupor every night. Many a 40-diner, indeed, was as strict an abstainer as the straightest sect of prohibitionists could desire, and also kept himself free from the vice of gambling, except as his profession itself was one great game of chance. Yet the common notion, so thoroughly standardized in modern motion picture scenes, that every mining town was merely a collection of saloons and gambling houses, adjoined by more saloons and gambling houses, has behind it an element of truth. The moderate use of liquor was looked upon in 1850, even by the sedate society of the States, in much the same light that coffee drinking is regarded in our own generation. A population of young men, from which the accepted restraints of public opinion were largely absent, working long hours at the hardest kind of physical labor, craving excitement to break the monotony and loneliness and despair which many of them experienced, or else seeking an outlet for excess of animal spirits, would scarcely set for themselves more rigid standards in the new environment than they were accustomed to in the old. And so the miners of California drank almost as unthinkingly as they ate or slept. But among the better element, constituting probably 90% of the population, actual drunkenness found little place, except perhaps on those rare occasions when the mob spirit or some kindred influence swept whole communities into one grand spree. In nearly all the mines, Sunday morning was observed as wash day, or perhaps given over to baking the week's supply of bread, while Sunday afternoon was spent at such amusements as the town afforded. Gambling was the universal pastime. The miner had his choice of roulette, monte, faro, poker, 21, all fours, lansquenet, and as many other games of chance as were known to the world of that day. Whatever the miner's selection, however, the professional gambler, with all the tricks of his trade, was pretty sure to take from him in the long run the gold he had managed to accumulate. Even where the professional element was absent, gambling between the miners themselves for surprisingly large stakes was often indulged in. One of the most interesting diaries of the time yet published has this description of a poker game at Coyoteville on the South Fork of the Yuba. Quote, "There were 4 partners in one of the richest claims on the hill, and they got to gambling together. They started in playing $5 ante and passing the buck. Then they raised it to $25 ante each, and Jack Breedlove, one of the partners, cleaned out the rest of them, winning $22,000. Not satisfied with this, they staked their interest in the claim, valuing a fourth at $10,000, and when the game quit, Zeke Roubier, another of the partners, won back $8,000 and held to his fourth interest. The other 2 went broke, and Breedlove ended by owning 3/4 of the claim and winning $14,000, so that altogether he was $34,000 ahead. He offered his old partners work in the mine at an ounce a day, which they refused, packed their blankets, and started out in search of new diggings." End quote. The establishment of a government and the preservation of a fair degree of law and order were naturally among the most serious problems faced by the mining communities. Neither federal nor state officials were strong enough to meet the situation, and indeed for several years the regularly constituted authorities made no attempt to deal with it. Each mining camp, accordingly, almost literally did that which seemed right in its own eyes, without let or hindrance from the outside. Under such conditions, political institutions were necessarily very simple, and government was designed to meet only the most fundamental needs of the society which gave it origin. These needs were chiefly the protection of life and property and the creation of some clear-cut, non-technical rules by which the business of mining might be carried on. Such regulations, though lacking the sanction of formal law, had behind them the stronger authority of custom and public opinion. Violations were generally punished with startling directness and vigor, but only after conviction according to established rules. In all of this, there was no great miracle of political evolution. It was due entirely to a certain Anglo-Saxon aptitude for self-government mixed with a large amount of common sense. Nearly all authorities agree that the mining communities were remarkably free from crime during the summer and fall of 1848. But the migration of the next year wrought a decided change. Deserters, desperados, professional gamblers, undesirables from the States, men who deliberately shed their moral standards as they left civilization behind, criminals and outlaws from Mexico and other Hispanic American countries, the riffraff of Europe and Asia, all these helped make up the later mining population, and in the chaotic social conditions around them, found free play for all their vicious tendencies. Drunkenness and gambling were responsible for much of the crime committed. Moreover, the very abundance of gold and the universal practice of carrying it on one's person or leaving it in scarcely concealed hiding places tempted to theft. Many men, not naturally lawbreakers, were driven to desperation by misfortune or hardship. Others, though not necessarily professional criminals, belonged to a discontented, restless class which moved continually from camp to camp looking for a fortune without work, and naturally they drifted into crime. Society was reckless, drunkenness common, and everyone went armed with knife or pistol. Murder was therefore the commonest of crimes, and wherever self-defense could be pleaded was seldom punished. Theft was practiced in various forms, especially in the rifling of sluice boxes or the robbing of tents. Claim jumping was frequently attempted, usually with disastrous results to one or the other party. Disputes over water rights sometimes led to pitched battles and numerous deaths. But among all the violators of the law, the highwayman was the most distinguished in the days of '49. No mining camp or stagecoach but had its experience, frequently ending in tragedy with this enemy to society. Much romance has been written about him, most of which is sentimental rot. For the average highwayman of that day was like his successor of today. He was brutal, callous, and anything but sportsmanlike. He took his victims unaware and often shot them down in cold blood for the pure delight of murder. Sometimes he worked alone, but more often in company with a few debased villains like himself. Occasionally these criminals were brought together by some conspicuously able leader into a highly organized, effective company whose depredations terrorized the whole mining area. The most notorious of these gangs was that led by Joaquin Murrieta. The operations of Murrieta and his cutthroat followers extended at one time or another almost from Siskiyou to San Diego. Other bands, like that led by Reelfoot Williams in the neighborhood of Downeyville, confined their attentions to a more restricted district. Suspected criminals, at least in the more settled communities, were nearly always given what, under the circumstances, must be regarded as a fair trial. The most extreme form of lynch law, however, sometimes prevailed in newly established camps, especially in those cases where Chinamen or other foreigners were involved. But generally speaking, even here the offender was tried by judge and jury and punished according to established custom. Hanging was the recognized punishment for serious offenses such as murder and robbery. Once the criminal had been declared guilty, justice knew no delays and was commonly meted out within a few hours. Nor is there any record of a plea of emotional insanity having saved a murderer's neck in the primitive days of '49. Minor offenses were punished with whipping and exile, or sometimes even by death. Yet in spite of the salutary effects of these self-constituted courts, and conditions would have been intolerable without them even though they had their defects, lawlessness each year became an ever more serious problem in the mines, as indeed it was throughout the entire state. Delano wrote in his Life on the Plains that robbery and murder were a daily occurrence in 1851, and that organized bands of thieves existed both in the towns and mountains. The writer of the Shirley Letters, as delightful literature it may be remarked as ever came out of the mining regions, found that social life had deteriorated so seriously by 1852 that within the short space of 3 weeks, her own little community of Rich Bar had witnessed murders, fearful accidents, bloody deaths, a mob, whippings, a hanging, an attempt at suicide, and a fatal duel. The truth is that all California, the mining regions as well as every other section, was compelled to fight out the old battle between law and disorder which every frontier society has had to face. The rapid increase of population, the many attractions held out to the lawless element of every land, the weakness of the regular government institutions, and the large size of the state over which these institutions were supposed to spread, all made the problem in California one of peculiar difficulty. Yet, all things considered, life and property were probably as secure in the mining regions during these uncertain years as anywhere else in the state. Certainly, lawlessness was not the exclusive prerogative of the gold seeker. Rivals in the cities and cattle sections broke down his monopoly. For dealing with questions of boundaries, rival claims, and such matters, each mining camp established its own customs. Ordinarily, there were definite local regulations covering these points, which were written into a sort of code. These were enforced by a committee of the miners acting through a president and secretary, while disputes were decided by a jury. The following articles, enacted by the miners of Jackass Gulch on October 16, 1852, will serve to show the nature of these local regulations, which for several years constituted the only mining law that the mountain regions knew. It may be remarked, parenthetically, that Jackass Gulch, 5 miles north of Sonora, was one of the richest camps in California, and for several years enjoyed great notoriety. Here, many a lucky miner struck a bonanza that yielded him a fortune in a few hours. The regulations read thus. Article 1. Each and every person shall be entitled to one claim by virtue of occupation, the same not to exceed 100 feet square. Article 2. To hold any claim or claims by virtue of purchase, the same must be in good faith and under a bona fide bill of sale, certified to as to the genuineness of the signature and the consideration given by 2 disinterested persons. Article 3. Any question arising under Article 2 shall be decided on application of either party by a jury of 5 members. Article 4. Any claim located on any gulch may be held by putting up notices with the names of the parties thereon and renewing the same every 10 days till water can be had. Footnote. In most cases, a pick or shovel left in the workings was sufficient to hold a claim. End footnote. Article 5. Any claim upon which there is sufficiency of water to be worked in the usual manner, if not worked for the space of 5 days, shall be forfeited, unless provided the party interested is prevented from working by sickness or other good and sufficient cause. Article 6. These rules and bylaws shall extend over Jackass and Soldier Gulches and their tributaries. Charles Gibson, President. Jas Corniff, Secretary. One of the most fertile causes of trouble in the mining regions was the question of water rights. In many of the dry diggings, water could be obtained only by constructing costly wooden flumes or open ditches, and not infrequently companies were formed to undertake this work, finding their profit in the sale of water to the various claims. The main ditch or flume, upon reaching the diggings, was divided into as many smaller streams as it could adequately supply, and these in turn were made to serve 2 or 3 long toms apiece. From 4 to 10% of the gold secured by the miners went to pay these water charges, so that the profits of the ditch companies were generally very large. The companies supplying Timbuktu, for example, paid annual dividends of 40% on an investment of $600,000. In this case, the ditch through which the water flowed was 35 miles long. The dependence of the miners upon such companies for the water, without which operations were impossible, the rival claims for stream rights, the question of prior use, and a score of similar issues made water almost as much a source of wrangling and bloodshed as the gold itself. To settle these disputes, the state at last built up a most elaborate riparian code, which became much more complex when the long, bitter struggle began over the use of streams for irrigation purposes. But in the hectic days of California's youth, the question of water ownership and use was generally settled by force rather than by legal technicalities. The foreign element in the mines was also the cause of a vast amount of trouble. In the Great Rush of 1848 and 1849, almost as many vessels came from foreign ports as from the United States. Japan seems to have been practically the only country of importance not represented in the heterogeneous population that crowded into the Sierra. And before many months, racial antagonism began to appear in various forms. As early as January 1849, General Percifor F. Smith, who was then at Panama en route to California to take command of the United States forces, urged that all non-citizens who sought to mine on the public domain should be treated as trespassers. But his efforts failed, and the foreign influx still continued. Generally speaking, persons of European birth were not regarded as aliens by the American miners. Footnote. The French miner, however, was not very popular in most Anglo-Saxon camps. End footnote. Indeed, if one omits the Indians, the only foreigners against whom real prejudice existed were Mexicans or Hispanic Americans generally, and the Chinese. The former were very numerous, coming into California by the thousands overland from Mexico and by sea from every country of Central and South America. The states of Chihuahua and Sonora were especially well represented in this migration, and the fame of the latter still lingers in the name of one of the most important of mining towns. These Hispanic Americans, whether from Chile, Peru, Mexico, or any other country south of the Rio Grande, were skilled miners and trained for generations in a business with which most American immigrants were experimenting for the first time. Many of them were decent and law-abiding enough, but without prejudice it must be admitted that a considerable portion belonged to a class ranked as undesirable even in the countries from which they came. They were inveterate gamblers and utterly reckless when intoxicated. Robbery and murder were common enough with them before they came to California, and the new environment furnished both cause and opportunity for carrying on these crimes on a larger scale. From them came many of the most desperate criminals of the mining days, and as a natural consequence, the cruelest and most treacherous deeds were always laid at their door. In addition to the evils for which the Hispanic Americans were actually responsible, the old anti-Spanish prejudice of the Southwest also worked against them in California. Frequently, this antipathy was mutual, resulting in a small race war accompanied by much bloodshed. More often, however, race prejudice, stimulated by the helplessness of the victims, led the rougher element of a mining camp, many of whom were quite likely to be foreigners themselves, to seize the claims which Mexicans or Chileans had opened up and drive the latter away from the community without resorting to actual bloodshed, unless the dispossessed owners were foolish enough to resist such high-handed acts of justice. Later on, many mining camps passed laws like that enacted at El Dorado Branch House, that no Asiatic, Mexican, or South American shall hold a claim in our mines. From a political standpoint, this feeling against the Mexican miners and their kindred culminated in the famous Foreign Miners Tax Law of the first California legislature. The chief feature of this statute was a monthly tax of $20 upon each foreigner engaged in mining. This was collected under a system of licenses and forced many foreigners to abandon claims of their own to work for day wages. Others refused to pay the fee, forcibly resisting the officials sent to collect it. Evasions were also common, and scoundrels, masquerading as state officials, often obtained large sums from false collections or through various other forms of graft. Altogether, the tax proved such a failure and troublemaker that it was speedily repealed. Some time afterward, however, it was revived at a much lower rate. Agitation against the Chinese did not begin until 1851,
since previous to that time they were not present in the mining camp in sufficient numbers to arouse prejudice. But opposition developed fast enough when the Hong Kong migration set in on a large scale. Unlike the Mexican, the Chinaman was seldom guilty of bloodshed unless his victim was a fellow countryman. He was peaceful, inoffensive, and nearly always content to work over claims that his superiors had abandoned. While passionately fond of gambling, he won or lost without resorting to violence. About the most to be said against him was that he kept to himself, wore peculiar clothes, worked long hours for relatively small returns, and sometimes robbed a white man's claim or cleaned up a sluice box 24 hours before the disappointed owner got around to do it for himself. For all these faults, the Chinaman paid very dearly, and for many others which criminals of other races fastened upon his defenseless person. As a consequence, he was lynched singly or in groups when some mining camp lost its head or surrendered its sense of justice to the baser element. His most common misfortune, however, was to be driven off the claim he had taken up or bought. This was sometimes done by men of the professional claim-jumping class, who could too often, though not always, count upon anti-Chinese prejudice among the miners to prevent any defense of the unlucky owner. At other times, whole camps united to drive the Chinese out of their district. For example, 200 Chinamen on the American River were expelled from their claims by 60 miners from Mormon Bar in the spring of 1852. The same 60 next descended upon 400 Celestials who were hard at work farther down the river at Horseshoe Bar. To accomplish the work properly in this particular case, it was considered necessary to engage a band to accompany the expedition. To conclude this chapter, which in limited space has sought to summarize the most crowded and energetic period of California history, one can do no better than to quote the following paragraph from Howard Shinn, a recognized authority of the mining days. Quote, "The typical camp of the golden prime of '49 was flush, lively, reckless, and vigorous. Saloons and gambling houses abounded. Buildings and whole streets grew up like mushrooms almost in a night. Every man carried a buckskin bag of gold dust, and it was received as currency at $1 a pinch. Everyone went armed and felt fully able to protect himself. A stormy life ebbed and flowed through the town. In the camp, gathered as one household under no law but that of their own making, were men from the north, south, east, and west, and from nearly every country of Europe, Asia, and South America. They mined, traded, gambled, fought, discussed camp affairs. They paid 50 cents a drink for their whiskey and $50 a barrel for their flour, and $30 apiece for butcher knives with which to pick gold from the rock crevices." End quote. Shinn might also have added that thus the miners played their part in one of the most romantic episodes of American history and helped in no mean way to lay the foundation for a very noble state. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. San Francisco the Boisterous. Many cities in the United States boast a more ancient lineage than that of San Francisco, but none can look back to a more vigorous, boisterous, or interesting youth. In 1835, Captain W. A. Richardson laid the foundation for the modern San Francisco by erecting a rude building on the beach known as Yerba Buena. The next year, Jacob P. Lease built a comfortable frame house near the same site. As time went, Lease added a store and made the place something of a trading center for ships taking on wood and water across the bay at Sausalito. In 1841, however, Lease sold his property to the Hudson's Bay Company, which thereafter, for 4 or 5 years, became the chief factor in the commercial life of the little village. With the American occupation, Yerba Buena rapidly began to increase its scant population, and by the spring of 1848 could boast nearly 900 inhabitants. Telegraph, Rincon, and Russian Hills marked the town's western boundary, and the narrow plain on which its adobe and frame buildings stood merged into the waterfront where Battery and First Streets now touch Market. By this time, the town had changed its name from Yerba Buena to San Francisco, established a number of newspapers, opened a public school, and become somewhat of a commercial rival to Monterey. The first rush to the mining regions, however, brought this promising growth to a sudden end, for like all other towns of California, the would-be metropolis was virtually deserted by its inhabitants during the first few months of the gold excitement. Stores were closed, labor became almost unobtainable, and real estate depreciated woefully in value. But before the year's close, prosperity and population came back with a rush like that of the tide in the Bay of Fundy. Immigrant ships began to dump hundreds of passengers upon the shore. Tons of merchandise were piled in the streets. Men were clamoring for places to eat and sleep, and there were eager, hurrying, insistent crowds where all before had been empty streets or unoccupied beach. Never since the days of Aladdin and his wonderful lamp did a city arise so full of activity and life in so short a time. In this sudden growth, naturally enough, beauty and comfort for a long time found little place. The dwellings were chiefly of canvas or rough lumber, affording only the flimsiest of shelter and utterly devoid of attractive qualities. They straggled from waterfront to hillside, for a time paying but little attention to the street lines marked out by official survey, or grouped themselves in a compact, disorderly mass behind the shelter of the sandhills in the area now bounded by First, Second, Market, and Mission Streets, in what was then known as Happy Valley. In summer the streets were dusty, windswept, and rendered almost impassable by the boxes and bales of merchandise whose owners had no other place of storage. In winter, especially that of 1849 and 1850, the dust became a sea of mud in which, incredible as it may seem, animals not infrequently disappeared from sight, and even drunken men were known to have died of suffocation. At the corner of Clay and Kearny Streets, so it is said, the mud became so serious that someone posted a warning which read, "This street is impassable, not even jackassable." W. T. Sherman also recounts in his memoirs that he was afraid to ride down Montgomery Street after a rain because of the danger of being drowned in the mud and water if his horse should stumble. Almost every race and costume could be met with in the shops or gambling places of the new metropolis, for even as early as 1849 the cosmopolitan character of the city's population had become firmly established. Moor, Chinaman, Kanaka, Malay, Mexican, as well as immigrants from all the European countries, touched elbows with Americans from every state in the Union. In the medley of strange dress which resulted from this variety of race, the flannel shirt, soft hat, and high boots of the miner easily predominated. Top hats, frock coats, jewelry, and other marks of a more elegant civilization were also much affected by certain types. And thus it happened that sameness of dress was as foreign to those early days as monotony of life. In San Francisco, as well as in the mining regions, democracy flourished on every hand. Men sloughed off their class distinctions as instinctively as a snake sheds its skin. Work was honorable, and a man's standing was not affected by his occupation so long as he remained reasonably honest. The term menial disappeared from speech, and those who had once been accustomed to servants now did their own cooking and mending, carried their own trunks, worked with pickaxe and shovel, or drove mule teams for employers who had not long since been day laborers in the eastern states. The business life of this period can scarcely be described. It both partook of the characteristics of the people and helped in no small way to intensify their predominant traits. Speculation, open-handedness, startling success or equally swift failure, hurry, rush, and disregard of caution were its chief features. Two streams flowing through the city constantly enriched its economic life and day by day added to its amazing wealth. Every shipload and overland party of immigrants brought a new demand for food, lodging, drink, and mining equipment to the San Francisco merchants. Of even more importance was the never-failing influx of miners returning from the Sierra with the precious dust upon which the whole business life of the city depended. Whether bound for home with his pile or merely seeking a brief relaxation at the city's flesh pots, the average miner spent his money generously and without much regard for what he got in return. Small change was seldom requested. Few articles could be had for less than 50 cents. Prices were almost never challenged. Higgling was a lost art. Commodity prices in the city were normally about the same as at the mines themselves, but when the market became glutted through excessive importations, or when goods could not be shipped to the mountains because of impassable roads, violent fluctuations made the merchants' profits as uncertain as the miners' luck. Flour, which sold on December 1, 1848, for $27 a barrel, within 2 weeks had fallen to $12 or $15. Beef and pork dropped at times with even greater swiftness. Molasses, which 1 month cost $4 a gallon, sold the next for 65 cents. More than one cargo was thrown into the bay because prices would not pay for its unloading, and several of the muddiest streets from time to time were rendered passable by dumping into them barrels of unsaleable provisions and other commodities not often used as paving material. Wages, immediately after the first rush to the gold fields, reached and maintained high levels. Ordinary labor brought from $8 to $10 a day, while mechanics and carpenters easily commanded 12 or 16. Restaurants and hotels charged what, for that period, were unheard-of rates. The cheapest and best eating places in the city were run by Chinese proprietors who gave ample and well-cooked meals for $1 each. But American houses like the Alhambra or Delmonico's had nothing to offer for less than $5. The rooms at the more pretentious hotels, like the Ward, the Graham, or the St. Francis, brought as high as $250 a month, and even a bunk in a tent or garret could be disposed of for $10 or $20 a week. Rentals and real estate values were correspondingly high. According to Bayard Taylor, the Parker House was leased for $110,000 annually. A canvas tent, 15 by 25, occupied by gamblers who called it the El Dorado, brought $40,000. A small broker's house, known as the Miners' Bank, rented for $75,000 a year. A one-story building with a 20-foot frontage on the plaza, then known as Portsmouth Square, brought $40,000. And a cellar, 12 feet square and 6 feet deep, was offered for a law office at $250 a month. Any room 20 by 60 feet, wrote Sherman, would rent for $1,000 a month. Even though the cost of labor was high, and lumber brought from Oregon or from the Graham Mills at Santa Cruz sold for $500 a thousand, when such rentals could be obtained for buildings of every description, the price of vacant property naturally mounted with skyrocket speed. Lots which only a few years earlier had gone begging at $12 each now sold for as many thousand. Men, bankrupt in unfortunate mercantile ventures, suddenly found themselves rich through the possession of real estate previously considered worthless. More than one citizen, who had rushed off to the mines in 1848 and failed to make his fortune, came back to San Francisco to find his property so risen in value during his absence as to make him a wealthy man. Some of the shrewder Argonauts of 1849 thus found their true El Dorado in San Francisco real estate, which afforded early investors much surer and easier profits than the gold mines of the Sierra. In most cases, at least up to 1853, when a decline in values began, almost the only cloud on the investor's horizon was the validity of the title. To go into the innumerable disputes over land claims which troubled early San Francisco would crowd all other material from this volume. Yet, though it cannot be written here, the story of San Francisco's real estate transactions has in it much beside technical details relating to land titles and lawsuits. A large part of the story, especially after 1850, would deal with official corruption and public indifference, a combination that has injured many another American municipality, and in the case of San Francisco, cost her most of her patrimony and threw her early land titles into unfortunate confusion. The subject is interesting, also, because it gave rise to some very clever attempted land frauds. One of these was the so-called Limantour Grant, a claim brought forward in 1853 by José Limantour of Mexico before the California Land Commission to 600,000 acres of land in California. Included in the claim were a number of islands and some 4 square leagues in the heart of San Francisco. The grants were signed by Governor Micheltorena, to whom Limantour had furnished aid in the early 40s, and seemed, on their face, to be unmistakably genuine. So far at least as the San Francisco claims were concerned, they were upheld by the Land Commission. But after months of litigation, during which Limantour collected over $300,000 from property holders for quiet title, the United States District Court adjudged them fraudulent and ordered Limantour's arrest. The latter, after giving bond for $30,000, forfeited his bond and fled to Mexico. Another spurious claim to 3 square leagues in the San Francisco limits was also brought forward about the time of the Limantour excitement, and served still further to cloud the titles of property holders and cause a semi-panic. This was known as the Santillan Grant, so called from the name of a priest, José Santillan, who produced a grant to the property in question, purporting to have been signed by Governor Pío Pico in 1846. The claim was sold by Santillan, and after passing into the hands of a company known as the Philadelphia Association, was approved by the Land Commission. Subsequent court proceedings, however, as in the case of the Limantour scheme, invalidated the claim and declared the grant a forgery. Though the Limantour and Santillan claims were repudiated, the mere fact that frauds could be attempted on so large a scale and come so near of success showed plainly enough the uncertainty and confusion surrounding the land titles of early San Francisco. Even an act of the state legislature in 1851, recognizing the city's right to certain beach and water lots and confirming previous sales of such property, failed to clear away the difficulties. Court decisions for a long time were too conflicting to furnish any basis of adjustment. Squatters disputed the rights of legitimate owners, and for many years rival claimants settled the respective merits of their claims by resort to force as often as by appeal to law. In addition to these private disputes over land titles, there was much juggling of the city's property by corrupt officials. All sorts of fraudulent practices were resorted to by which the municipality's valuable real estate, inherited from the old Spanish days or ceded to it by the government, was transferred to private individuals, many of whom thus became rich and infamous at the same time. So, through the first decade of San Francisco's history as an American municipality, along with all its splendid virility and optimism, ran the scandal of a city robbed of its heritage by conniving officials and unprincipled citizens. Whatever its government might be doing, however, year after year the city continued its surprising growth, and added to its wealth by leaps and bounds. Misfortunes, however, were not lacking to test the real mettle of the new community. Chief of these were the 6 great fires which, one after another, swept over the city in 18 months, beginning with December 1849. The total loss entailed by these fires, most of which were thought to be of incendiary origin, was close to $25 million, none of which was covered by insurance. But with the spirit of courage and determination that showed itself again to the admiration of the world after the great disaster of 1906, the citizens each time rebuilt their devastated city, making it more substantial and desirable after every catastrophe. The last of the 6 great fires started June 22, 1851, on the north side of Pacific near Powell, and destroyed, wholly or in part, some 16 blocks, causing a loss of over $3 million. This and the previous conflagrations changed completely the San Francisco of tents and flimsy structures which had sprung up in the first months of 1849. Docks, wharves, sewers, sidewalks, paved streets, commodious and fireproof business houses, Attractive and substantial homes took the place of the rude buildings and primitive structures of an earlier day. Business still continued to rely upon the mines for much of its prosperity, but a more widely diversified interest in shipping, lumber, agriculture, and other lines of productive activity promised a broader and more secure foundation for the city's future. Gold dust ceased to be the chief circulating medium, but gave place to $10 and $20 gold pieces privately coined and to the $50 slugs issued by the assay office in San Francisco. A motley list of silver coins drawn from almost every country under the sun served for small change and readily passed from hand to hand with only a rough attempt to fix approximate values. The smallest coin in use was a bit, or Spanish real, supposed to be equal to 12.5 cents in American money. But as a matter of fact, nearly every small silver coin, whatever its face value, was classed as a bit and so accepted, for the San Franciscan still refused to think in terms of nickels and cents. The year 1853 was marked by a feverish business activity and inflation of real estate values such as even the boom of 1849 had scarcely known. But in the midst of this hectic prosperity were signs of coming trouble. The mining industry, though still producing many millions annually, was not able to support the thousands of persons who had made it their livelihood in previous years. Consequently, men were coming back from the mountains in large numbers and seeking employment in other lines, or turning to other occupations, especially to agriculture, for a livelihood. This transition could not be accomplished without a considerable strain upon the machinery of business. Merchants found their sales curtailed, and ready money far more difficult to obtain. Goods had to be sold in the interior largely on credit, and gold continued to flow out of the state to meet bills already contracted with Eastern merchants. The season of 1854 was unusually dry, bringing ruin not only to many ranchers, but also seriously reducing mining operations through lack of water. This and other difficulties led to nearly 300 business failures in 1 year. In addition, there occurred the very serious defalcation of Henry Meigs, ex-councilman, public benefactor, and leading citizen of San Francisco, whose unpaid debts and fraudulent treasury warrants cost his creditors fully $800,000. In spite of these adverse factors, however, San Francisco experienced no actual crisis until the sudden collapse of several leading banking houses at the beginning of 1855. The crash happened shortly after the middle of February, when the firm of Page, Bacon & Company, probably the leading banking institution of California, became insolvent through the embarrassment of its parent company in St. Louis. This precipitated a run on the great banking and express house of Adams & Company, whose branch offices were in every mining center of California, and forced that institution to close its doors. At the time of this failure, Adams & Company owed nearly $2 million to depositors, and as there was then no national bankrupt law, the assets still on hand were successfully manipulated by means of receivers, attachments, and other legal devices to the great benefit of a few favored creditors and the complete disappointment of the rest. Litigation over the spoils lasted for 7 years, but most of the depositors gained little or nothing from the proceedings. The law's failure to remedy the situation or to punish those responsible for the disappearance of more than $200,000 of the company's assets aroused public opinion to the danger point and served as one of the contributing motives for the creation of the Vigilance Committee in 1856. The financial panic did not confine itself to the two firms already mentioned. 3 other leading houses, including those of Wells Fargo and Robinson & Company, closed their doors on the same day that Adams & Company announced its failure. A run was also started on the remaining banks of the city, but either through good fortune or wiser management, these were able to meet the demands of their excited depositors. These bank failures also forced many mercantile houses into bankruptcy, so that a general and very acute business depression followed the fat years of prosperity and speculation from 1849 to 1854. The activity and feverish energy which characterized the material development of San Francisco between 1849 and 1855 also showed itself in the social side of people's life. The amusements, or perhaps one should say forms of relaxation, were generally strenuous and most unconventional if judged by modern standards. They were of a nature, too, that inevitably fostered lawlessness where a community tolerated them too long, and in the end became the source of viciousness and evil of the worst sort. Though even from the beginning harmless pleasures were common enough, and year by year the better class of San Francisco turned with increasing eagerness to amusements of moral worth, patronizing concert, lecture, and drama with true liberality, establishing gardens and parks, and seeking in many ways to encourage culture and refinement. Yet the characteristic amusements of those early days were not of the uplifting type. Men found their chief delight in drinking, gambling, and association with loose women. The saloons and gambling houses, which stood open day and night, were indeed the recognized centers of the city's social life. Their furnishings were tawdry and vulgar, but of a kind to appeal to unrefined masculine taste, and provided an enticing contrast to the bare, cheerless rooms in which most of the people lived. Entertainment of various sorts was also supplied by most resorts, such as the Bella Union, the El Dorado, or the Veranda, to serve as an additional attraction to the crowds. To these features were added light, warmth, and the opportunity for companionship, and an atmosphere surcharged with excitement. Stronger than all, however, was the appeal of bar and gambling table. As was to be expected, women of an undesirable character began to make their appearance very early in San Francisco society. Many of these were first brought in from Mazatlan or similar West Coast Latin American cities, and others came from the seaports of Asia. Later, the underworld of Paris, London, and New York added to the stream, until the prostitute became a familiar figure on every San Francisco street. Here again, as in the other aspects of social life, the old restraints and conventionalities were cast utterly aside. Men of prominence and eminent standing in the community appeared openly in the company of these daughters of Rahab, without exciting unfavorable comment or even attracting much attention. Few condemned them, because few thought evil of what they did. Old standards were temporarily abandoned. San Francisco had, for the time being, adopted a new code of ethics and behavior. In this society, with its lack of restraint and emphasis upon the individual, the maintenance of one's rights became largely a personal matter with which the commonplace law had little to do. As a matter of course, nearly every man went armed, choosing knife or revolver according to the individual taste. Disputes were settled on site or made the subject of formal duels. The 500-odd saloons with which the city was blessed by 1855 did not tend to a condition of quietness and peace, nor did the excitement bred in gambling houses or the influence of immoral women prove of much assistance in this regard. Homicide was too common to excite much comment, and as almost no attempt was made to enforce the law by regularly appointed officials, men almost ceased to take it into consideration. Principals in a quarrel were shot or stabbed to death, and bystanders who failed to get out of the way quickly enough were accidentally killed, without society holding anyone responsible. The law could not keep pace with the hurried rush of life, so that each man became his own protector, and not infrequently another man's judge and executioner as well. Such conditions inevitably gave the vicious elements of society free rein for their activities, and there were enough of these lawless characters and to spare before the city had long outgrown its village state. A criminal community known as Sydney Town in honor of the ex-Australian convicts who founded it had sprung up between Broadway and Pacific near the waterfront, to which all manner of evil characters resorted. But this community, bad as it was, did not have a monopoly of the undesirables, for they were too numerous to be confined to any one quarter of the city. Like most criminal classes, that of San Francisco was very cosmopolitan in its makeup. The riffraff of Europe, Asia, and South America, which followed in the wake of the gold rush, were continually augmented by American rowdies from the eastern cities or scoundrels from the southern and western states. To these was added a steady stream of weak or desperate characters with whom life in California had dealt too hard. Failures from the mines, men who had lost fortune and self-respect through gambling or drink, and all the unpleasant byproducts which California, inter pocula, necessarily produced. Another factor in the creation of lawlessness was the lax administration of the municipal government. From the American occupation down to May 1, 1850, the city was governed for the most part under the primitive Mexican institutions of alcalde and ayuntamiento. During much of this period, there was considerable waste of public funds and something akin to chaos in municipal affairs. The status of the government in 1849 was thus described by one of the early alcaldes. Quote, "At this time we are without $1 in the public treasury, and it is to be feared that the city is greatly in debt. You have neither an office for your magistrate, nor any other public edifice. You are without a single police officer or watchman, and have not the means of confining a prisoner for an hour. Neither have you a place to shelter while living sick and unfortunate strangers who may be cast upon our shores, or to bury them when dead. Public improvements are unknown in San Francisco. In short, you are without a single requisite necessary for the promotion of prosperity, for the protection of property, or for the maintenance of order." End quote. The change from Mexican to American institutions brought about by the first city charter affected no permanent improvement in the city's government. Except for an occasional attempt at reform, conditions in fact grew worse instead of better. Elections became a farce. Contractors and officials grew rich at public expense. Criminals caught red-handed were almost never convicted. The whole machinery of law enforcement and the right of the city's inhabitants to be secure in their persons and property were surrendered to the worst elements of the population. Lawyers, politicians, shrewd businessmen, with much to gain from the control of city government, furnished the leadership for this evil domination, and under them were petty grafters, lawless bullies, and criminals of every kind. So long as the city remained under such control, it was utterly impossible to bring men to justice in the ordinary courts of law. The statement of a recent author that between 1849 and 1856 1,000 murders were committed with only a single legal conviction will scarcely be challenged by those conversant with the times. Yet it is obvious that a community essentially Anglo-Saxon will not tolerate such conditions beyond a certain point. The first outburst of public opinion, which amounted to something more than talk, came in July 1849 and resulted in the overthrow of a lawless group known as the Hounds or Regulators, a semi-political organization whose activities bore an indistinguishable resemblance to robbery, especially when applied to inoffensive foreigners. A particularly brutal attack one Sunday afternoon upon the settlement known as Little Chile led the better element of San Francisco to unite for the suppression of the organization. The leaders of the Hounds were accordingly seized, tried by a citizens' court, and driven from the community. The rest of the gang never again attempted to reorganize. It was not until 1851, however, that the first of the actual vigilance committees came into being. Lawlessness had been on the increase for months, expressing itself not only in robbery and murder, but also, or so at least it was suspected, in starting the great fires which swept the city from time to time. Arrests of even the most notorious criminals were seldom made and never accompanied by conviction. At last, with a sound common sense that placed the welfare of society above the sanctity of unenforced law, some 200 of the best citizens effected an organization known as the Committee of Vigilance to rid the city of the criminals and assist in the enforcement of the law. Sam Brannan, former leader of a Mormon contingent that came to California in the ship Brooklyn, was elected president, and Isaac Bluxom Jr. secretary of the organization. A few of the many other influential members were William T. Coleman, James King of William, Selin and Frederick Woodworth, and Colonel J. D. Stevenson of the New York Volunteers. A constitution was adopted on June 9th, and the Vigilance Committee entered upon its difficult and dangerous task. It should be borne in mind that this committee, even though self-constituted, was not a mob, but a carefully organized body of respectable men who openly avowed responsibility for what they did, and acted only after careful investigation of each case. Until its work was accomplished, some of the committee constantly remained on duty. The rest could be summoned at any time, day or night, by the tolling of the Monumental Engine Company's bell. Beginning with the execution of John Jenkins, an Australian ex-convict of evil notoriety who was caught while attempting a daylight robbery, the committee continued its careful, methodical work, making arrests with its own police, holding trials under an established procedure, placarding the city with warnings for the criminal classes to leave, and watching incoming ships to prevent the landing of desperate characters, until, for a time at least, San Francisco could boast a law-abiding population. In this first purification of the body politic, 91 persons were taken into custody. Of these, quote, the committee hanged 4, whipped 1, deported 14 under direct supervision, ordered 14 more to leave California at their own expense, delivered 15 to the authorities for legal trial, and discharged 41. End quote. The good accomplished by the first Vigilance Committee could be made permanent, however, only by continued interest in the city's welfare on the part of its better citizens. This, unfortunately, was not forthcoming, for like too many reform movements, that of 1851 was merely a spasmodic outburst of indignation instead of a sustained effort at civic improvement. So, almost as soon as conditions became endurable, the good people of San Francisco turned again to their own affairs, and the city's control slipped back into the hands of evil men. Lawlessness once more became the order of the day. The criminal class, augmented by the hard times of 1854 and 55, began a reign of robbery and murder such as the community had not known even in the worst days of 1851. More than ever, the law was made a mockery by corrupt or inefficient officials and dishonest lawyers, and thoughtful men despaired of finding in it any relief from the conditions with which they found themselves surrounded. The vicious circle was rendered complete by a union of wealth and respectability in the person of certain business and financial leaders who needed to control municipal elections and the city's treasury, with the rowdy element. Altogether, therefore, the state of San Francisco in 1856 was worse than in 1851, and drastic measures were again required to bring about a restoration of law and order. Public opinion was quickened to this new task by the death of James King of William. This man's character, like his name, had about it a certain individuality that set him apart from his companions, and near the close of his career, especially, made him a sort of gadfly in San Francisco to arouse the city from its moral apathy. John Randolph of Roanoke occupied a place no more unique in the Senate of the United States than James King of William held in the San Francisco of the middle 50s. King began his California career in the Sierra. Afterwards, he came to San Francisco, where he established a private bank and later entered the employ of Adams and Company. The failure of this house thrust him into the editorial profession, and October 8, 1855, he issued the first number of the Daily Evening Bulletin. Almost immediately, this paper set the city by the ears. With a directness which must have delighted the heart of a society still very much in the pioneer stage, King attacked those whom he considered guilty of corrupting the city's morals or of defrauding the people through political power. He dealt in personalities rather than in general charges, and published the names of offenders with a boldness that made the victims of graft and crooked politics rejoice and take heart. Palmer, Cook and Company, whom he called the Uriah Heeps of San Francisco bankers, and many other epithets no less complimentary, furnished King his first target. But his tastes were Catholic, and evildoers great and small soon took their places in the Bulletin's gallery of rogues besides the arch-enemies to all good society, Palmer, Cook and Company. King's attacks did not, of course, immediately dethrone vice, but he gradually taught the people where the sources of corruption lay, and steadily developed a strong undercurrent of public opinion against the prevailing abuses. The shooting of William Richardson, a United States Marshal, by a notorious gambler named Charles Cora, who escaped the consequences of his act through a split jury, nearly precipitated a mob uprising in the early part of 1856. Cora was known to have killed at least 6 men besides Richardson. But it was not until the following May that the cold-blooded murder of James King himself by a detestable politician named Casey brought back the old vigilante days of 1851 and restored to the city its self-respect. King was shot about 5 o'clock on the evening of May 14th as he was walking homeward from the office of the Bulletin. Casey immediately gave himself up to his friends at the police station, where he thought he would be secure. But the tolling of the old monumental fire bell brought together so great a crowd that the assassin's confederates thought it best to move him to the county jail for safekeeping. Here, protected by a large force of armed deputies and a considerable body of militia, he was temporarily safe. But the city was aroused to too high a pitch to quiet down. Matters, indeed, had come to such a pass that, as Dempster, one of the advocates of a new vigilance committee, truly said in his appeal to a better class of citizens, quote, "We must either have vigilance with order or a mob with anarchy." Unquote. Members of the Committee of 1851, led by one of its active members, W.T. Coleman, served as a nucleus for the new organization. The old Know-Nothing Hall at 105½ Sacramento Street was used as temporary headquarters, and notices in the newspapers announced the reassembling of the committee. Before nightfall, a thorough, swiftly working organization had been perfected. Hundreds of persons had been enrolled, sworn to an oath of secrecy, and given a number by which they were henceforth to be designated instead of by name. Arms were later provided in sufficient number to equip some 2,000 men. The volunteers were organized into regular military companies, each with its own officers, but the actual direction of affairs rested with a central executive committee of 33 members. The purpose of the organization can best be expressed in the committee's language. Quote, "We do bind ourselves," read their declaration, "to perform every just and lawful act for the maintenance of law and order, and to sustain the laws when faithfully and properly administered, but we are determined that no thief, burglar, assassin, ballot stuffer, or other disturber of the peace shall escape punishment, either by quibbles of the law, the carelessness or the corruption of the police, or a laxity of those who pretend to administer justice." To sum up in a single sentence one of the most dramatic periods of all San Francisco's stirring career, one may simply say that the vigilantes of 1856 succeeded in carrying out the foregoing resolution. Upon the day of James King's funeral, after a fair though non-technical trial, they hanged Casey and Cora from the windows of the headquarters building, and later executed 2 other rascals of similar kidney. Their chief work, however, lay in clearing the city of undesirables, both prominent and obscure, by means of warnings and deportations, and in putting the fear of God into the hearts of the lawless characters who remained. The process of regeneration was not accepted in a spirit of meekness by the victims, nor wholly unopposed by the regularly constituted authorities. A counter-movement, headed by so-called law and order men, sought and secured the aid of Governor J. Neely Johnson and the state militia against the vigilantes, and even the President of the United States was requested to use federal troops to put down the insurrection. W.T. Sherman, of later Civil War fame, was then engaged in banking in San Francisco and for a time led the anti-vigilante party. Associated with him were General Volney Howard, Judge Terry of the State Supreme Court, who afterwards nearly forfeited his own neck by stabbing a member of the committee named Hopkins, and a number of other citizens equally well known. Twice at least, civil war seemed inevitable between the state authorities, backed by the law and order party, and the vigilant supporters, but fortunately this catastrophe was averted. The city, however, for some months was like an armed camp. The vigilantes had fully 9,000 members, all of whom were regularly drilled and organized into infantry, cavalry, and artillery units. The committee's permanent headquarters on Sansome Street, in expectation of a siege, had been turned into a well-defended fort known as Fort Gunnybags from the sacks of earth with which it was protected. Some 30 cannon, ranging from 6 to 32-pounders, were in the hands of the organization, besides large stores of ammunition and thousands of muskets. Under such circumstances, suppression of the movement, whether by state or federal troops, would have been a very bloody and costly business, and luckily it was not attempted. By a singular coincidence, the Committee of 1856 hanged the exact number of criminals that the Committee of 1851 had hanged. Quote, "But the committee did not stop there," says Mary Floyd Williams. "It laid its hands upon an incriminating ballot box that was still stuffed with forged ballots. It obtained confessions from the ward heelers who had done the bidding of the powerful and efficient bosses, and then it announced its intention of cleansing the city from the plague of political corruption. It sent into exile over a score of the most valuable members of the machine." End quote. Fortunately, as soon as the work in hand was done, the leaders of the committee disbanded its followers, even though the organization was then at the height of its power, and thus saved the movement from becoming the tool of men eager to use it for selfish or partisan ends. Those who created it had shouldered a grave responsibility and taken a great risk. Only the utter demoralization of government and social conditions could have justified such a step. But for many years thereafter, the salutary influence of the committee's work was felt in the city's political and social life, and few today will deny that San Francisco profited from this overriding of law to save law. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. The Queen of the Cow Counties. While Northern California was rejoicing in the prodigal riches of the Sierras and establishing a commercial and financial supremacy destined to last long after the close of the gold excitement, the southern part of the state found itself almost entirely cut off from any share in the newly discovered wealth. There was, it is true, a material increase of population in the southern counties, due in part to the immigration over the southern routes, much of which, though originally bound for the Sierras, actually got no farther than San Diego or Los Angeles, and to a considerable backdrift from the mines. The southern merchants also enjoyed a season of prosperity, so long as the overland caravans had to be supplied with food and other necessaries for the journey northward. But only in these or similar indirect ways did the South profit from the golden wealth with which the North was enriched. When the first excitement of the gold rush died out, the people of the coast counties accordingly turned their attention more and more to the industry which had been the mainstay of California's economic life from the beginning of the Spanish occupation, and for more than a decade longer. Cattle raising remained almost the sole industry of Southern California. From Monterey to San Diego, indeed, the population was so thoroughly devoted to this distinctive business that the counties were derisively dubbed the cow counties by the commercial and mining communities of the more prosperous north. Chief of these cow counties was Los Angeles, whose ranges alone, according to one authority, supported over 100,000 cattle in 1854. Next came Santa Barbara with approximately 50,000 head, and a very lordly group of cattle barons whose control of that county's politics and business was complete. Monterey had nearly as many cattle as Santa Barbara. San Bernardino boasted close to 30,000 head, and San Luis Obispo claimed perhaps half that number. The maintenance of this industry required the same large land holdings that had characterized the old days of Spanish-Mexican control. The methods of raising cattle were still much the same, and the range had to supply feed through all the seasons without assistance from granary or haystack. In the South, as in every other section of the state, land titles were thrown into confusion by the transition from Mexican to American control, and the adjudication of claims by the land commissioners and the courts left many of the original holders with only a scant remnant of a once princely heritage. In these proceedings, so much of the land went as lawyers' fees that as early as 1852, the Los Angeles Star estimated that 1/10 of the disputed holdings had been paid out in defense of the possessors' titles. One of the most serious causes of these disputed titles and of the endless boundary litigation that characterized the decade of the 50s was the undefined limits of the land grants under the old Spanish-Mexican regime. A typical case of this kind is cited by J.M. Gwynn. Quote, "As an example of indefinite boundary lines," he says, "take those of La Habra Rancho, formerly in Los Angeles but now in Orange County, and these are not the worst that might be found in the records. Commencing at the Camino Viejo, or Old Road, and running in a right line 550 varas, more or less distant from a small corral of tuna plants, which plants were taken as a landmark, thence in a direction west by south, running along the Camino Viejo 18,200 varas, to a point of small hills, at which place was fixed, as a landmark, the head of a steer. From thence, east by north, passing a cuchillo, or wasteland, 11,000 varas, terminating at the right line of the small corral of tunas aforesaid, the point of beginning. In the course of time, the Camino Viejo was made to take a shorter cut across the valley, the corral of the tunas disappeared, a coyote or some other beast carried away the steer's head, the 3 oaks were cut down and carted away for firewood, the small stone was lost, the cuchillo was reclaimed from the desert, and the La Habra was left without landmarks or boundary lines. The landmarks lost, the owners of the adjoining ranchos, if so inclined, could crowd them over onto the La Habra, or its owner in the same way could increase the area of his possessions, and the expanding process in all probability would result in costly litigation." End quote. Yet despite squatters, litigation, and mortgage foreclosures, some of the native families succeeded in retaining their far-stretching leagues of grazing land, upon which still roamed vast herds of longhorned, slim-bodied cattle. Among the American rancheros, too, were a number of those early immigrants who came to Southern California in the 30s or early 40s and established a friendship and close identity of interest with the Californians. Thus, for several years after conditions in Northern California had been completely revolutionized by the gold discovery and all of the changes the Great Migration entailed, life in the South retained much of its pastoral, unhurried character, partaking more of the characteristics of the native epoch than of the excitement, stir, and manifold business activities of the North. The large ranches, however, whether of Californian or American ownership, were not looked upon with favor by the settlers who came to Southern California to acquire land for agricultural purposes. Conflicts between squatters and rancheros were not at all uncommon, and on more than one occasion whole communities of the new settlers banded themselves together to resist dispossession. Paragraphs similar to the following appeared frequently in newspapers of the time, showing the inevitable conflict of interests between the newly arrived Americans and the old-time landholders. This particular notice was dated at El Monte, December 4, 1854. It read as follows, quote, "We, the undersigned citizens and residents of the San Francisquito Ranch, do hereby agree to protect each other in our present claim lines until there is a final decision by the courts of the United States either for or against it, and that we will not allow Mr. Dalton or any other man to sell the land so claimed or intrude upon said lines in any way, until such decision is made." End quote. Other difficulties, besides those presented by the squatters and small farmers, kept the cattle barons from finding life altogether monotonous. The demand for beef in the mines and by the newly arrived immigrants at first furnished a highly profitable market for the southern cattle. But this very demand, with the ensuing high prices, stimulated competition from an unexpected quarter. Large droves of cattle and sheep soon made their appearance in California from the ranges of Sonora, Chihuahua, and New Mexico. And although such an overland drive at best required weeks of time, and not infrequently resulted in heavy losses from flood, starvation, or Indian attack, the last sometimes indeed destroying the entire enterprise, men and animals alike. Yet, whenever the California market promised a satisfactory price in those early years, sheep and cattle from beyond the Colorado sooner or later reached the coast. In 1855, this form of competition, together with a large increase of Southern California herds due to several satisfactory rainy seasons, threw the industry into a severe depression. Values fell some 75%, until prime cattle could be bought for $4 or $5 a head. But within the next year or two, prices again reached normal levels, and a revival of the business brought the herds back to normal size. Yet the cattle industry, even when most prosperous, was not an unmixed blessing for the southern part of the state. So long as the business showed a profit, the owners of the large ranches were in no hurry to break up their holdings into small ranches for the benefit of settlers. Other forms of agriculture were accordingly discouraged, and the increase of population retarded. Fortunately, before these evils had reached serious proportions, a trick of nature destroyed the supremacy of the cattle barons and forced a subdivision of many of the largest ranches. A severe drought in 1856, following the low prices of the preceding year, caused a good deal of temporary discomfort to the cattle owners, and many of them lost a considerable percentage of their herds. But these losses were trifling compared to those which occurred in the early 60s. The season of 1860 to 61 was unusually dry. Cattle died by the hundreds for lack of grass and water, and the owners, anxious to save as much as possible from the wreckage, flooded the markets with such half-starved animals as they were able to drive to the cities. The price of beef dropped to 4, 3, and even 2 cents a pound in the shops, and on many of the ranches, the cattle were killed for what their hides, horns, and bones alone would bring. This severe drought, which not only destroyed many animals, but also left large numbers too weak and emaciated to withstand an unfavorable winter, was followed by one of the most prolonged rains the state has ever known. Beginning on December 24, 1861, the storm continued almost without interruption for nearly a month. So rarely was the sun visible during that time that the Star published the following bit of interesting news. Quote, "A phenomenon. On Tuesday last, the sun made its appearance. The phenomenon lasted several minutes and was witnessed by a great number of persons." Unquote. The floods which resulted from this storm drowned hundreds of cattle in the lowlands, but the damage was much more than offset by the benefit received by the ranges and underground sources of water supply. During the 2 succeeding seasons, the cattle found an abundance of grass, and the losses suffered in the preceding years were almost forgotten. Then came the great disaster, the drought of 1864. The fall of 1863 was unusually dry, and even the winter months, during which California normally receives her chief rainfall, brought no relief. Day after day went by with cloudless skies, and the grass failed to sprout from the famished earth. The springs and water holes dried up, and the great ranges were eaten bare of every kind of feed. Quote, "The loss of cattle was fearful," says a historian of early Southern California in speaking of this drought. "The plains were strewn with their carcasses. In marshy places and around the cienagas, where there was a vestige of green, the ground was covered with their skeletons, and the traveler for years afterwards was often startled by coming suddenly on a veritable Golgotha, a place of skulls, the long horns standing out in defiant attitude as if protecting the fleshless bones. It is said that 30,000 head of cattle died on Stearns ranchos alone. The Great Drought of 1863 to 1864 put an end to cattle raising as the distinctive industry of Southern California." Unquote. The Sacramento Union estimated that from 1/2 to 3/4 of the cattle in Los Angeles County died of starvation in this great drought. The news stated that 5,000 head had sold in Santa Barbara for 37.5 cents apiece. Only one rancher held a rodeo in all Los Angeles County during that disastrous season. Rangelands fell so low in value that some of the southern counties assessed them at 10 cents an acre, the same valuation that was placed on each individual grapevine in the wine vineyards. The cattle industry could not survive this disaster. Many of the ranchers who had borrowed money at the usurious rates then in vogue were forced to give up their holdings. The new owners found it more profitable and less risky to divide the ranges into small ranches and sell them in this fashion to the ever-increasing number of settlers, than to attempt to maintain the business of cattle raising in the old way. So while the drought of 1864 brought loss and in many cases ruin, and changed the whole economic life of Southern California, it was, after all, a blessing in disguise, for it led to those diversified and highly productive forms of agriculture which have so long furnished the basis of Southern California's prosperity and determined her whole mode of life. In the 50s, however, outside of the cattle industry, the agricultural productions of Southern California were decidedly limited. Grain was grown in considerable quantities in nearly all of the southern counties, and some flour was ground in primitive mills for local consumption. In a small way, there was likewise some production of vegetables and of the commoner varieties of deciduous fruits for commercial purposes. A few seedling oranges were also shipped north from the trees planted by William Wolfskill and the other pioneers in the citrus industry. By way of contrast to this insignificant production of deciduous and citrus fruits, however, the vineyards of the South were already yielding very heavily. By 1860, 1,000,000 pounds of fresh grapes, packed in sawdust, were being shipped annually from San Pedro. In addition, a considerable quantity of wine was manufactured in each season in southern wineries. After supplying the local demand, much of this was sent north to San Francisco and the mines. Manufacturing was almost non-existent. A little lumber was sawed in the San Bernardino Mountains, but most of that required for building purposes was brought down from the north. And even in those early days, the annual importations were heavy enough to make San Pedro one of the largest lumber ports along the coast. The lack of a customs house at San Pedro, however, for some time seriously interfered with the prosperity of Southern California, and increased enormously the cost of all goods imported from other countries. Such imports, under the circumstances, had first to be landed at San Francisco, and then were brought down to the southern port. The hardships imposed by this requirement were strikingly shown in a memorial from the merchants of Los Angeles in 1850, asking Congress to establish a customs house at San Pedro. Part of the memorial read as follows, quote, "The conditions of the country in which your memorialists reside are peculiar, and hence results a marked singularity in the state of its trade. Its proximity to the mining regions has caused it to be substantially denuded of all its laboring population, and hence, although strikingly agricultural in its natural features, it has for the last 2 years been dependent upon a foreign supply for not only the greater proportion of its breadstuffs, but for even the coarser articles such as peas, beans, oats, barley, etc. These are brought usually from some of the South American ports, taken to San Francisco, and thence reshipped to San Pedro. It thus appears that not only are the people of this region compelled to obtain the more costly fabrics of manufactures at another port, but even articles of the most common consumption, at what additional cost the following facts will testify. The freight alone from San Francisco to San Pedro for the last 2 years has never been less than twice the amount of what is charged for conveying the same articles from New York to San Francisco. The expenses upon a cargo of flour for sending it from the warehouse in San Francisco to San Pedro have been as high as $10.25 per barrel, and have never been less than $5.75. One of your memorialists has paid for the expenses of a single cargo of goods from San Francisco to San Pedro $14,000. In fine, the average additional cost upon goods purchased at San Francisco is not less than 30% upon their being landed at San Pedro." End quote. Perhaps the most serious drawback to the material development of the South was its deplorable lack of money. Interest rates as high as 5% a month failed to bring in sufficient capital to meet the demand, and under such a handicap, economic progress was necessarily slow. Footnote: Harris Newmark, who came to Los Angeles in 1853 and died there in 1916, states that interest rates of from 2% to 12.5% per week were not unknown. End footnote. Twice, however, the hopes of the South were greatly stimulated by the excitement of nearby mining booms. In 1855, gold was discovered in considerable quantities on the Kern River. This at once attracted miners from the entire state and led to a rush of no mean proportions. The Southern California merchants were naturally jubilant over this event, in which they saw an opportunity of reaping some of the rich harvest which their San Francisco, Stockton, and Sacramento rivals had previously monopolized. The Los Angeles papers played the boom up for all it was worth, perhaps for a little more. The Southern Californian of February 8, 1855, for example, contained this paragraph, quote, "The road from our valley is literally thronged with people on their way to the mines. Every description of vehicle and animal has been brought into requisition to take the exultant seekers after wealth to the goal of their hopes. Immense 10-mule wagons strung out one after another, long trains of pack mules and men mounted and on foot, with picks and shovels, boarding-house keepers with their tents, merchants with their stocks of miners' necessary, and gamblers with their papers are constantly leaving for the Kern River mines. The opening of these mines has been a godsend to all of us, as the business of the entire country was on the point of taking to a tree. The greatest scarcity of money is seen in the present exorbitant rates of interest, which it commands. 8, 10, and even 15% a month is freely paid, and the supply, even at these rates, is too meager to meet the demands." End quote. A month later, the same editor wrote, quote, "Stop the press. Glorious news from Kern River. Bring out the big guns. There are 1,000 gulches rich with gold and room for 10,000 miners. Miners average $50 a day. One man with his own hands took out $160 in a day. 5 men in 10 days took out $4,500. End quote. The Kern River excitement was short-lived, and it was not until 1860 that a new rush, but on a much smaller scale, again swelled the hopes of the Los Angeles merchants. This was a result of the opening of mines in the Bear and Holcomb valleys back of the Mormon settlements at San Bernardino. 1,000 persons were said to have been on the ground at one time during this rush, but the deposits were soon exhausted and the boom collapsed. But if the mines proved a disappointment, and the South remained far behind the North in population and wealth, she at least knew the value of publicity, and even before the state was 5 years old, Los Angeles County had acquired a reputation and a name, and incidentally possessed a group of citizens who were not at all backward in proclaiming the greatness of the section in which they lived. Quote, "The Queen of the Cow Counties bangs all creation in her productions," one of the Los Angeles editors wrote. Whether it be shocking murders or big beats, jail demolishers, expert horse thieves, lynch justices, fat beeves, swimming horses, expounders of new religions, tall corn, mammoth potatoes, ponderous cabbages, defunct Indians, secret societies, bright skies, mammoth pumpkins, Shanghai chickens, grizzlies, coyotes, dogs, smart men, office seekers, coal holers, scripper fights, she stands out in bold relief, challenging competition." End quote. The city which gave its name to this marvelous Queen of the Cow Counties was little removed during the first decade of the state's history from the primitive appearance and manner of life that it had known under Mexican rule. Its houses were still chiefly of the familiar adobe type, their flat roofs covered with asphalt from the nearby Brea pits on what is now the Hancock Banning Ranch. The general appearance of these early Los Angeles homes has fortunately been left us in minute detail by one of the city's pioneers. Quote, "Most of the houses were built of adobe or mud mixed with straw and dried for months in the sun," wrote Harris Newmark. "The composition was such a nature that, unless protected by roofs and verandas, the mud would slowly wash away. The walls, however, also requiring months in which to dry, were generally 3 or 4 feet thick, and to this, as well as to the nature of the material, may be attributed the fact that the houses of the summer season were cool and comfortable, while in the winter they were warm and cheerful. They were usually rectangular in shape, and were invariably provided with patios and corridors. There was no such thing as a basement under a house, and floors were frequently earthen. Conventionality prescribed no limit as to the number of rooms, an adobe frequently having a sitting room, a dining room, a kitchen, and as many bedrooms as were required. But there were few, if any, frills for the mere sake of style. Most adobe houses were but 1 story in height, although there were a few 2-story houses, and it is my recollection that in such cases the 2nd story was reached from the outside. Everything about such an abode was emblematic of hospitality. The doors, heavy and often apparently homemade, were wide, and the windows were deep. In private houses the doors were locked with a key, but in some of the stores they were fastened with a bolt fitted into iron receptacles on either side. The windows, swinging on hinges, opened inward and were locked in the center. There were few curtains or blinds. Wooden shutters, an inch thick, also fastening in the center, being generally used instead. If there were such conveniences as hearths and fireplaces, I cannot recollect them, although I think that here and there the brasero, or pan and hot coals, was still employed. There were no chimneys, and the smoke, as from the kitchen stove, escaped through the regular stacks leading out through a pane in the window or a hole in the wall. The porches, all spoken of as verandas and rather wide, were supported by equidistant posts, and when an adobe had 2 stories, the veranda was also double-storied. Few, if any, vines grew around these verandas in early days, largely because of the high cost of water. For the same reason, there were almost no gardens." End quote. Everything in the town was primitive: society, business, and government. The chief amusements were balls, bullfights, gambling, and horse races. Footnote: Theatrical performances were later added to the list. These, for the most part, were given by companies brought down from San Francisco. End footnote. A hop at the Bella Union Hotel, which stood on Main Street above Commercial and served as a center of social gaiety, was thus described by the local editor. Quote, "A large assemblage of elegant ladies, good music, choice refreshments, gay gents, all that contributes to a merry meeting, was there, and it was fully enjoyed." End quote. On a similar occasion, at the home of Don Abel Stearns, the enjoyment was not quite so unalloyed, for certain unbidden guests, apparently annoyed at their failure to receive an invitation, surrounded Don Abel's residence and fired upon the dancers. A pitched battle then ensued, in which 2 men were killed and 2 seriously wounded. The occurrence called forth the following curiously worded comment in the next morning's Star. Quote, "Men hack one another to pieces with pistols and other cutlery, as if God's image were of no more worth than the life of one of the 2,000 or 3,000 dogs that prowl about our streets." End quote. Of the primitiveness of the courts and city government of that time, there is humorous and ample evidence. Probably no better illustration can be given, however, than a municipal ordinance enacted March 8, 1852, when Manuel Requena was president of the Common Council and B.D. Wilson was the mayor. It read as follows, quote, "All persons who may find it necessary to wash articles of any kind near the habitable portions of the city will do it in the water canal that runs from the little river, but will be careful to place their board or washer on the outer edge of the canal, by which means, although they use the water, yet the washings from the dirty articles are not permitted, under any pretense, to again mix with water intended for drinking purposes. The infraction of this ordinance will subject the delinquent to a fine, which shall not pass $3, at the discretion of the mayor." End quote. The population of Los Angeles was composed mainly of three races: Indians, Mexicans, and Americans. But the lines of social cleavage did not follow this racial division. The better class Americans and the wealthier Mexican families were closely associated in control of the city's political, business, and social life. The poorer Mexicans and a rough American element came next in the scale, while lowest of all were the Indian laborers. Gambling dens and saloons operated without restraint, and neither San Francisco nor the worst of the mining camps furnished a more fertile field for vice than Los Angeles. A short street, leading from the plaza to Aliso Street, and known to fame as Calle de los Negros, or Nigger Alley, constituted the center of the city's wickedness. The only houses on it were brothels, saloons, and gambling halls. Murder and robbery were almost nightly occurrence in this notoriously evil street, but no one ever thought of bringing the criminals to justice. The Indian laborers came to town each Saturday night to spend their week's pay for liquor, or to lose it in any one of a number of equally unfruitful ways. How many of these poor unfortunates were murdered in the dives of Nigger Alley, or died in drunken brawls, or perished as a result of unbridled debauchery, poisoned drink, cannot be known. But one has only to read the brief newspaper notices of such deaths by violence and disease to understand the rapid disappearance of the Indian population from Los Angeles County. It is one of the tragic episodes in California history. Crime and violence, however, were not confined to Nigger Alley, or indulged in solely at the expense of the hapless Indians, for the whole of Southern California, like the rest of the state, suffered seriously from lawlessness and disorder during these rough years of adjustment and changing conditions. Human life at this period was about the cheapest thing in Los Angeles, says one who lived through this exciting period. Murder and robbery were the commonest of the major crimes, and were due in large part to drunkenness, the universal practice of carrying arms, and the general unsettled state of society. A definite criminal element, consisting chiefly of renegade Mexicans, also existed in Los Angeles, and after the first vigilante movement in San Francisco, this class received considerable reinforcement from the undesirables driven down out of the north. The law, unfortunately, did little to punish even the most notorious offenders, with the inevitable result that always follows such a failure. Crime increased at such an alarming rate that the people themselves undertook at last to administer justice with a hangman's noose. The Star of September 27, 1851, printed this pointed interrogation, quote, "During the past year, no less than 31 murders have been committed in the city of Los Angeles and its vicinity, and who today can name one instance in which a murderer has been punished?" End quote. 2 weeks later, the same editor published the following indictment of the county officials. Quote, "The deputy sheriff has handed us a list of 44 homicides which have been committed in this county within the last 15 months. With very few exceptions, the perpetrators of the murders remain undiscovered. No person has been convicted, and if we are correctly informed, there has been but one person tried for murder since the county was organized, and the defendant was acquitted." End quote. Prisoners confined in the city jail were nearly always able to escape with the aid of friends or through the connivance of the guard. and in the case of at least one notorious criminal, a Mexican named Camarillo, the obliging jailer himself furnished the necessary tools with which the prisoner dug his way to freedom. Such conditions could not long be endured by the respectable citizens of the county. So in 1852, when a prominent American named Bean was held up and murdered not far from San Gabriel, a citizens' committee took the punishment of the criminals into their own hands and shortly afterward hanged 3 men suspected of the act. Later, the committee expressed some regret when they discovered that one of these was innocent. Many of the most atrocious crimes during the first few years of the decade were committed by regularly organized bands of desperados, most of which were Mexican in membership. One of the earliest of these bandit organizations was led by Solomon Pico. Beginning its operations in 1851, this band for months terrorized the highways and smaller settlements within a radius of several hundred miles of Los Angeles. A little later, the famous Joaquin Murrieta, of whom fiction and romance have made a sort of California Robin Hood, began to favor Southern California as well as the Sierra mining camps with his attentions. So dangerous did this young Mexican and his cutthroat followers ultimately become that the Committee on Military Affairs of the state legislature voted a reward of $5,000 for his capture, dead or alive. A minority of the committee, however, objected to the reward on the ground that it might tempt unscrupulous and unprincipled men to palm off by purchased evidence the head of another for that of Joaquin, and thus defraud the state treasury. Besides, the objection continued, the danger of mistaking the identity of individuals in this country is very common. The $5,000 reward, however, was at last offered, and after an unparalleled career of daring and crime, covering almost the entire state, Murrieta was run to earth and killed near the Tejon Pass by a small company of rangers under command of Captain Love. Murrieta's head and the hand of one of his chief lieutenants, called Three-Fingered Jack, were pickled in alcohol for purposes of identification, and afterwards auctioned off at a sheriff's sale for $36. The relics were eventually sold for $100 to a merchant known as Natchez, who, having sold a great many revolvers in the lifetime of the bandit for his destruction, now proposed to use the head as a drawing card in his show window. The year 1854 was one of the worst in the criminal annals of the South. Los Angeles City alone, it is said, averaged 1 homicide a day for every day of the year. The citizens organized a company of rangers under command of A.W. Hope and set to work to remedy the intolerable situation. As a result of their activities, quote, the gallows tree on Fort Hill bore gruesome fruit, and the beams over corral gates were sometimes festooned with the hangman's noose. In less than a year, 22 criminals, bandits, murderers, and thieves were hung in accordance with the law or without the law, whichever was most convenient or most expeditious, and more than twice that number expatriated themselves for the country's good and their own. End quote. Yet despite such heroic measures, the 2 years succeeding showed little, if any, improvement over 1854. The Southern Californian of March 7, 1855, carried this brief notice, quote, last Sunday night was a brisk night for killing. 4 men were shot and killed, and several wounded in a shooting affray. End quote. Roads were unsafe because of regularly organized companies of highwaymen who robbed and murdered almost at will. Chief of these was a band of Mexicans, fully 100 in number, led by Juan Flores and Pancho Daniel. For more than a year, this band operated almost unmolested. In January 1857, Sheriff James R. Barton of Los Angeles set out with a small posse to arrest certain of the Flores Daniel bandits who had murdered a storekeeper at San Juan Capistrano. Though warned against an ambuscade, Barton and his men were trapped by the outlaws and all but 2 of their number killed. This so aroused public sentiment that at least 200 men, including a large company of native Californians led by Andres Pico, set out to break up the band. A number of the outlaws were killed outright. Some were captured and hanged on the spot. At least 52 others were lodged in the Los Angeles jail. 11 of these, among whom was the 22-year-old Juan Flores himself, were later executed. Pancho Daniel temporarily escaped the fate of his companions, but he was later arrested near San Jose and, after some delays, hanged by outraged citizens. Another menace to life and property was the frequent Indian raids with which the southern ranches were threatened during the pioneer 50s. Crossing from the Colorado River, bands of these marauders slipped through the Cajon Pass and drove off the cattle and horses of the Mormons at San Bernardino. Settlers were frequently killed in these attacks, and more than once the little colony was in danger of being exterminated. Other bands of Paiutes made a specialty of stealing horses from the large ranches nearer Los Angeles. The stolen animals were driven back into the desert or mountainous regions east of the Sierras, where they were killed and eaten in keeping with the custom of the horse thief Indians of the San Joaquin in earlier days. A small tribe, inhabiting the mountains between Owens Lake and the headwaters of the Kern, were especially active in these depredations and won for themselves an evil reputation among the harassed ranchers. So severe became the losses from this source that in the month of March 1853, Pio Pico alone lost 500 horses from his Santa Margarita ranch. Posses, of course, were organized to pursue the raiders, and in some cases a large number of the stolen animals were recovered. Pitched battles often occurred, and though the Indians generally suffered severely in these encounters, the pursuing party seldom came off unharmed. In 1856, an ominous riot, commonly spoken of as the Great Mob, broke out in Los Angeles and threatened to develop into a serious race war between the turbulent Mexican element of the population and the American residents, who had organized a vigilance or citizens committee to check the growth of crime. The trouble arose over the killing of a Mexican prisoner by a deputy constable named Jenkins. An angry crowd of Californians and Mexicans gathered on a hill behind the Plaza Church, and as the marshal was seeking to reconnoiter their position with a handful of men, shot him to death. The mob then marched to the plaza, but broke up before the Citizens Committee attempted to disperse them. The situation for a time, however, seemed so grave that the Americans in Los Angeles sent an appeal to El Monte for aid. 36 men were sent by this little community as reinforcements. The city remained under guard for several days, during which time the most intense excitement prevailed. The year of 1856, described by the Pacific Sentinel as a strange, curious, excitable, volcanic, hot, windy, dusty, thirsty, murdering, bloody, lynching, robbing, thieving season, and the early months of 1857 seemed to have marked the climax of lawlessness and crime in Southern California. Yet the successful enforcement of law and the orderly functioning of the courts came but slowly, and as late as 1863, 7 men, one of whom alone was known to have killed 6 persons, were lynched in Los Angeles during a single month. As remarked elsewhere in this chapter, during these early years, social conditions in Los Angeles were extremely primitive. In this, they were typical of all Southern California. Business life in the 50s was conducted in much the same leisurely fashion that had characterized the old days when Los Angeles was a Mexican pueblo. The city, with an abundance of land inherited from the original grant of the Spanish crown, sought for 2 years with poor success to dispose of 35-acre tracts in what is now the main business section at the exorbitant price of $1 an acre. The plaza, as in the period of Spanish-Mexican rule, still remained the center of civic activities. From it radiated most of the principal businesses and residential streets of the little pueblo. These were unpaved, poorly lighted at night, and filled with all manner of unsightly rubbish. The city's water supply came from the Los Angeles River in an open ditch, or zanja, and on its course through the town collected impurities of every kind. There were no banks in the town, and much of the small change in circulation was of foreign origin. Merchants generally closed their shops during the slack hours of the day, either to go home for meals or to indulge in a friendly game of cards with some competitor. Quote, "To provide a substitute for a table in these games," wrote one of the contemporaries of that day, "the window sill of a thick adobe wall was used, the visitor seating himself on a box or barrel on the outside, while the host within at the window would make himself equally comfortable." End quote. Much of the business of the merchants was done with the better class native families who lived on the ranches surrounding the pueblo. Travel was still largely on horseback or by the old solid-wheel ox carts known as carretas. The picturesque arrival of one of these lumbering vehicles is thus described by a pioneer chronicler. Quote, "The sharp squeaking of the carreta, however, while penetrating and disagreeable in the extreme, served a purpose, after all, as the signal that a buyer was approaching town, for the vehicle was likely to have on board one or even two good-sized families of women and children, and the keenest expectation of our little business world was consequently aroused, bringing merchants and clerks to the front of their stores. A couple of oxen, by means of ropes attached to their horns, pulled the carretas, while the men accompanied their families on horseback, and as the roving oxen were inclined to leave the road, one of the riders, wielding a long pointed stick, was kept busy moving from side to side, prodding the wandering animals and thus holding them to the highway. Following these carretas there were always from 25 to 50 dogs, barking and howling as if mad. Some of the carretas had awnings and other tasteful trimmings, and those who could afford it spent a great deal of money on saddles and bridles. Each caballero was supplied with a riata, sometimes locally spelled riata, or leathern rope, one end of which was tied around the neck of the horse, while the other, coiled and tied to the saddle when not in use, was held by the horseman when he went into a house or store. For hitching posts were unknown, with the natural result that there were many runaways. When necessary, the riata was lowered to the level of the ground to accommodate passers-by. Riders were always provided with one or two pistols, to say nothing of the knife, which was frequently a part of the armament, and I have seen even sabers suspended from the saddles." End quote. With the exception of Los Angeles, there were few towns of any importance south of Monterey. San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara were but little changed either in population or in any other particular from the days of the old California regime. San Diego, even with a remarkable natural harbor, grew but slowly. Aside from a premature attempt by William Heath Davis to move the town to its present site, and occasional Indian attacks on nearby ranches, there was little to record in the city's annals. Footnote: this was in 1850. At one time, there were really 3 San Diegos: Old Town, Middle Town, and New Town. The last named, where Davis built his wharf and attempted to found a city, is the site of the modern San Diego. End footnote. The prospect of a Pacific Railroad, so often predicted and so long postponed, brought about momentary bursts of excitement, but otherwise business and life went on their unhurried and uneventful way. Nearer Los Angeles, 3 new communities were established before 1860. The first of these was founded by a Mormon colony in 1851 on a tract of land not far from the Cajon Pass. This town, laid out somewhat like the city of Salt Lake, was divided into 8-acre blocks with open irrigating ditches running parallel with the streets. The settlement was called San Bernardino and soon grew to be a thriving agricultural center. The town was also important because of the strategic position it occupied relative to the overland trade with Salt Lake. About the same time that San Bernardino was founded, a company of Texans established themselves on the east bank of the San Gabriel River, some 12 miles from Los Angeles. The settlement was known as Monte or El Monte. It never grew to large size, but its inhabitants very early acquired an enviable reputation for success in agriculture, unanimous loyalty to the Democratic Party, and an enthusiastic readiness to hang suspended criminals. In 1857, a German settlement known as Anaheim was established about 25 miles southeast of Los Angeles, on a large tract of land lying close to the Santa Ana River, from which the colony derived its water for irrigation. Quote, "The colonists," says one writer, "were a curious mixture, 2 or 3 carpenters, 4 blacksmiths, 3 watchmakers, a brewer, an engraver, a shoemaker, a poet, a miller, a bookbinder, 2 or 3 merchants, a hatter, and a musician." End quote. But in spite of this medley of professions, the colony flourished almost from the beginning, and for many years its name was almost a synonym for prosperity and industry throughout the South. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. California and Sonora, the Day of the Filibuster. The annexation of California and New Mexico in 1848 represented only a partial realization of the territorial ambitions of American expansionists. During the negotiation of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, a vigorous party had sought the acquisition of the whole of Mexico, and a somewhat more conservative group had urged the absorption of the states of Coahuila, Chihuahua, Sonora, and Lower California. Footnote. It is highly probable that only the political rivalries and the dispute over slavery in which American politics were then involved prevented the annexation of these 4 states. End of footnote. The American expansionists did not immediately abandon their ambitions with the ratification of the treaty. Rather, they looked upon the boundary fixed by that agreement as only a temporary stopping place in the southward progress of the United States. Manifest destiny still called for the further extension of American democracy, American institutions, and American rule. Conditions in Mexico after 1848 were also such as to invite interference from the outside. The central government was torn by frequent revolutions, chronically bankrupt, and on the verge of anarchy. So hopeless was the outlook that thoughtful American and European observers generally agreed that some form of foreign intervention could alone prevent the complete disintegration of the nation. Footnote. As an illustration of this attitude, Senator Houston of Texas proposed to the 34th Congress the establishment of a United States protectorate over Mexico. The object of this measure, as he said, quote, "was not to increase our dominions, but to improve our neighborhood." End quote. End of footnote. Conditions in the frontier provinces of northern Mexico were especially the object of American concern during these years. Almost abandoned by the federal government, distracted by factional struggles for the control of local offices, harassed and kept in constant dread by Indian forays, the inhabitants of these outlying states were ready for almost any change that promised security and peace. The extension of American control over the sparsely settled and harassed territory across the border was not the most illogical method of solving its many problems. The view of many Americans toward these Mexican border states was clearly set forth in 1848 by an American physician attached to Colonel Doniphan's expedition. In his Memoir of a Tour, Dr. Wistlessness wrote, quote, "The greatest part of this territory has never been occupied or even explored by the Mexicans, and the thin population in the settled parts of it proves that they never had put any great value on it. The greater inducements which the south of Mexico offered on account of mines, climate, commerce, etc., have concentrated there the 7 or 8 millions of inhabitants that compose the Mexican nation, allowing but a small portion of them for the northern provinces. 1/2 of this northern territory may in fact be a desert and entirely worthless for agriculture. But to a great commercial nation like the United States, with new states springing up on the Pacific, it will nevertheless be valuable for the new connections that it would open with the Pacific, for the great mineral resources of the country, and for its peculiar adaptation for stock raising. Mexico itself would lose very little by the states composing this territory, as they always have been more of a burden to it than a source of revenue. all the connections which heretofore has existed between Mexico and those states was that the general government taxed them as highly as they would submit to, which was never very great, and dragged them as far as possible into the revolutionary vortex in which the south of Mexico was constantly whirling. But it never afforded them any protection against hostile Indians, never stopped their internal strifes, or never promoted the spread of intellect or industry. In short, it heaped, instead of blessing, all the curses of the worst kind of government upon them. Policy as well as humanity demands, in my humble opinion, such an extension of the area of freedom for mankind. If deserts and mountain chains are wanted as the best barriers between states, this line affords both these advantages by the Bolson de Mapimi in the east and the extensive Sierra Madre in the west. On the Gulf of California, the important harbor of Guaymas would fall above that line. What sort of communication between Guaymas and the Rio Grande might be considered the best, a closer exploration of the country must decide. But a railroad would most likely in the course of years connect the Rio Grande with the harbor, and give new thoroughfare from the Atlantic to the Pacific for commerce as well as for the emigration to California and Oregon. The distance from Laredo to Guaymas in a straight line is about 770 miles. The plan of such a railroad, even if the height of the Sierra Madre in the west would not allow it to be carried in a straight line to the Pacific, but from Chihuahua in a northwestern direction to the Gila, would therefore be less chimerical than the much-talked-of Great Western Railroad from the Mississippi to the Columbia River, and if the above-mentioned country should be attached to the United States, we may in less than 10 years see such a project realized. This boundary line would at the same time allow an easy defense. Proper military stations at the Rio Grande and near the Gulf of California would secure the terminating points of that line. Some fortifications erected in the mountain passes of the Sierra Madre, where but one main road connects the state of Chihuahua with the south of Mexico, would prevent invasions from that direction, and some smaller forts in the interior would be sufficient to check and control the wild Indians." End quote. Thus, with a certain measure of public opinion in the United States favorable to further expansion at the expense of Mexico, and with the frontier provinces of that country almost defenseless and apparently ready for revolt, it is not to be wondered at that filibustering movements became the order of the day. As might have been expected, the most important of these found their origin in California. Here the disturbed conditions of society furnished a fruitful soil for reckless undertakings of every kind, and men were ready for any enterprise in which lay the promise of profit and excitement. Because of its proximity, unusually rich mineral resources, and rumored antagonism to the central government, Sonora became the natural objective of the California filibusters. It is to be supposed, also, that the leaders of these movements saw a striking likeness in the case of Sonora to the situation presented by California in the early 40s. Both territories were rich in undeveloped natural resources. Both suffered from revolution and disturbed political conditions. Both were neglected by the central government. It is true that Sonora always maintained a closer connection with Mexico City than did California, possessed a larger native population, and was less consistently disloyal. On the other hand, her inhabitants had suffered much more severely from Indian attacks and were apparently almost as ready for some form of intervention in 1850 as the Californians were 5 years before. To conquer the state outright, or to plant American colonies along its frontier, which in time might bring about a movement for independence, consequently became the ambition of more than one adventurous California leader. The first expedition to Sonora were led not by Americans, however, but by Frenchmen. There were many representatives of this nationality in California in the 50s. Some of these had been attracted to the coast by the prospect of the gold fields. Some came to take advantage of the commercial opportunities offered by the new state. Others had been driven over by the upheavals of French politics in the years succeeding the Revolution of 1848. Among this large French element, naturally enough,
were adventurers of many sorts. Not finding conditions in California altogether to their liking, a number of the more restless of these turned to Mexico as a field of larger opportunities. The first Sonoran expedition of any importance was composed of about 150 French recruits under the command of the Marquis Charles de Pendray. The latter has been described as a man of noble family, handsome, courageous, gifted with gigantic strength, and very much of a prodigal. As a matter of fact, however, it is doubtful if Pendray's expedition should be classified as a filibustering venture at all. He and his men seemingly had no ambition to stir up a revolt against Mexican sovereignty, but proposed merely to open the rich mining territory in what is now southern Arizona and northern Sonora. In return for certain land and mineral concessions in this frontier area, they were under obligation to establish a number of semi-military colonies to defend the unfortunate inhabitants of Sonora from the devastating attacks of Apache and other Indian tribes. The expedition reached Guaymas on December 26, 1851. Here they were greeted with the greatest enthusiasm by the Mexican inhabitants, and obtained considerable quantities of supplies and ammunition, as well as the promise of financial support from the local authorities. At Arizpe, one of the chief cities of the state, Pendray met the governor and other officials who assured him of their heartiest cooperation in his undertaking. The march from Arizpe toward the northern frontier, however, was anything but a holiday affair. Privation and danger led to disagreement and insubordination. At last Pendray was taken sick in one of the little settlements of northern Sonora, and there either killed himself in a fit of despondency or died at the hands of one of his disgruntled followers. This misfortune ended the expedition. The dispirited survivors either straggled back to the seacoast or found an opportunity to enlist in another expedition, also led by one of their countrymen, which shortly afterward made its appearance in Sonora. This second French enterprise was of much greater magnitude than the Pendray undertaking. The leader of the expedition was an adventurous nobleman, small of stature, decayed in fortune, but full of courage and enthusiasm, known as Count Rousset Bourbon. Whatever may have been Rousset's later intentions, this first expedition was apparently organized as a bona fide mining and colonizing scheme. Dillon, the French consul at San Francisco, was one of the original backers of the venture, and largely through his influence, Rousset was led to lay his plans in person before the Mexican government. In Mexico City, Rousset received a cordial reception from President Arista and also obtained the enthusiastic support of Lavoisier, the French minister. Here he organized a company known as La Restauradora and obtained for it a concession for the development of the mineral deposits lying south of the Gila River in what was then the northern Sonora. The important banking house of Jecker and Company agreed to finance the undertaking in return for 50% of the company's grant. Rousset, on his part, engaged to equip an expedition of 150 men, establish a defense against the Indians on the Sonora frontier, and open up the valuable mineral resources which the country was said to possess. President Arista and two leading officials of Sonora, named Aguilar and Cubillas, were also to share in the profits of the enterprise. When Rousset returned to San Francisco, he had no difficulty in securing the required number of volunteers for his company, and on June 1, 1852, landed at Guaymas with 260 men. Here, however, unforeseen difficulties awaited him. The British house of Baron Forbes and Company were stirring up opposition to the plans of the Compañía Restauradora in order that they themselves might obtain the concessions which Rousset had secured from the Mexican government. The contest which ensued was simply the familiar story of two rival foreign companies in Mexico, each seeking to profit from a coveted concession by promised rewards to Mexican officials. In this struggle for political favoritism, the Restauradora's rivals succeeded in enlisting the support of the military governor of Sonora, General Blanco. Under various pretexts,
Blanco succeeded in delaying Rousset's advance to the interior, and when he finally gave permission for the expedition to proceed, it was only that he might still more seriously embarrass it before it reached the Arizona mines. The climax came in August, when the company was encamped on the Altar River in northern Sonora. Here, Rousset received a message from Blanco which compelled him either to defy the governor's authority or to abandon the entire enterprise. In Blanco's communication, the French commander was ordered to choose one of three courses. His men might renounce their French citizenship and sign as Mexican soldiers under Blanco's command. They might obtain proper passports from the city of Mexico, allowing them to enter the Arizona territory, but conferring upon them no right to denounce mineral properties. Or they might reduce their number to 50 men and, under the direction of a Mexican leader, proceed to carry out the plans of the Restauradora. Blanco's orders were interpreted by Rousset as an unwarranted cancellation of the terms of the concession he had received direct from the central government. It was a question, then, whether he should obey a state official and sacrifice all he hoped to acquire for himself and his associates, or rely upon the authority of the federal administration and defy the local governor. The choice was not difficult, especially as Rousset was convinced that Blanco was acting in the interests of his English rivals. Up to this time, the expedition had about it none of the earmarks of a filibustering enterprise, but from now on it began to assume the characteristics of such a movement. Rousset's next step was to appeal to the inhabitants of northern Sonora to join him against the Blanco government. Receiving some measure of support from the Apache-ridden districts in which he was encamped, he next prepared a flag for an independent state and started to march against Blanco's headquarters at Hermosillo. The attack on this city, garrisoned by some 1,200 men, was made by a beggarly force of 240 Frenchmen. As Rousset's command approached the town, the prefect sent a deputation offering a considerable sum of money if the French would retire without bringing on an engagement. Rousset's answer was slightly melodramatic. Holding his watch in hand, he replied, "It is now 8 o'clock. In 2 hours I shall attack the city. At 11 o'clock I shall be master of it. Go tell this to your prefect." Due to Rousset's impetuous leadership and the savage enthusiasm of his followers, half of whom were heroes and half bandits, this pledge was almost literally fulfilled. A short, sharp skirmish drove the defenders out of their positions and gave the city into Rousset's hands. His loss was 17 killed and 23 wounded, against 200 killed and wounded among the Blanco forces. The capture of Hermosillo marked the climax of Rousset's career. Seriously ill and weighted down by the responsibilities of an undertaking which had suddenly changed from a peaceful colonizing enterprise to a victorious military campaign, the French leader was in no position to press forward for the conquest of the state, if indeed at the time he had any actual ambition to carry out such a program. By an agreement with the new governor of Sonora, Gandara, Rousset agreed to evacuate Hermosillo provided his men might retire unmolested to the seacoast. Once at Guaymas, most of the expedition were glad to return to San Francisco. Thither the leader himself sailed after some months of convalescence at Mazatlan. Rousset, however, by no means abandoned his Sonora ambitions with the dissolution of his first expedition. His countrymen, Dillon and Lavoisier, who had backed him in the Restauradora enterprise, again urged him to go to the city of Mexico and secure the permission of the central government for the establishment of a French colony on the frontier. Santa Anna had succeeded to the presidency and was reported to be much in favor of such an enterprise. Accordingly, Rousset again made his appearance in the Mexican capital, and after some negotiations secured Santa Anna's consent to the establishment of a colony of 500 French citizens in northern Sonora, to better serve as a barrier against the Indian forays. Before the details of the concession could be arranged, however, the Mexican dictator and the volatile Frenchman had a serious falling out, and Rousset returned to San Francisco with the brand of an outlaw fastened upon him. But in no sense discouraged by the hostility of the Mexican government, Rousay set about the organization of the Sonoran expedition. Though at first he met with very poor success, fate at last played directly into his hands. When prospects were most discouraging, the attack of William Walker upon Lower California aroused Santa Anna's apprehensions against the American advance into Sonora, and as the only means of offsetting this danger, the Mexican dictator fell back upon the plan of establishing a French colony on the frontier. To carry out this measure, Luis de Valle, the Mexican consul at San Francisco, was instructed by his government to enlist a maximum of 5,000 Frenchmen in California for the Sonora colony. These were to be sent down to Guaymas at public expense, and after a year's service would receive a grant of land from the Mexican government. Del Valle carried his instructions to the French consul, Dillon, who in turn enlisted the support of Rousay. As a result of the combined efforts of the three, some 800 Frenchmen were enrolled for the enterprise. The British ship Challenge was chartered to transport the expedition down the coast. But before she could sail, certain United States officials at San Francisco had taken a hand in the game, libeled the Challenge, and indicted the Mexican consul for a violation of the neutrality laws. After some legal maneuvering, the Challenge, with her passenger list reduced by half, was allowed to depart. Some weeks later, Rousseau quietly sailed out of San Francisco with a handful of companions in a schooner of less than 10 tons burden. After trying hardships, including shipwreck on the island of Santa Margarita, he at last reached Guaymas, only to find that most of his countrymen who had preceded him very lukewarm toward any attack against Mexican authority. Nor did Rousay's attempt to induce Yáñez, the Mexican commander, to join with him in a revolt against Santa Anna meet with any better success. With a few of the French contingent more venturesome or less sensible than the rest, Rousay next planned to drive the Mexican forces from the city. But a quixotic sense of modesty kept him from taking personal command of the attack. Less than 200 Frenchmen engaged in the affray, and most of them were badly demoralized at first fire. All of Rousay's bravery and exhortations could not check the rout. The filibusters were scattered, and many of them killed. The remainder took refuge at the French consulate, where they had laid down their arms when the Mexican commander pledged himself to spare their lives. Rousay himself was included in this pledge. A score of times during the engagement he had courted death, and only when his followers fled like frightened sheep had he broken the blade of his sword in disgust and followed the mob to the shelter of the consul's office. Except in the case of Rousay, the Mexican commander kept his promise of immunity to the French prisoners. But due in part to the treachery of the French consul, Calvo, the unfortunate leader was excluded from the general amnesty and received the sentence of death at the hands of a military court. The execution took place at 6 o'clock on the morning of August 12, 1854. The bravery and composure of Rousay, who secured the special favor of facing his executioners unblindfolded, so unnerved the soldiers who composed the firing squad that their shots failed to reach a vital spot, and a second volley was required to complete the execution. With Rousay's death, the French ambitions in Sonora, for a time, came to an end. Soon after Rousay's execution, an expedition, undisguisedly filibustering in its character, was set on foot against Sonora by way of Lower California. This was led by the redoubtable William Walker, in some respects the most inveterate filibuster the United States has yet produced. Walker was born in Nashville, Tennessee, the son of a Scotch banker. He received a very thorough university training and also spent some time in European travel. He later began his professional career as a physician, but soon took up the study of the law and afterwards turned to journalism as a more congenial occupation. In 1849, Walker came to California, and for some time maintained a connection with the San Francisco Herald. In 1851, he went to Marysville, where he formed a law partnership with Colonel Henry P. Watkins, the nephew of Henry Clay. While thus engaged, Walker and a few companions met at Auburn, California, and talked over a plan similar to that proposed by Roger Bourbon of establishing a colony on the frontiers of Sonora. One may reasonably conclude, however, that the political features of this enterprise were more attractive to the Marysville lawyer than the prospect of material gain. 2 representatives were sent to Guaymas to obtain the necessary concession for the establishment of the colony, and perhaps to sound out the Sonora governor regarding a more ambitious plan of independence. But these agents accomplished nothing. First, because Rouse had already preempted the field, and second, because the San Francisco capitalists, who were backing the enterprise, withdrew their support on account of changed political conditions in the Mexican capital. Not long after this fruitless mission, Walker resolved to go to Guaymas to spy out the land on his own account. At this time, there was little about the future filibuster to mark him as a popular leader. He was a taciturn, reticent man who would often sit for an hour in company without opening his lips. As much as possible, he kept himself apart from men and appeared indifferent to their opinions. Physically, too, he was poorly equipped to appeal to the popular imagination. He was below the average in height and weighed not much over 100 pounds. A contemporary described him as, quote, a small, red-haired, white-eyed man, freckle-faced, slow of speech, very observant, rather visionary, but possessed of a species of perseverance which is most uncommon. His courage is unquestioned, and although one of the most modest men in his manners, he is as bold as a lion in his measures. End quote. On his visit to Guaymas, Walker met with a suspicion bordering upon open hostility from the Mexican officials, nor did his appearance greatly commend itself to their admiration. An American named Warren, who was there at the time, thus described his peculiar costume. Quote, his head was surmounted by a huge white fur hat, whose long nap waved with the breeze, which, together with a very ill-made, short-waisted blue coat with gilt buttons and a pair of gray, strapless pantaloons, made up the ensemble of as unprepossessing-looking a person as one would meet in a day's walk. I will leave you to imagine the figure he cut in Guaymas, with the thermometer at 100 degrees when everyone else was arrayed in white. End quote. Before the close of Walker's stay at Guaymas, there was evidence of a more friendly attitude on the part of the Mexican governor, but Walker refused to meet his advances and returned to San Francisco intent upon another plan of operations. This, in brief, involved an advance against Sonora by way of Lower California. After considerable difficulties with the United States government officials at San Francisco, Walker succeeded in putting to sea in the brig Caroline, having on board some 45 men belonging to the 1st Independence Battalion, as the expedition was bravely called. The Caroline arrived at the harbor of La Paz, where Cortes had established his short-lived colony more than 300 years before, early in November 1853. Here Walker's men effected a landing without opposition. They next proceeded to seize the governor, Espinosa, haul down the Mexican flag, and proclaim the Republic of Lower California. After a brief stay at La Paz, the expedition embarked for a new field of conquest. Before quitting the harbor for good, however, a detachment of Walker's men engaged in a small skirmish with the La Paz citizens, and about the same time he seized another governor who had been sent from Mexico to succeed Espinosa. After a brief stop at Cape San Lucas, the Caroline continued up the coast until she reached the harbor of Ensenada. Here Walker made his headquarters and proceeded to organize his new government. One of the first steps in this process was to issue the appended declaration justifying his course of action to the American people. Quote, in declaring the Republic of Lower California free, sovereign, and independent, wrote Walker, I deem it proper to give the people of the United States the reasons for the course I have taken. The Mexican government has for a long time failed to perform its duties to the province of Lower California. Cut off as the territory was by the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo from all direct communication with the rest of Mexico, the central authorities have maintained little or no interest in the affairs of the California Peninsula. The geographical position of the province is such as to make it entirely separate and distinct in its interests from the other portions of the Mexican Republic. But the moral and social ties which bound it to Mexico have been even weaker and more dissoluble than the physical. Hence, to develop the resources of Lower California and to effect a proper social organization therein, it was necessary to make it independent. On such considerations have I and my companions in arms acted in the course we have pursued, and for the success of our enterprise we put our trust in Him who controls the destiny of nations and guides them in the ways of progress and improvement. William Walker, President of the Republic of Lower California." End quote. The government which Walker established consisted of the following officials: William Walker, President; Frederick Emory, Secretary of State; John M. Jernigan, Secretary of War; Howard H. Snow, Secretary of the Navy; and Charles H. Gilman, Captain of the Battalion; and William P. Mann, Captain of the Navy. While Walker was thus occupied in Lower California, his partner Watkins was busy organizing reinforcements in San Francisco. The brig Anita was chartered to carry the men down the coast, and in order to avoid detention by the authorities, some measure of secrecy was maintained in the preparation. On December 7th, everything was in readiness and the actual work of embarkation began. It was carried out with more than usual dispatch, if the following account is to be relied upon. Quote, "About halfway down from Front Street, a door was thrown open, and as if by magic, drays and carts made their appearance. Files of men sprung out and passed quantities of powder from the shore, besides ammunition of all kinds. A detachment stood guard the while in utter silence, and the movements were made with such celerity that the observer could scarcely perceive how and where the articles made their appearance." End quote. The arrival of the Anita at Ensenada brought Walker both relief and difficulties. The reinforcements were badly needed, for already Walker had engaged in a serious skirmish with the Mexican forces. But the Anita had scant supplies on board, and the problem of securing food was rendered all the more acute by the 100 additional soldiers who must now be fed. An attack upon a notorious Mexican bandit named Menendez enabled Walker to secure a considerable number of cattle, and the flesh of these, with a little corn, constituted the sole provisions of the company. Necessity and choice alike now drove Walker to proceed with the real purpose of the expedition, namely the invasion of Sonora. As a preliminary to the actual conquest, he proclaimed the establishment of a new government called the Republic of Sonora. Lower California and Sonora were the states of the new republic, and a flag with 2 stars was unfurled as its emblem. Walker announced himself the President of the Republic, and Watkins became its Vice President. The conquest of Sonora, however, proved much more difficult than the proclamation of the Republic. Discontent and desertion seriously reduced the effectiveness of Walker's force. The activities of United States officials in California prevented the sending of badly needed reinforcements from that quarter. Supplies and provisions were almost exhausted, and the inhabitants of Lower California were becoming increasingly hostile to the American interlopers. Walker planned to advance against Sonora by crossing the peninsula of Lower California and then rounding the head of the Gulf. A more difficult and inhospitable route can scarcely be imagined. Mountains, desert, and the broad waters of the Colorado all alike offered formidable obstacles to the struggling handful of men who attempted the march. Worn out and in rags, the company reached the river early in April. In seeking to ford the Colorado, most of the cattle were drowned, thus leaving the invading army with almost no source of food. Even Walker, though now actually in Sonora, saw the hopelessness of further conquest. Half his men deserted and straggled northward to Fort Yuma. The remnant turned back over the weary route they had come, and on April 17th reached the small town of San Vicente, where a garrison of 25 men had been left at the beginning of the Sonora campaign. This garrison had been destroyed by the bandit forces of Menendez, and the latter now began to threaten the reduced company under Walker with the same fate. The filibusters therefore turned their dispirited steps toward the American border, and though constantly menaced by the irregular troops under Menendez, succeeded in reaching the safety of American soil without having to face a serious engagement. The border was crossed May 8, 1854, at a point close to the modern Mexican resort of Tijuana. Walker's army at this time consisted of 33 men. They were sent north to San Francisco, where in June their leader was brought to trial for violation of the neutrality laws of the United States. After deliberating for 8 minutes, the jury returned a verdict of not guilty. So far as Mexican territory was concerned, this ended Walker's career as a filibuster. For a time, he resumed his profession of journalism and also played an active part in California politics as a member of the Broderick wing of the Democratic Party. Footnote: this was the anti-slavery wing of that party. The old-time view that the filibustering expeditions against Mexican territory were for the purpose of extending slavery is untenable. End footnote. A year later, however, his dreams of empire again drove him to re-enter the dangerous calling in which he had served his apprenticeship in Lower California. On May 4, 1855, Walker once more sailed out of the Golden Gate, bent on great deeds and high emprise. His goal was the troubled Republic of Nicaragua. Here he was destined to meet with a full tale of adventure, experience countless vicissitudes of fortune, and eventually realize to some extent the restless ambitions to which he had surrendered his career. Success, however, was only fleeting. On the morning of September 12, 1860, William Walker, freebooter, pirate, soldier of fortune, and international outlaw, as he was variously called, was led out of the little Honduran town of Trujillo as a prisoner. Just beyond the town, in an angle of an abandoned fort, erect and unafraid, he was shot to death by a firing squad. Perhaps this was the fate Walker deserved, but wonders what his judgment history would have passed upon him if his dreams had become realities, even as one wonders what place Sam Houston would hold today if the Texas Revolution had been a failure. Following Walker's fiasco in Lower California, one other Californian sought to carry through the familiar plan of establishing an American colony in Sonora. The leader in the enterprise was Henry A. Crabb, one of Walker's former schoolmates in Nashville, who had come to the coast in 1849. Crabb soon won for himself a respected name in Northern California and was elected to a number of important political positions. Through his marriage into a Spanish family, which had formerly owned large holdings in Sonora, Crabb became interested in the political and economic future of that harassed state. Footnote: Crabb's wife was a member of the Ainsa family, claiming descent from Juan Bautista de Anza, a pioneer explorer from Sonora to California. End footnote. In 1856, he organized a colonizing company and took some 50 persons from California into Sonora over the Los Angeles-Yuma Trail. On this visit, Crabb came in contact with Ignacio Pesqueira, the leader of one of the two rival political factions in the state. At that time, Pesqueira was involved in a revolution against the local government, headed by Gandara, and sought to enlist Crabb's aid in the effort to unseat his rival. Crabb was apparently won over by Pesqueira's representations, including a promise to seek Sonora's annexation to the United States, and returned to California with the idea of gathering together an expedition to carry out the undertaking. Early in 1857, he organized the Arizona Colonization Company and enlisted nearly 100 men in the enterprise. Many of these were gold seekers from the mines in Tuolumne County, and others were recruited in San Francisco. At least half a dozen were men of marked political prominence in the state. The expedition reached San Pedro on January 24th. They then marched overland to El Monte, where provisions, wagons, and horses were secured, and a few additional recruits enlisted from among the reckless Texas settlers who had made up the little community. Leaving El Monte, the company proceeded by way of San Gorgonio Pass in the Coachella Valleys to Fort Yuma. Here the company remained until March. Crabb then led his men, by this time a fairly well-disciplined force, into the little Sonoran town of Sonoita. Here he learned with some surprise that the Mexican officials were preparing to resist his advance, and that his colonizing enterprise was sure to be attended with some difficulty. The explanation of this unexpected Mexican hostility lay in Pesquiera's change in attitude. After Crabb's return to California from his first visit to Sonora, Pesquiera and Gandara had reconciled their differences and divided the spoils of office between them. Pesquiera, consequently, had no longer any use for Crabb's services, and feared lest his former relations with the American might prove a serious embarrassment if they became known. He therefore bent all his energies toward defeating the plans of the expedition and destroying those who composed it. Crabb, perhaps ignorant of Pesquiera's change of heart, or else regarding his expedition as a legitimate colonizing enterprise based on an established Mexican law, had difficulty in understanding the critical danger in which he and his men were now involved. Leaving Sonoita, the expedition began its march from the border, but near the town of Caborca they were fired upon by a party of Mexican troops lying in ambush. In a short time the entire company was fighting for its life in the narrow streets and adobe houses of the little pueblo. After several of his men had been killed and others severely wounded, Crabb sought terms of surrender. The Mexican commander, Gabilondo, promised the Americans a fair trial and agreed to furnish proper medical attention for their wounded. Crabb unwisely accepted these terms. His men, one by one, crossed the street from the American position to a church occupied by the Mexican forces. No sooner had they laid down their arms than they were securely bound and taken to the Mexican barracks. The surrender occurred about 11 o'clock on the night of April 6th. The next morning, the Americans were taken out in squads of 5 and 10 and mercilessly executed under Gabilondo's orders and at the instigation of Pesquiera. The details of the massacre are too barbarous to be repeated. For heartless cruelty, the incident is unsurpassed, even by the slaughter of the French at St. Augustine or the butchery of the Texans at Goliad. The bodies of the Americans were left unburied and subject to the most shameful and revolting treatment. Footnote. Only one of the party, a boy 14 years of age named Charles Evans, escaped. Other Americans, 2 of whom at least were on American soil, were seized and killed by Mexican troops after the Caborca massacre. End footnote. Crabb himself faced death as a gentleman should, as calmly and quietly as though he were going to a pleasant home. The Mexican commander had reserved for him a special form of execution. He was tied to a post with his hands raised above his head and his back to the Mexican troops. In this position, his body was riddled with nearly 100 balls. His head was then cut off and preserved in mezcal as a trophy of the occasion. Certain American historians have shown a peculiar tendency to applaud the massacre of American citizens at Caborca as a justifiable outburst of Mexican patriotism. Such an attitude is difficult to account for. Crabb and his men were not executed by patriots, driven to a terrible act of vengeance by a violation of their country's rights. The true explanation of the tragedy lies in Pesquiera's antagonism to the Ainsa family, with which Crabb was allied, and in his desire to restore his tarnished reputation and destroy those whose testimony might convict him of traitorous dealings. John Forsyth, American minister to Mexico at the time of the massacre, correctly summed up the motives of the massacre as follows. Quote, I think there is little reason to doubt that Mr. Crabb was invited to Sonora and that he was the victim of deception, treachery, and surprise. The sequel of history, I fear, will prove that the extermination of himself and his party was designed to cover up the complicity and treason of some of the Mexican public men of Sonora. This is only surmise on my part, colored, however, by some dark hints that have come to me to that effect. It is not easy, upon a different hypothesis, to account for the conduct of Crabbe. He was a man of sense and energy, and cannot be supposed to have gone with his eyes open into the snare that was set for him. He must have been betrayed." Elsewhere, Forsyth, who was decidedly hostile to Crabbe's expedition, made this interesting comment, quote, "The expeditionists have certainly chosen an unfortunate time for their movements as regards the interests of the United States and their relations with Mexico. The invasion is calculated to produce an unhappy influence, adverse to the efforts which I have constantly and perseveringly made to eradicate from the Mexican mind the deeply seated distrust of Americans, and to establish in its stead a confidence in the friendly and honorable sentiments of our government and people toward them. My observation has taught me to believe that nothing but this distrust and fear of our people has prevented the states bordering the United States, especially those like Chihuahua and Sonora, overrun by savages and receiving no protection from the Mexican government, from breaking their feeble ties with the central government and seeking an annexation with us, that security for life and property of which they are now wholly destitute. The people of Mexico have been taught to believe, from the examples cited to them in California and Texas, that their property titles, especially the land, would not be respected by their new rulers. I have the opinion of the most intelligent men I meet here that this circumstance alone has saved to the Republic of Mexico the fidelity of Tamaulipas, New Leon, Chihuahua, and Sonora." End quote. Crabbe's death marked the end of expeditions from California into Mexican territory. The coming of a more settled state of society and the outbreak of the Civil War brought this particular phase of the state's history to a close. Sonora, the land of romance, the land of tragedy, the dreamland of the filibuster, was destined to retain her Mexican statehood, instead of adding another name to the long list of those Mexican provinces which the United States acquired in the days when manifest destiny was something more than a popular phrase. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. The First Decade of Politics. During the decade immediately following the establishment of state government in California, politics never attained a very high level. Only a lukewarm interest was taken in national affairs, except as an action of Congress or the President promised to effect some matter of local concern. Even in the workings of their own state government, the people showed such little interest that political control passed almost entirely out of their keeping into the hands of a few skillful, energetic men whose bitter rivalry for control of party machinery added an exciting, though unedifying, element to the otherwise monotonous course of local politics. Curiously enough, the first California legislature had met, performed its duties, and adjourned almost a year before California became a state. The capital had temporarily been fixed at San Jose by the Constitutional Convention, and here the two houses met on December 15, 1849, with 16 members in the Senate and 36 in the Assembly. Footnote: each legislator received $16 a day during the session, with an allowance of the same amount for every 20 miles traveled to and from the state capital. End footnote. The chief work of this legislature consisted in drafting a code of laws, providing revenue to meet the government's immediate needs, and electing William Gwynn and John C. Fremont to the United States Senate. The body also attained a certain unique position in the state's history as the Legislature of 1,000 Drinks, a name which owed its origin, so it is said, to the oft-repeated motion of Senator Thomas J. Greene, late of Texas, to adjourn and take 1,000 drinks. The chief issues in state politics after the government was in actual operation included the location of a permanent capital, a conflict of interest between the mining counties on the one hand and the agricultural and commercial sections on the other, The grievances of the South against the North, especially in connection with the levying of taxes, appointments to office, and apportionment of public funds. The question of state aid for stage and immigrant roads across the mountains, the sale of waterfront lots in San Francisco, the difficulty of enforcing law, and the protection of frontier counties from Indian depredations. The permanent location of the state capital caused considerable stir both in the legislature and among the rival cities contesting for the prize. San Jose and Monterey were the best known of these, but two as yet in embryo cities also offered their appeal. One of these, called by its sponsors New York on the Pacific, made up in name what it lacked in size. The other, like the ancient city of Nehemiah, was large and great, but the people were few and the houses not yet builded. The site of this second prospective capital was a tract of land on the Straits of Carquinez belonging to General Vallejo. The latter offered to donate 156 acres to the state for public purposes and within 2 years provide $370,000 in cash for the erection of buildings if the capital should be located on the proposed grant. A popular election authorized the change from San Jose to Vallejo, as the new site was called, and after a good deal of wrangling and some further offers from Vallejo, the legislature accepted the general's proposal. When the legislature came together in January 1852, however, some 6 months after Vallejo had agreed to provide proper accommodations for its sessions and living quarters for its members, they found that none of these things had been done. Nor was Vallejo able to live up to the other obligations he had undertaken. So the state government, after much confusion, departed bag and baggage from the Carquinez metropolis to Sacramento. It was not until 1854, however, that this city was made the permanent capital. When it became known that the government proposed to move to Sacramento, the people of that city chartered a river steamer, the Empire, to convey the members of the legislature to the new scene of their labors. The departure from Vallejo was thus described by a humorous and disrespectful correspondent of one of the contemporary newspapers. Quote, "Bright and early, therefore, the next day, the whole town was in commotion. Carpets were torn up from the floor, stoves and the long stovepipes came down on the run, the china chairs were tumbled in a heap out of the State House and carried in homogeneous masses on men's heads down to the wharf. The barkeepers, finding their occupation was gone, decided to stick by the legislature as their only safeguard, and decanters and tumblers, bars and bar fixtures, stout and bitters, silver twirlers, and champagne baskets went pell-mell into the confusion and down aboard the boat, mixed in with the legislators, judges, and private gentlemen who merely came along to see what the two houses were doing. The barber put his razor, his indiscriminate hairbrush, and his supply of one towel into his pocket, shouldered his chair, and marched down to the Empire also. Here and there, only, was a long face marking some spectator who was gazing bewildered in the turmoil, and saying to himself, 'Fallen is Vallejo, Vallejo the Magnificent.' While in the midst of the confusion, the shrill notes of the washerwoman were heard, who was hurling elegant epithets against everything in general, the gay deceivers of the legislature in particular, and now and then interlarding her remarks with moral reflections touching unpaid bills, etc." The rivalry between the mining and agricultural districts of the state was a far more serious affair than the question of the location of the capital. The friction, indeed, which arose out of this conflict of interests, especially that created by the question of taxation, was largely responsible for the frequent efforts at state division attempted during this period. For a while, San Francisco and other non-mining sections in the north had in some degree the same grievances as the south, yet the latter suffered far more keenly from the unjust burdens of taxation and the unequal distribution of state favors. Even as early as the Constitutional Convention, a group of Southern delegates had favored state division and sought the establishment of a territorial government for the counties they represented. In doing this, they were actuated largely by the fear that the South, with its relatively scant population and its large landholdings, would be compelled, if united with the North, to bear a disproportionate share of the state's financial burden, while having but little voice in its government or share in its political rewards. This fear, fed also in some degree by the traditional antipathy of South to North and inherited from the old days of Mexican control, found ample justification as the state government got underway. In Governor McDougall's annual message of January 7, 1852, he pointed out that taxation throughout the state was in no sense proportionate either to population or to representation in the legislature. The 6 southern counties, with a population of approximately 6,000, annually paid to the state $42,000 in taxes on real estate and personal property. The 12 counties chiefly devoted to mining, which represented 120,000 persons, escaped with only $21,000. In poll taxes, the southern counties contributed nearly $4,000 to the state treasury. The mining counties, though assessed over $50,000 under this form of tax, actually paid only $3,500. Yet the southern counties, which combined paid twice the taxes of the mining sections, had only 12 representatives in the legislature, while the mountain counties sent 44. Figures of a similar nature were compiled from time to time by southern newspapers for the benefit of their already disgruntled constituents, and as a protest against the manifest injustice of the tax and representative apportionments. Quote, "The overwhelming influence of the North in the legislature is seen in every act which has been passed within 2 years," said one Los Angeles newspaper in 1851. "The northern counties are engaged almost entirely in mining and contain very little land liable to taxation. As a consequence, the burdens of taxation fall principally upon the South, burdens which our people are poorly able to bear." End quote. Another southern paper declared that the injustice, quote, "worked by this unequal apportionment will account for the almost unanimous feeling of the southern people in favor of a separation from the North and the establishment of a territorial government." End quote. Again, the Star sarcastically remarked that the legislature at Sacramento never gave a thought to the insignificant cow counties of the South until it became necessary to raise additional revenue for state purposes. Nor was the dissatisfaction confined to the question of taxation and representation alone. The non-mining sections, North as well as South, were united in the feeling that the mining population and their representatives at the Capitol were ignorant of the state's needs and lacked interest in its welfare. Quote, "They make laws for their own government," said the Daily Alta in speaking of the miners, "and in all things live, move, and almost think separately and apart, as though no bond of connection or sympathy existed between their interests and those of the commercial cities and other sources of wealth in our infant state." End quote. But while the non-mining counties in the North felt in some degree the injustice of these matters, they at least were able to secure sufficient benefits from the state in the form of appropriations, special legislation, and appointments to public office to offset whatever inequalities they complained of. And as time went on, their growth in population enabled them also to obtain a fair degree of equality of representation with the mining counties. The South, however, found no such compensation for its grievances, and for at least a decade continued to agitation for a division of the state. In 1851, this movement reached such serious proportions that a convention to divide the state of California was summoned to meet in Los Angeles on November 10th. The call to this convention summed up the viewpoint of the South thus, quote, "Whatever of good the experiment of a state government may have otherwise led to in California, for us of the southern counties it has proved only a splendid failure. The bitter fruits of it no county has tasted more keenly than Los Angeles. With all her immense and varied natural resources, her political, social, and pecuniary condition at this moment is deplorable in the extreme. Her industry paralyzed under the insupportable burden of taxation, her port almost forsaken by commerce, her surplus products of no value on account of the enormous price of freights, her capital flying to other climes, a sense of utter insecurity of property pervading all classes, and everything tending to increase and fasten upon her in the guise of legislation a state of actual oppression. A prey to the incessant Indian depredations from without and destitute of internal protection for our lives and property under laws as applicable to our wants and the character of the population, and with all the continued ruinous taxation impending over us. Our future is gloomy indeed as a community if we shall fail in this appeal to our brethren of the North for the only redress consonant with our mutual interests, a separation, friendly and peaceful but still complete, leaving the North and South to fulfill their grand destinies under systems of laws suited to each." The signers of this document were Agustin Oliveira, Pio Pico, Benjamin Hayes, J. Lancaster Brent, Lewis Granger, John O. Wheeler, Jose Antonio Carrillo. Though the movement of 1851 accomplished no practical end, the southern counties continued in a desultory fashion to talk of state division until 1859. The failure of the government at Sacramento to check the lawlessness and crime everywhere so prevalent in the state, or to provide any adequate defense for the exposed communities of the South against Indian frays, added to the irritation and discontent engendered by other grievances. Some Southern residents may also have cherished the faint hope of establishing a pro-slave territory, if the state should be divided, but the force of this motive was of minor significance, if indeed it ever had any real existence. By 1859, conditions seemed favorable for the South to accomplish its long-cherished purpose. A bill proposing state division was presented by Andres Pico in the legislature, and on April 18th, that body gave its consent to the formation of a separate government for the 5 counties of San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, San Diego, San Bernardino, and a part of Buena Vista. These were to be erected into a territory called the Territory of the Colorado, or by some other name the citizens might select. But in order to become effective, it was necessary for the proposed measure to receive a 2/3 vote in the counties affected, as well as the sanction of Congress. As the last requirement had not been met before the Civil War broke out, the measure died aborting. During this decade, unfortunately for the later history of the state, political morality was so lax and legislative standards so low that inefficiency and corruption became a sort of traditional heritage of the California legislature for many years to come. The details of individual cases of graft and dishonesty of 70 years standing are of no great significance today, but this early surrender of the state to those who sought only personal profit or advantage from political control set an unfortunate precedent whose consequences later decades had difficulty in escaping. Many of the newspapers were outspoken enough in their criticisms of the government during these years, but little good seems to have come from such attacks. The legislature of 1851, to cite a random example, was spoken of by one of the San Francisco papers, an infamous, ignorant, drunken, rowdy, perjured, and traitorous body of men. The Daily Alta Californian, an organ of the Independents, rejoiced that the legislature of 1852 would rectify the evil done by its predecessors and, quote, rescue the state from the labyrinth of imbecility, vagueness, and iniquity into which it has strayed with scarcely a clue by which to retrace its erring steps, or life and strength enough to vindicate its honor and punish those who have shamelessly abused its confidence. End quote. Before many days, however, according to the same writer, the new body gave unmistakable evidence of following the old system of combinations, arrangements, pledges, promises, log-rolling, scheming, and swapping of votes, which had characterized its predecessor. These charges were doubtless exaggerated, but trustworthy records, not only of these 2 sessions, but of nearly all other meetings of the legislature during the decade, testified to the low political standards at the time. Federal issues figured but little in the state's politics, though parties were organized along national lines and voters nominally cast their ballots as Whigs, Know-Nothings, or Democrats, depending chiefly on their previous party affiliations east of the mountains. There was also a small group of independents who occasionally held the balance of power between the regular parties, but while this group could sometimes determine the choice of rival candidates, it was rarely of sufficient importance or well enough organized to fill state or national offices with its own men. The regular parties were under a machine control that recognized no shadow of popular responsibility. The Democratic Party, especially, which dominated the state during all but a year or two of the decade, when the Know-Nothings held a brief supremacy, was led by a group of shrewd dictators who regarded the state as a sort of private preserve for their own political advantage. The struggle for supremacy among these self-constituted leaders furnished the chief element of excitement in state politics until the Civil War, and it culminated in the bitter feud between Broderick and Gwin, which disrupted the Democratic Party and prepared the way for Republican control. William M. Gwin was a Tennessean by birth, a physician by education, and a politician by instinct and deliberate choice. His early career had been determined very largely by his close association with Andrew Jackson, who, whatever may have been his faults, seldom neglected to advance the political interests of personal friends. Gwin, accordingly, had acquired a certain reputation in Tennessee and Mississippi before the close of the Polk administration. But when the gold rush started, he set out for California, resolved to assume the leadership of politics in the new state and secure a seat in the United States Senate. Gwin's ambitions were quickly realized, for in the first legislative session after the adoption of the Constitution, in the framing of which he had played a prominent part, he was elected to the United States Senate for the full term of 6 years. As the most conspicuous of California's representatives at Washington, Gwin served his state with more than ordinary success, and at home built up a constituency that seemed to render his position permanently secure. His supremacy, however, did not long go unchallenged. David C. Broderick of New York, son of an Irish stonemason, to which trade he himself had been apprenticed as a boy, reached California shortly before Gwin's election to the Senate and began at once to organize a rival political machine. Broderick, like Gwin, came to California with the purpose of realizing certain definite political ambitions. Like Gwin, too, he was already trained in practical politics before he reached the Pacific, but his education along this line had been very different from that of his Southern opponent, for while Gwin represented the traditions and practices of the Democrats of the Southwest, Broderick had learned his art in the shrewdest of all political schools, the Tammany organization of New York. To the training thus acquired, he added a native aptitude for controlling men, an aggressive determination, and a contemptuous disregard for the methods and traditions of the older school of politics. In the rivalry between these two men, the bitterest and most intense in the history of the state, Gwin found his chief support among the Southern and Western Democrats in California. His followers were commonly dubbed the Chivalry Wing, or more popularly, the Chivs, and were supposed to hold aristocratic ideals of government, as opposed to the more democratic conception of Broderick's supporters, most of whom were men of northern extraction. Gwin's followers were also charged with pro-slavery views, and as Gwin himself has frequently been styled the arch champion of the slave-holding interests in California, the Gwin-Broderick fight is often explained as a contest between the pro-slavery and the anti-slavery forces of the state. As a matter of fact, however, the issue was not so much one of principle as of personal ambition, and neither Gwin's attitude on the Negro question nor Broderick's much affected it either way. Gwin's chief advantage, aside from his reputation and established leadership in state affairs, lay in his monopoly of federal patronage and his control, because of this, of a very effective political machine in which federal office holders played an important part. Broderick, on the contrary, though almost shut off from this source of influence, succeeded in building up a powerful following both through the organization of municipal politics in San Francisco and Sacramento and by the adroit use of state patronage and the manipulation of nominating conventions for state offices. One of the most notable encounters in the struggle for supremacy between these two men came in the legislature of 1854. Normally, the election of United States Senator was not due until the session of 1855, but Broderick, thinking he controlled the situation, sought to force the legislature then in session to proceed with the election. This plan almost succeeded, but after a bitter and at times an apparently losing fight, the Gwin faction finally defeated the maneuver and deferred the election until its regular time. In the contest, it is needless to remark, both sides resorted to every means, legal and illegal, at their command, and the money spent to influence the legislative vote ran far ahead of anything the state had ever known before. The bitterness engendered by this fight naturally led to a widening of the breach in the Democratic Party. The next state convention, which met in Sacramento, broke up in confusion, and for a time, since most of the delegates were armed, it looked as though a pitched battle would certainly result. The next day, the two factions held separate conventions, and each put its own ticket into the field, thus apparently assuring success for the Whig Party in the fall elections. The latter party, however, was not able to take advantage of its opportunity, and the election returns gave the Gwin candidates a decided majority in the legislature. But Broderick was by no means put out of California politics by this defeat. With a persistency and shrewdness seldom equaled, he continued his struggle for the state's mastery, and after throwing the legislature of 1855 into a deadlock over the senatorial election, he succeeded in re-establishing his control over much of the party machinery throughout the state. The continued schism in the ranks of the Democrats was largely responsible, however, for the victory of the Know-Nothing Party in the election of 1856. But this victory left Broderick in a much stronger position when the triumph of the Know-Nothings came to an end in the following year. In the legislative session of 1857, the senatorial election was again the absorbing issue. In this contest, Broderick proved strong enough not only to secure his own election, but in some degree to dictate to the legislature the choice of his colleague. For Broderick's unquestioned authority forced Gwin into a compromise with his former rival that might be well called the bargain and corruption episode of California politics. Under the terms of this agreement, which was arranged in a secret interview between Gwin and Broderick personally, the latter undertook to secure for Gwin the election to the United States Senate, and Gwin, on his part, pledged himself to turn over to Broderick his monopoly of federal patronage in the state. In previous years, this has been Gwin's chief political asset and a prize greatly sought after by his rival. The first provision of the compromise was successfully carried out. Despite universal astonishment, much chagrin, and vigorous denunciation of the bargain, Gwin accepted the senatorial election from Broderick's hands, and even went so far as to publish in the newspapers a formal renunciation of any part of the federal patronage. The question of appointments to federal office in California, however, was not thus easily disposed of, for President Buchanan did not take kindly to Broderick or his recommendations, and filled various important positions in California with men to whom the new senator from the coast was opposed. Coupled with this issue of the federal patronage was Broderick's opposition to Buchanan's course in the heated controversy over the slavery issue in Kansas. Broderick vigorously opposed the Lecompton Constitution, to which Buchanan had definitely committed himself, so that the breach between the president and Broderick was still further widened. As an upshot of the situation, Broderick returned to California in 1859, out of favor with the administration and unable to reward his followers with the federal appointments to which they had so confidently looked forward. Gwin's return to the state a few months later was the signal for a renewal of the old feud to which the bargain of unsavory reputation was supposed to have made an end. The quarrel was pursued on either side with bitter vindictiveness. Each man besmirched his own reputation in order to injure that of his opponent. But public opinion, strangely callous to these open confessions of corruption, failed to drive either of the guilty senators out of politics. It was not long, however, before Broderick's career came to a tragic close. As a result of certain charges made by Broderick against Judge David S. Terry of the state Supreme Court, one of Gwyn's staunchest supporters, the latter resigned his position and challenged Broderick to a duel. The challenge was accepted, and the two men met on the morning of September 13, 1859, in a little valley in the hills of Marin County, not far from San Francisco. The weapons chosen were dueling pistols, and the distance 30 paces. Both men were known to be excellent shots. Broderick had participated in at least two similar encounters in early stages of his career, but at this time his health was undermined and his nerves badly upset by the long-continued strain of the campaign through which he had just passed. Consequently, he was severely handicapped in the duel, and fell an easy victim to Terry's well-directed aim. Broderick's own shot, though fired first, entered the ground barely 9 feet from where he stood. The death of Broderick, in some respects like that of Hamilton at the hands of Burr, aroused public opinion as the man himself had never succeeded in doing while alive. Though Terry escaped any legal consequences of his act, his name has not escaped the infamy which, justly or unjustly, it incurred because of Broderick's death. More important still, at least from the political standpoint, the death of Broderick reacted disastrously upon Gwyn. The breach between the two wings of the Democratic Party was now too wide for any possible reconciliation, and as Broderick's followers had all along opposed Buchanan's policy in Kansas, most of them joined with the newly formed Republican organization to bring about the overthrow of the long-continued Democratic domination of the state. This occurred in the election of 1860. In California, as in other states, the campaign of that year was complicated by the confused condition of federal politics. The Democratic Party, divided between the Douglas and Breckinridge factions, with many of the former adherents also voting for Lincoln or Bell, could not stand against the growing power of the Republicans, and the 4 electoral votes of the state went for Lincoln. With the approach of the Civil War, a critical situation arose in California. The isolated position of the state and the lack of close political or economic ties to bind it to the rest of the nation created a feeling of indifference among most of the northern sympathizers regarding the outcome of the great contest in which the national government was involved. A numerous foreign element in the population further accentuated this attitude of aloofness. On the other hand, there was a large and influential body of citizens of Southern birth and sympathies that actively worked to bring about the secession of California from the Union. It was not expected, nor even desired by this party, however, that the state should formally join the Richmond Confederacy, but they hoped, by reviving the old plan of a Pacific Republic, to weaken the North through the withdrawal of California's important financial and moral support. The Southern sympathizers also looked to see the new republic serve as a source of supplies for the Confederacy, and it was expected that privateersmen would outfit along the coast for attacks upon Union merchantmen. More important still, the plan promised to divert the badly needed silver and gold bullion of the California and Nevada mines to the southern states. The plans of the Confederate supporters were not defeated without the most vigorous efforts by a few of the state's loyal citizens. The union of many of the Douglas Democrats with the Republicans broke the political power of the Chivalry or Gwyn faction, and so took most of the state offices out of the hands of the Southern sympathizers. The fealty of the federal troops stationed in California was also assured when President Lincoln superseded Albert Sidney Johnston, then in command of the Pacific Division of the United States Army, by General Edwin V. Sumner. But the real burden of keeping the state true to the government fell upon a relatively few Union men, whose intense earnestness and loyalty were largely instrumental in arousing public opinion against the secession movement. San Francisco was the headquarters of this Union group. Here, great mass meetings were held, and a secret organization formed, known as the Home Guard, to prevent secession. Thomas Starr King, apostle of the Union cause, toured the state in a remarkably effective campaign to arouse the spirit of loyalty. The state legislature pledged its support to the Lincoln government. Thousands of volunteers enlisted in the state militia for home defense. Money was freely raised by public and private subscription to meet the state's wartime obligations. More than $1 million were voluntarily contributed to the work of the Sanitary Commission. Finally, some 15,000 men were enrolled from the state in various branches of the Union Army. Despite such efforts, however, the Northern supporters could not wholly undo the work of their opponents. Many Southerners, among whom the most conspicuous was Albert Sidney Johnston, made their way back to the theater of war to join the armies of the Confederacy. Senator Gwin, who had come to California shortly after Lincoln's inauguration, proffered his services to the Richmond government and sailed for Havana by way of Panama. After numerous adventures and some months of confinement in a Union prison, he finally reached Mississippi. Afterwards, he represented the Davis administration at the French court. More than one vessel, ostensibly fitted out for Mexican or South American ports, slipped away from California waters to prey upon Union commerce in the Pacific. In certain parts of the state, notably at Visalia and other cities of the San Joaquin, at Sonoma, and in the Santa Clara Valley, the secessionist feeling was far stronger than Union sympathy. In certain of these communities, the newspapers boldly championed the Southern cause. Confederate flags were everywhere in evidence, and military companies were organized to offset the efforts of Union sympathizers. Guerrilla bands, operating under the guise of Southern irregulars, likewise interfered somewhat with the shipment of bullion through the mountains and caused some loss of property to the Northern supporters. The whole air, indeed, during the 4 years of war, was full of the plots of Southern adherents to overthrow or injure Union influence. Many of these were too fantastic ever to succeed, but the isolation of the state and the indifference of the public mind made the situation one of real danger even as late as 1864. Aside from the issue of secession and the change from Democratic to Republican control, the politics of California during the Civil War period showed no material change. Some measures of local significance were passed by the legislature, and various laws which profoundly affected the state were enacted by Congress. From the standpoint of public morality, however, the government of California underwent but little change from the low level to which it had fallen during the early 50s. Professional politics and public indifference still prevented any radical departure from the accepted policy of turning a public trust to private gain. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. The Overland Mail and the Pony Express. Before the building of railroads, one of the most serious problems California had to face, from a social and political as well as an economic standpoint, was the development of some means of carrying on local and transcontinental communication. To supply this pressing need for transportation facilities, measures of various kinds were undertaken by unofficial bodies as well as under state and national direction. Road building was naturally regarded as one of the essential means of solving the difficulty, and it was undertaken both at private and public expense. In September 1854, for instance, the people of Los Angeles raised $6,000 for the construction of a wagon road between their city and Fort Tejon. The work was completed in December of the same year. In 1855, the state legislature appropriated $100,000 for a road through Johnston's Cutoff in the Sierra Nevada mountains, $7,000 for a road from San Diego to the Colorado River, and $20,000 for the old Mormon road from San Pedro through the Cajon Pass to Salt Lake City. Footnote.
At about the same time, the federal government set aside $50,000 for the same road. Over it, one of the earliest of the overland mail services to the state was inaugurated. End of footnote. With the increase of population and the building of roads, the transportation companies sprang up like mushrooms to meet the increased demand for more adequate service. Nearly all of these companies carried freight, passengers, express or mail, as the opportunity arose. Many of them grew into large and flourishing organizations and played a very vital part in the upbuilding of the state. It is manifestly impossible to list any considerable number of these lines, but a few may be cited by way of illustration. In 1854, for example, the Adams Express Company began a monthly express service between San Francisco and Salt Lake City by way of Los Angeles. From the last named city, according to the company's advertisements, the route included the following settlements: El Monte, San Bernardino, Cold Creek, Johnston Springs, Parowan, Ked Creek, Fillmore City, Nephi City, Summit Creek, Paysons, Provo City, and American Fork. The following year, the California Stage Company added a line of stages to this route, and of more importance still, a very considerable freight business sprang up between the two cities. This service was all the more important because heavy winter snows ordinarily shut off communication between Salt Lake and St. Louis on the east and San Francisco on the west during a large part of the year, leaving the Los Angeles-Salt Lake Road as the only means of outside communication for the Mormon settlements. As a result of this natural monopoly, the Los Angeles merchants profited greatly from the Salt Lake trade and built up a large trade between the two cities. An idea of the importance of this business may be gained from the fact that the single firm of Alexander and Banning frequently set out a train with as many as 15 10-mule teams transporting merchandise valued at $30,000 or $40,000. Freight charges over the route ranged from 18 to 25 cents a pound. While these local or semi-local lines were a material benefit to the communities they served, the most vital interest of California lay in the development of transcontinental means of communication. In the matter of mail service, for instance, for nearly 10 years after the discovery of gold, with a few exceptions to be noted elsewhere, the people of the state were compelled to rely wholly upon the Pacific Mail Steamship Company. Although this company drew an annual subsidy of $700,000 for carrying a monthly mail between New York and San Francisco, it performed its functions in a most abominable manner if the literature of the time is at all to be relied upon. Even when the service was made semi-monthly in 1851, the southern part of the state still suffered most exasperating delays in receiving its eastern mail. Letters from New York were sometimes 7 or 8 months reaching Los Angeles. The Pacific mail vessels frequently failed to stop at San Diego on either northward or southward voyage, but carried the Los Angeles mail from Panama to San Francisco and back again to Panama, with a fine disregard for the impatient citizens of the southern cities. Consequently, letters from New York sometimes required 7 or 8 months to reach Los Angeles. Footnote. In 1855, one of the southern newspapers stated that San Luis Obispo had had only 8 mails in 18 months. End of footnote. Naturally, the people of the state were anxious to bring such a condition to an end, and very early began the agitation for a regular overland mail service to the east. Prior to 1857, however, only a few abortive attempts were actually made, either by Congress or private individuals, to inaugurate such a service, and from these efforts the people of the state derived little immediate benefit. The most ambitious of these early undertakings was that of Absalom Woodward and George Chorpenning. With these men, the United States government contracted, April 25, 1851, for a monthly mail service each way between Salt Lake City and Sacramento. The first route was along the regular emigrant road through Placerville, crossing the Sierras at Carson's Canyon, then following along the Carson and Humboldt rivers and around the northern end of the lake to Salt Lake City. 30 days was allowed for the 900-mile trip.
and though this could be made easily enough in summer, the winter often found the route impassable, so that Chorpenning was obliged to abandon it during several months each year and forward the mails to San Pedro by sea and thence transport them overland to Salt Lake by the Mormon Trail. Indian attacks on the northern route were also frequent. So while the government subsidy, which amounted to only $14,000 a year, was afterwards increased and a shorter road opened between Placerville and Salt Lake through northern Nevada, Chorpenning's project never gave very satisfactory service, nor repaid the contractors by several $100,000 for the expense and labor involved. One of the reasons for the slow development of the overland mail service was the very powerful and well-organized opposition in Washington of the Pacific Mail Steamship Company to any rival carrier. The intense sectional jealousy between Northern and Southern California and between Western and Southern states over the location of the route was another retarding influence. Almost every immigrant trail running into the state had its backers, but eventually the contest narrowed down to three main routes. The first of these, much frequented by early immigrants, ran from Independence, Missouri, and later from St. Joseph to Salt Lake by way of Laramie, Fort Bridger, and the South Pass. Over the eastern portion of this route, from Missouri to Salt Lake, a monthly mail service was almost continuously maintained by various contractors after 1850. This supplied both the Mormon settlements in Utah and the United States military forces along the frontier. But from Salt Lake to California, this northern route was frequently impassable during the winter months, as Chorpenning found by hard experiment. The second proposed route left Springfield, Missouri, and ran in a southwesterly course to the Canadian River. Following the course of this stream, it passed through Albuquerque and held almost directly west until it reached the Colorado. From the Colorado, it continued to the Mojave and then turned northward to the Tejon Pass. From the Tejon, one branch led to Los Angeles, and another continued up the San Joaquin Valley to San Jose and San Francisco. This route, commonly known as the 35th Parallel Route, or Beale's Route, was apparently the most favored of the three by mail contractors. The southern route, which eventually obtained the government subsidy, will be described in detail later. It is sufficient here to point out that while considerably longer than either of the others, and running for much of the way through barren or even desert country, it had the great advantage of being open the year around, and was consequently looked upon as the most available of the three by postal officials. Over this route, a mail service was established from San Diego to San Antonio, Texas in 1857. Gwynn quotes from the San Diego Herald this description of the departure of the first mail. Quote, "The pioneer mail train from San Diego to San Antonio, Texas, under the contract entered into by the government with Mr. James Birch, left here on the 9th instant, August 9, 1857, at an early hour in the morning and is now pushing its way for the east at a rapid rate. The mail was of course carried on pack animals, as will be the case until wagons, which are being pushed across, will have been put on the line. The first mail from the other side has not yet arrived, although somewhat overdue, and conjecture is rife as to the cause of the delay." End quote. The government contract with Birch, mentioned in the quotation, was only on a temporary basis, pending the passage through Congress of the long-delayed Overland California Mail Bill. And in the closing hours of Pierce's administration, this measure, after a deal of wrangling, finally became law. Under the terms of the act, the Postmaster General was empowered to select a route, determine the frequency of the service, and advertise for bids for the transportation of all letter mail from the Mississippi to San Francisco. The contract was to run for 6 years and called for a subsidy of $300,000 annually for semi-monthly service, $450,000 for weekly service, and $600,000 for semi-weekly service at the option of the Postmaster General. 9 bids were made for this contract, but the award finally went to the Butterfield Overland Mail Company, a concern closely affiliated with Wells Fargo and controlled almost entirely by New York stockholders. The southern route was selected by the Postmaster General, and St. Louis chosen as the location of the central depot of supplies. All sections of the country, as a contemporary newspaper pointed out, thus shared to some extent in the advantages of the contract. The route of the Overland Mail, as Butterfield's company came to be known, can best be shown from the following timetable printed in a newspaper of the period. San Francisco to Los Angeles, 464 miles, 80 hours, 0 minutes. Los Angeles to Fort Yuma, 280 miles, 72 hours, 20 minutes. Fort Yuma to Tucson, 280 miles, 71 hours, 45 minutes. Tucson to Franklin, El Paso, 360 miles, 82 hours. Franklin to Fort Chadbourne, 428 miles, 128 hours and 40 minutes. Fort Chadbourne to Colbert's Ferry on the Red River, 283 miles, 62 hours and 25 minutes. Colbert's Ferry to Fort Smith, 192 miles, 38 minutes. Fort Smith to Tipton, 313 miles, 48 hours, 55 minutes. Tipton to St. Louis by railroad, 160 miles in 11 hours and 40 minutes. Between Los Angeles and San Francisco, the route passed through San Jose, Gilroy, Pacheco Pass, Fresno City, Visalia, Fort Tejon, French Johns, San Fernando, and a number of other settlements which at the time enjoyed a reputation and a name. From St. Louis to San Francisco, the postage on first-class mail was 3 cents for each half ounce. 3 sacks of letters, averaging 170 pounds in weight, and a newspaper bag of about 140 pounds, were carried by each coach. These coaches were substantially built, and at a pinch could accommodate 6 passengers. From 4 to 6 horses or mules were attached to each coach. They traveled day and night, running on a maximum schedule of 25 days for the one-way trip. This maximum time, however, was seldom required, except where delays occurred from Indian attacks or flooded rivers. There was likely to be irregularity, however, in the mail service between Memphis and Fort Smith, and as the Butterfield stages picked up the southern mail at this point for conveyance to California, such delays sometimes interfered with the normal schedule. Probably the quickest trip on record was made in 1859, when the mail leaving St. Louis on September 16th reached Los Angeles on October 3rd, having been on the road only 17 days, 6 hours, and 10 minutes. The business of the Butterfield Company was conducted in a thoroughly systematic manner and on a very large scale. Nearly 800 men were in the employ of the company. The equipment consisted of more than 100 Concord coaches, 1,000 horses, and 500 mules. Stations were built, wherever possible, at 10-mile intervals. These were ordinarily of adobe, and the government allowed 320 acres of land for building and grazing purposes at each station. In sections where there was danger of Indian attack, a guard of 20 or 25 men was placed at each station to protect the company's property and to convoy the mail coach through the hostile country. The fare from Memphis or St. Louis to San Francisco was $200. Passengers had to furnish their own meals, but were given facilities for preparing them at the company stations. Each passenger was allowed to carry 40 pounds of baggage without cost. He was advised to equip himself for the journey with the following outfit. Quote, 1 Sharps rifle and 100 cartridges, a Colt's Navy revolver and 2 pounds of balls, a knife and sheath, a pair of thick boots and woolen pants, a half-dozen pairs of thick cotton socks, 6 undershirts, 3 woolen undershirts, a wide-awake hat, a cheap sack coat, and a soldier's overcoat, 1 pair of blankets in summer and 2 in winter, a piece of India rubber cloth, a pair of gauntlets, a small bag of needles, pins, etc., 2 pair of thick drawers, 3 or 4 towels, and various toilet articles." End quote. The Overland Mail was looked upon by all right-minded Southern Californians as a local institution, or at least as belonging principally to the southern part of the state. Northern California was somewhat chagrined at the choice of the southern route, and many of the states east of the Rocky Mountains likewise felt aggrieved at the Postmaster General's decision. For although a mail service was maintained between Placerville and St. Joseph, Missouri by way of Salt Lake, and the line was supposed to run from Stockton to Kansas City by way of Albuquerque, neither of these could compete successfully with a Butterfield subsidy. Partly, therefore, as a result of this sectional rivalry, and partly to meet a real economic need, one of the most spectacular of Western ventures was set on foot in the spring of 1860. This was the famous Pony Express, more important, if the truth be told, from the standpoint of romance than of commercial success. The first trip of this new and short-lived enterprise was begun amid great enthusiasm. The San Francisco Bulletin of April 7, 1860, contained this paragraph, quote, "From 1 o'clock till 3:15 on Tuesday last, a clean-limbed, hardy little nankeen-colored pony stood at the door of the Alta Telegraph Company's office, the pioneer pony of the famous express which that day began its first trip across the continent. The little fellow looked all unaware of his famous future. 2 little flags adorned his headstall. From the pommel of his saddle hung, on each side, a bag lettered Overland Pony Express. The broad saddle, wooden stirrups, immense flappers to guard the rider's feet, and the girth that knows no buckle were of the sort customary in California for swift horsemen who appreciate mud. At 3:15, he took up his line of march to the Sacramento boat. Personally, he will make short work of the undertaking and probably be back in a day, but by proxy he will put the West behind his heels like a very puck, and be in at New York in 13 days from this writing. At 3 o'clock, the letters he had to carry numbered 53. Probably his whole cargo will be 75 or 80 letters at $5 each. Those which use both pony and telegraph expect to be landed in New York in 9 days after quitting San Francisco." The Pony Express riders were picked with the greatest care and represented the hardiest and bravest of Western men. Each rider was provided with a complete buckskin suit with hair on the outside to shed the rain. He also carried 1 or more Colt's 6-shooters, 8 inches in length, and a knife 18 inches long. Each man rode a stretch of 100 miles, though on occasion riders were known to carry the mail 3 times the regular distance without rest or sleep. 11 hours was the maximum time allowed for the 100 miles, and each rider was required to make at least 400 miles a week. The Pony Express, except in the hardest weather, furnished a much more rapid service than the Overland Mail, but its charges were high. It had no government subsidy, and its route was subject to serious blockages by snow. This last difficulty sometimes furnished the good citizens of Los Angeles with cause for rejoicing. When, for example, in February 1861, the dispatches brought by the Overland Mail to Los Angeles were telegraphed to San Francisco, arriving there ahead of the Pony Express, a great celebration was held in the southern metropolis in honor of the Overland Mail and the Pacific and Atlantic Telegraph. Footnote: This line had been completed between Los Angeles and San Francisco since October 3, 1860. In footnote. And it may be remarked in passing that a celebration in the Los Angeles society of the 60s was always carried out with spirit and fervor, a large part of which, whatever the occasion, came out of kegs, bottles, and other containers of potential enthusiasm. With the outbreak of the Civil War, the Butterfield mail service, since it ran through Southern territory the larger part of the way, was discontinued. Part of the equipment owned by the company was seized by the Confederates, and part was sold to the Central Overland California and Pikes Peak Express, or COC and PP, a recently organized and very powerful company operating between Salt Lake and Atchison, Missouri. The remainder of the Butterfield equipment was used to establish a line between Salt Lake and Virginia City, Nevada. This last line was later run in connection with the Pioneer stage from the Virginia City to Sacramento and with the COC and PP from Salt Lake to Atchison. A through mail and stage service from Sacramento to the Missouri was thus at last established. A daily mail service was soon operated over this route, and a schedule maintained under which each coach made a minimum of 112 miles a day. The presiding genius of the new Overland line was the widely known Ben Holliday. Obtaining an annual subsidy of $1 million for the transmission of through and local mails between Atchison and Sacramento, Holliday enlarged his equipment, improved the passenger service, and extended his business so successfully that he finally had some 3,300 miles of stage lines under his control. In 1866, he sold his entire business to the Wells Fargo interests, a company which had already gotten possession of the Pioneer stage and the original Overland mail. In 1868, the government granted Wells Fargo a yearly subsidy of $1,750,000 for a daily mail service to California, and under the incentive of this subsidy, stages were once more restored to the old Butterfield route. But the age of the railroad was at hand, and the day of the Overland stage came to an end. It had served its purpose, however, by writing a new chapter in Western romance and by breaking down to some degree the isolation of a state. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. Background of the Pacific Railroad. On July 1, 1862, when the nation was beset by the danger and stress of the Civil War, President Lincoln signed a bill entitled An Act to Aid in the Construction of a Railroad and Telegraph Line from the Missouri River to the Pacific Ocean, and to secure to the government the use of the same for postal, military, and other purposes. 10 nights later, the city of San Francisco gave itself up to a magnificent celebration in honor of an event for which all California had waited with impatience or despair for nearly 15 years. A newspaper of the time thus described the jubilation. Quote, "A multitude of flaring lamps and torches and blue lights with any number of banners, over 50 transparencies of red and white and other colors, fountains of yellow sparks bubbling up here and there, meteoric white and red and blue lights shooting hither and thither from Roman candles, and rockets soaring high into the air, leaving long tracks of yellow sparks and then bursting in many-colored balls overhead. Thus the long and brilliant procession marched in a blaze of lights, while the air was thick with smoke and loud with the music of clamoring bands, shriekings of the steam whistle, and the thunders of cannons." Among the most interesting features of the procession were 50 or more transparencies borne between the long lines of shouting people. From the wording of these inscriptions, it is possible to gather something of the spirit of the occasion. One read, quote, "The locomotive, his prow is wet with the surge and foam of either ocean. His breast is grim with the sands of the desert." End quote. Another bore these lines, quote, "A union of lakes, a union of hands, a union of states none can sever, a union of hearts, a union of hands, and the railroad unites us forever." End quote. A slightly different theme, as well as a different literary flavor, was contained in such expressions as "Cape Horn be blowed," "Salt Lake City, the halfway house," and "Chesapeake Bay oysters, 6 days from the water." The boosting spirit was also much in evidence as appeared in "California, Watering Place of the World," and in the following not yet accomplished prophecy: San Francisco in 1862, 100,000 inhabitants. San Francisco in 1872, 1,000,000 inhabitants. "The Pacific Railroad," said another, "Uncle Sam's waistband. He has grown so corpulent he would burst without it." But all the transparencies none better expressed the sentiment of the time than that which ran, quote, "The Transcontinental Railway, its construction no longer promised to our ear, to be broken to our hope." End quote. For in truth, the final enactment of the Pacific Railroad Bill was the culmination of a long, vexatious, and at times apparently hopeless struggle. Beginning in 1832 with the publication of an anonymous article in the Emigrant, a weekly newspaper of Ann Arbor, Michigan, advocating the construction of a transcontinental railway, the idea of a road to the Pacific was brought forward from time to time by various visionaries until at last it found a real champion in the person of Asa Whitney. Whitney, fresh from 2 years' stay in China, had an admirable genius for sustained enthusiasm. On January 28, 1845, he laid before the Senate the first of a long series of memorials dealing with the project of a line from Lake Michigan to Oregon. During the next 8 years, he devoted his time and much of his private fortune seeking to educate Congress and the American public to think in terms of a continent. Whitney's plan, while providing for the construction of the road at private hands, called for the grant to the company of a strip of public land 60 miles wide and extending from one terminus of the line to the other. The land covered by this grant, however, was to be sold at a low figure to actual settlers, and the road itself, upon completion, was to become the property of the nation. This proposal, afterwards modified in some important particulars, aroused much popular interest, and by the close of 1848, no less than 17 state legislatures, besides many unofficial bodies, had petitioned Congress for its adoption. The opponents of Whitney's plan, however, even from the beginning, were about as numerous as its advocates. Their objections were based chiefly upon 4 grounds. The cost and difficulty of building any road across the continent, it was said, made the undertaking a stupendous piece of folly. The land grants sought by Whitney were a colossal robbery of the public. The enterprise ought to be taken wholly out of private hands and made a government affair, and, finally, the proposed route across the continent was much inferior to others that might have been selected. With public opinion divided by these various differences, it was impossible to expect Congress for many years to sanction Whitney's undertaking, or in fact to unite on any plan for the construction of a Pacific railroad. The chief disagreement arose over the question of routes, for nearly every section of the country, looking to its own local interests, advocated some particular line to the west and denounced other proposals as impractical or sectional. After 1850, however, upon at least one point, opinion was tolerably well united. It was generally accepted that the road should terminate in California instead of in Oregon, a change from Whitney's original plan made necessary by the acquisition of the Mexican War territory and the inrush of population into California caused by the gold excitement. For a time, the impression prevailed throughout the country, and even in Congress, that almost any of the transcontinental trails over which wagons could be taken were feasible for a railroad. But by 1852, the choice had pretty well narrowed down to 4 or 5 main routes. Of these, the line proposed by Whitney from Lake Michigan to the Columbia by way of the South Pass, with a branch to San Francisco, was the most northerly. It followed in the main course of one of the oldest and most traveled of the western trails. Somewhat to the south of this, running between the 38th and 39th parallels, lay a line proposed by Senator Benton, with its starting point at St. Louis and its terminus at San Francisco. Benton, who had long been interested in western transportation, especially in its relation to Asiatic commerce, was known as a vigorous opponent both of Whitney's route and of his proposed land grants. In lieu of these, the Missouri senator urged the route mentioned above and the construction of the road at government expense. Part of the route advocated by Benton had been explored by his indefatigable son-in-law, John C. Fremont, who had lost a number of his men and nearly perished himself in the undertaking. But even without the knowledge of the route obtained by Fremont, Benton was not one to be seriously disturbed by any lack of scientific data. Quote, "There is a class of topographical engineers," he was wont to declare, "older than the schools and more unerring than the mathematicians. They are the wild animals, buffalo, elk, deer, antelope, bears, which traverse the forests, not by compass, but by instinct, that leads them always the right way to the lowest passes in the mountains, the shallowest fords in the rivers, and the shortest practical lines between remote points." The line Benton proposed crossed from the upper reaches of the Rio Grande to the Grand and Green River Basin by way of Cuchitopa Pass, a pass Benton's opponents ridiculed as being the highest peak in the range, and continued almost due west until it reached the Mormon settlements of Parowan and Cedar City in southern Utah. Footnote: the elevation of this pass was 10,032 feet. End footnote. From this point, the road might either turn south some 200 miles along the course of the Virgin River and then proceed westward to the Tejon or Walker Pass, or it could continue westward along its original course from the Mormon towns to the Sierra Nevada, skirting south along the base of these mountains until a pass should be found into the San Joaquin. Branches from the main railroad were to be built to Santa Fe, Salt Lake City, and the Columbia. Another transcontinental route, persistently urged and popular in many quarters, traversed the state of Texas to El Paso, followed the Gila to the Colorado, and thence crossed the desert to San Diego over the course followed by Colonel Emory in 1847. This is commonly known as the Southern or 32nd Parallel Route, and was afterwards made use of in part by the first overland mail. A road along this line was naturally favored by the southern states because of what it meant to their economic development. The charge that slavery dictated this choice, though often made, is scarcely tenable. Entirely apart from sectional interests, the route had much to commend it because of its easy grades and almost complete freedom from snow. These advantages, however, were somewhat offset by its additional length, compared to the more direct routes, and the desert territory through which it passed. In addition to these three main routes, the northern, the central, and the southern, there were a number of others of somewhat less importance. Among the most likely of these minor routes was one especially championed by Senator Gwin of California. From San Francisco it ran down the San Joaquin, crossed the Sierra through Walker Pass, and continued along the 35th parallel to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Thence it turned south to a point near Santa Fe. A branch road was thence to be built along the old Santa Fe Trail to Independence, but the main line, according to the plan, was to take a more direct course to Fulton, Arkansas. This terminus was to be the common meeting place of roads running to Memphis and New Orleans. Branch lines to Council Bluffs and Austin, Texas were also proposed at other points along the route, and in California a road was to be built up the Sacramento to Oregon. Still another proposed route followed Whitney's original line as far as the South Pass, but turned into California instead of Oregon, taking the course of the Humboldt River from a point near Salt Lake and crossing the Sierra by one of the northern passes. From this general summary, it will be seen that railroad routes to California were plentiful enough on paper in the early 50s to satisfy the demands of every section. No intelligent choice could be made between them, however, from the data then available, since most of this was too general in character to satisfy the demands of railroad engineering. To meet this necessity for more accurate and detailed information, Congress at last authorized an official survey of the various routes. The work was begun in 1853 under the direction of Jefferson Davis, who was then Secretary of War. For more than 2 years it was carried on so vigorously and efficiently that nearly all the routes subsequently followed by transcontinental roads were carefully reconnoitered and their feasibility for railroad purposes pretty accurately determined. In addition to this work, for which they were specifically organized, the Surveying Corps also gathered a vast store of material relating to the history, geology, botany, and ethnology of the Trans-Mississippi West. The surveys covered 5 principal routes. The most northerly lay between the 47th and 49th parallels. The second ran between the 41st and 42nd parallels. The third between the 38th and 39th parallels. The fourth along the course of the 35th parallel, and the 5th near the 32nd parallel. It will thus be seen that the operations of the reconnaissance parties extended from the Mississippi Valley to the Pacific, and almost from the Canadian line to the Mexican border. Except as their labors actually touched California, however, space cannot be given in the present volume to the exploration of these parties. Among the most important contributors to the success of the undertaking, as it related to California, were A. W. Whipple, R. S. Williamson, J. G. Park, H. L. Abbott, and E. G. Beckwith, the successor of the unfortunate Gunnison, who was killed by the Indians on the Sevier River. Beckwith's survey covered the region from Salt Lake to the upper end of the Sacramento Valley. After leaving Salt Lake, his party followed the familiar emigrant route along the Humboldt, but at its sink, instead of turning south to the Truckee, the company took a more northerly course, mapping out two possible lines across the Sierra. One of these led through Madeline Pass, Round Valley, and the Pitt River Canyon. The other, a little further south, began the passage of the mountains at Honey Lake, crossed the summit by way of Noble Pass, and struck a tributary of the Sacramento known as Battle Creek. Both routes terminated at Fort Reading, whence the route down the level valley of the Sacramento was already sufficiently well known. Whipple's survey, on its part, covered much of the route afterwards adopted by the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe. Leaving Fort Smith on the Arkansas, the line ran to Albuquerque, New Mexico, and thence to the Colorado, and by way of Zuni, Aztec Pass, and Bill Williams Fork, through a territory previously but little known. Leaving the Colorado a short distance above the Needles, so called because of certain mountain promontories, Whipple mapped out a feasible immigrant road to the Mojave. He then followed this stream until the old Spanish Trail branched off to the Cajon Pass above San Bernardino. An examination of this pass, so long used by Santa Fe traders and fur hunters, showed it altogether practical for a railroad, and it afterwards became one of the great gateways for transcontinental traffic. The southern, or 32nd parallel route, had already been in part surveyed by Lieutenant Colonel Emory, first while serving in General Kearny's expedition, and afterwards as a member of the United States-Mexican Boundary Commission. But a more extended examination of the route was made by the surveys of 1853 and 1854. The line between the Red River and the Rio Grande was surveyed by Captain John Pope. From El Paso, the work was carried westward by Lieutenant Park to the Pima villages on the Gila River in Arizona. Emory's survey of the boundary line was considered adequate to bridge the gap between this point and the Colorado. West of the Colorado, the work was entrusted to Lieutenant Williamson. While the routes leading to California were thus being examined, other parties were making a reconnaissance of possible routes within the state itself. The most important work along this line was done by R. S. Williamson and his chief aide, Lieutenant Park. The first task assigned Williamson was to discover a feasible route from the Gila River to San Francisco Bay, connecting with the 32nd and 35th parallel surveys east of the Colorado. In the course of this work, Williamson made a careful examination of the mountain passes that led eastward from the lower San Joaquin Valley and of those through the Sierra Madre Range to the coast. Williamson's expedition left Benicia July 10, 1853, and entered the San Joaquin by way of Livermore Pass. Crossing to the east side of the valley, the party took the usual route to the delta of the Cahuilla, where they secured the services of Alexander Gotti, the famous guide who had given such material aid to Fremont at an earlier date. Walker's Pass was the first objective of the expedition. Contrary to popular impression, for this pass had long been described as the logical gateway through the Sierra, it was found to be wholly impractical for railway purposes on account of the difficulty of its westward approach. Because of this drawback and the position of the pass relative to the location of the proposed routes, Williamson pronounced it the worst of all known passes in the Sierra Nevadas for a transcontinental railway. Though disappointed in the character of Walker's Pass, Williamson was agreeably surprised to find that the Tehachapi offered a satisfactory outlet for a railroad from the San Joaquin to the Great Basin. He next examined the Cajon Pass, but found it, like Walker's, very far from satisfactory. The Cañada de las Uvas, Grapevine Canyon, opening into the Tejon furnished a much more practical route between the San Joaquin and the Mojave Desert. This patch and the Tehachapi Williamson accordingly favored in his report. Williamson's next problem was to discover an outlet through the Sierra Madre Range, which lies between the Mojave Desert and the seacoast. A wagon road had already been built from Los Angeles by way of San Fernando into the valley of the Santa Clara. Thence it followed the sinuous course of the San Francisquito Canyon, passed by Elizabeth Lake, and entered the Tejon. Upon examination, however, the San Francisquito Canyon proved impractical for a railway, but east of the San Francisquito Canyon lay another canyon, which an extended survey showed to be well adapted to the desired road. This canyon, known to the Californians as Soledad and now used by the main line of the Southern Pacific, Williamson called the New Pass. The New Pass furnished an outlet from the Mojave as far as the Santa Clara River. From this valley a line could be run without too great difficulty to Los Angeles. It was also believed that the course of the river would furnish a practical route for the extension of the road toward the Salinas Valley in San Francisco. Further east of Soledad Canyon, the Cajon Pass offered a gateway between San Bernardino, with an easy connection to Los Angeles, and the proposed Mojave River-Colorado line. One of the most important contributions to the surveys in California was made by Lieutenant Park, who examined the great San Gorgonio Pass lying between the two highest peaks of the Sierra Madre Range, Mount San Gorgonio, or Grayback, and San Jacinto. This pass, pronounced by Williamson to be the best pass in the Coast Range, as indeed it easily is, furnished a feasible route from San Pedro and Los Angeles down the valleys, since known as Coachella and Imperial, to the junction of the Gila and the Colorado rivers. It thus afforded a practical outlet for the proposed southern or 32nd parallel route to the Pacific. It was also hoped that a line might be run from the Colorado by way of Warner's Pass, or through some similar gap in the mountains farther south, to San Diego. But upon examination, neither Warner's nor any other pass in the locality proved suitable for the desired line. As a result of these investigations, Williamson concluded that a road built from the Mississippi to the mouth of the Gila would reach the Pacific most easily by way of San Gorgonio Pass, San Bernardino, and Los Angeles. If it were decided to make San Diego the terminus, the line could be extended south along the coast after leaving the San Gorgonio Pass. This was the only feasible plan of reaching San Diego, since the mountains made a more direct approach impractical. Three possible routes presented themselves for extending the road to San Francisco. The line might run northward along the Colorado from the Gila, then turn westward to the Mojave and enter the San Joaquin by way of the Tehachapi. Or, having reached Los Angeles by the Cajon or San Gorgonio Pass, it might either be built northward along the coast, or else be carried back to the Mojave Desert by way of Soledad Canyon and extended to the San Joaquin through the Tehachapi. Having reached the San Joaquin, the line could find an outlet through the Coast Range by the Pacheco Pass to San Jose. Lieutenant Park was in charge of the investigations covering the route along the coast from Los Angeles to San Francisco. His examination was carefully made, but the details cannot be entered into here. He thought the road might be built for $20 million and pointed out the beneficial effect it would have upon the development of rich agricultural lands between Los Angeles and Monterey. A half-century elapsed, however, before the Southern Pacific, following the Park's suggestions, completed this vital link between the North and South. The careful surveys of Williamson and Park in Southern California were duplicated in the northern part of the state the following year, 1855. Williamson was again put in charge of the work, but as Park was busy elsewhere, Lieutenant H. L. Abbott was detailed to act as chief assistant. The main object of this investigation was to discover a feasible route between the Sacramento Valley and Oregon, either by way of the Willamette River or the Deschutes. The Deschutes route involved a recrossing of the Sierra Nevada along the earlier line mapped out by Beckwith, and a survey of the region lying between the eastern outlet of Noble's Pass and the Klamath River. The course of this stream was then followed for some distance until a low range of hills allowed the party to cross to the Deschutes. The valley of this river, which was supposed to furnish an outlet to the Dalles, after a time proved impossible for railway purposes, and though a pass was afterwards found heading into the Willamette Valley, the route as a whole proved too difficult and the country too sterile to make the construction of a railroad practical. The second line marked out for survey between California and Oregon was much more favored by Williamson and Abbott. It tapped the rich mining regions of Shasta and Trinity counties and ran through the fertile Umpqua, Rogue, and Willamette valleys. On this route, the chief difficulty was presented by the mountainous country lying between Shasta City and Wairika. Indian troubles, however, unfortunately prevented a careful examination of much of the region. But Abbott's conjecture that the route would prove eminently practicable upon further investigation was later verified by the construction of the Oregon and California Railway from San Francisco to Portland. The Pacific Railroad reports, which embodied the findings of Whipple, Gunnison, Stevens, Beckwith, and the rest, showed plainly enough that no insurmountable difficulty had been placed by nature in the way of a railroad to the west. But unfortunately for the immediate construction of such a road, the same report showed that it might follow at least 4 routes across the continent, thus keeping alive that sectional rivalry which had already proved such a serious impediment to the railway bill. The selection of the southern route by Secretary Davis as the most desirable for railway purposes did little to mend the situation. He was charged with pro-slavery and sectional motives, though his choice was wholly justified from the engineering and financial standpoint, and the battle between the various routes went on as vigorously and indecisively as before. In this contest, the southern route scored 2 important gains. One, the acquisition of the Butterfield Overland Mail, has already been spoken of. The other, which transpired some years before the Overland Mail, while in fact the railroad surveys were still in progress, was the so-called Gadsden Purchase. This further acquisition of Mexican territory was urged because it was found that a railroad following the general line of the 32nd parallel would be compelled at times to dip south of the border owing to topographical difficulties and run for part of its course through the state of Sonora. To keep the road wholly on American soil, President Pierce therefore sent Colonel James G. Gadsden of South Carolina to negotiate with Mexico for the desired territory. Gadsden, himself a railroad president and one of the earliest advocates of a line to the Pacific, had suggested in 1845 that its terminus be made either Mazatlan or San Francisco. He was an ardent enthusiast for the southern route and succeeded without great difficulty in securing Mexico's consent to the transfer of some 45,000 square miles lying just south of Arizona and New Mexico for $10 million. After a good deal of debate, the treaty was ratified by the United States Senate and went into effect June 30, 1854. Footnote: the Southern Pacific, for much of its course from Yuma to El Paso, now runs through this Gadsden Purchase. The treaty also provided for certain transit rights across the Isthmus of Tehuantepec. End footnote. While the federal government was thus concerned with the question of a railroad to the Pacific, the people of California were also busily engaged in agitation for the project. Their newspapers were continually harping upon it. Mass meetings and conventions were called to further the enterprise, and California congressmen and senators were made to feel that the chief end of their political life was to secure the enactment of a railroad bill. The state legislature similarly showed great enthusiasm for the enterprise. Much of this, expressed in oratory and memorials to Congress, did little good, but a few practical results were accomplished by other means. Most important of these was an examination of that portion of the Sierra Nevada lying between the American River and Carson Pass for the purpose of constructing an immigrant road that later might serve as a railway route across the mountains. This investigation, carried out under the Surveyor General's orders by Sherman Day and George H. Goddard, whose name is still retained by one of the highest peaks in the Sierra, served materially to supplement the surveys previously made by the federal government. In California, however, as in the nation at large, sectional rivalries prevented general support of any one route. San Diego, Los Angeles, and San Francisco each had its ambition to become the railway center of the West, and the result was a frittering away of energy and urging local claims that might better have been spent in concerted action. This lack of harmony among Californians seriously weakened the railroad cause at Washington, and was one of the reasons for the long years of delay between the time of the completion of the surveys and the actual construction of the road. So, in spite of a need which grew more urgent every year, various adverse factors continued to defeat the Pacific Railroad until the patience of the people of California was almost gone. In 1859, a San Francisco editor summed up this popular feeling in the following exasperated protest. Quote, "If ever a people belonging to and forming part and parcel of a great nation were subject to a downright persecution from the government to which they owe allegiance, the people of California are the ones of all others that furnish the most prominent and striking example of such treatment. We are wholly at the mercy of a gang of political harpies who care no more for the interests of California than they do for those of the wild tribes of the interior of South Africa. If all that we have given to the world thus far, all the benefit that California has bestowed on the rest of the Union, and all that she has yet to become are to count for nothing in the estimation of the government, then let it be so understood, and let us cast about us and see what we can accomplish single-handed." If this editorial fairly represented public opinion on the coast, as it did without much question, then political necessity as well as economic expediency demanded the enactment of a railroad bill. The outbreak of the Civil War brought the issue to a climax. The federal government at last saw that a railroad must be built to California if California were to be kept within the Union. At the same time, since the southern route was eliminated from consideration because so much of it lay within Confederate territory, the question of the location of the road was greatly simplified. Succession and war thus cleared the way for the eagerly awaited but long delayed Pacific Railroad. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26, A History of California, the American Period, by Robert Glass Cleland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26, The Central Pacific Railroad. The Pacific Railroad Bill, which closed the long struggle for a transcontinental railway, provided that the road should start on the 100th meridian between the Republican and Platte Rivers and proceed westward along the most direct, central, and practical route to the western boundary of Nevada, there to meet and connect with the line of the Central Pacific Railroad Company of California. The bill thus authorized the construction of two distinct roads. The one, designated the Union Pacific, was to reach from Omaha to the California boundary. The other, known as the Central Pacific, was to be built eastward from Sacramento until it crossed the Sierra Nevada mountains. It is the purpose of this narrative to deal only with the construction of the Central Pacific, except where the history of the two roads becomes inseparable, and to leave the fascinating but somewhat intricate affairs of the Union Pacific and Oak Ames's Credit Mobile to other writers. The Central Pacific found its origin in the enthusiasm of one man and owed its completion to the determination and shrewdness of four. A civil engineer named Theodore D. Judah had come to the coast in 1854 to lay out a pioneer railroad called the Sacramento Valley Line, which ran between the city of Sacramento and Folsom. Before Judah was through with this local road, he had been caught by the challenge of the Sierra and began to plan the conquest of the mountains. Within the next few years, often in the dead of winter when the snow lay 15 or 20 feet deep on the higher levels, Judah made 22 examinations of possible routes across the Sierra. And in the intervals between these trips,
he tried to organize popular backing for his undertaking. The California public, so far as mere talk was concerned, was full of enthusiasm for the road, but for a long time Judah's efforts did not bring out any financial support. Footnote: a great railroad convention was held at San Francisco in 1859 at the call of the state legislature, to which every county in California, Arizona, Washington, and Oregon was requested to send delegates. Its sessions, presided over by John Bidwell, lasted for several days, but accomplished little or nothing of a practical nature. End footnote. He continued his agitation, however, as vigorously as ever, and at last secured the tangible assistance the enterprise so badly needed. This was the incorporation, June 28, 1861, of the Central Pacific Railroad Company of California, with a capital stock of 85,000 shares of a nominal value of $100 each. The officers of the new company were all engaged in business in Sacramento, and from the very beginning, the Central Pacific became more of a partnership affair than a corporation. Leland Stanford, nominated but 10 days before the organization of the company for the governorship of the state by the Republican Party, and destined to win the election the following September, was chosen president. Collis P. Huntington became vice president. Mark Hopkins, treasurer, and James Bailey, a jeweler through whom Judah had become acquainted with Stanford and Huntington, became secretary. Judah himself was chosen chief engineer. The three men first mentioned, together with Charles Crocker, whose name intentionally did not appear as one of the company's directors, were in reality the Central Pacific Railroad. They afterwards became the most powerful railroad group in the West, and for nearly a generation were the controlling factor in the state's economic development. At this time, however, they were neither very rich nor very widely known, and the task to which they had put their hands was overwhelmingly great. Stanford, Hopkins, and Crocker were all born in New York, and Huntington, though a native of Connecticut, had lived most of his life in the same state. Stanford and Hopkins, as young men, were educated for the law, but Huntington and Crocker had known little schooling of any kind, except the schooling of poverty and hard work. All four reached California at the time of the gold rush, and eventually became the leading merchants of Sacramento. Stanford and Crocker were in the dry goods trade, while Huntington and Hopkins, more than a decade before, had formed a mutually satisfactory partnership to deal in hardware and miner supplies. From the time these four men joined forces in the organization of the Central Pacific until the combination was finally dissolved by death, they worked together as a unit, opposing a solid front to all opposition and never allowing personal disagreements or jealousies to defeat their purpose. This perfect teamwork largely accounted for their phenomenal success. It is remarkable, however, considering the character of the men, that they should have maintained such harmonious relations over so many years, for with the possible exception of Hopkins, all four were men of determined wills and vigorous opinions. Footnote: Huntington once said, "Crocker attended to the construction of the road, and he was a very earnest and good man. We did not agree in all things. He erred in judgment sometimes." End footnote. One of the reasons for the successful cooperation of the four was the wise division of labor very early made between them. Almost from the outset, Crocker was put in charge of the actual construction of the line. Huntington became the company's eastern representative, attending to the national legislation, purchasing material, and securing funds. Stanford handled state politics and managed the financial end in California. And Hopkins, with his keen analytical mind, served as a valuable advisor for the others, and particularly aided Stanford in local matters. When Judah presented his plan to these men in 1861 for a railroad across the Sierra, he was able to hold before them two inducements which made the enterprise less foolhardy from the financial standpoint than it seemed on its face. The first of these was a prospect of securing government subsidies of various kinds, and the second, the certainty of monopolizing the California-Nevada trade by the proposed road, even though the line should stop far short of its announced goal. This Nevada trade, at the time of the Central Pacific's inception, was a prize worth seeking. 2 years before, the great Comstock lode had been discovered in the Washoe Mountains, and a mining boom of tremendous proportions was already in progress. Nearly all the food and necessaries for the thousands who flocked to Carson City and Virginia City, as well as the tools and heavy machinery which were required for the mining operations, had to be freighted across the mountains. Literally tons of bullion were also being brought back annually to San Francisco for minting or shipment east. And in addition, the passenger traffic to and from the mines was a bonanza in itself. Some idea of the value of this Nevada business, which the organizers of the Central Pacific proposed to secure, may be seen from Judah's report in 1862 on the Placerville-Carson Road. This, the most famous stage road of Northern California, ran from Placerville by way of Johnson Pass and Kingsbury Grade to the Washoe Valley. Over it, in the year of Judah's report, 120 tons of freight were carried daily at rates varying from 6 to 8 cents a pound, yielding an annual total of $5.25 million. $500,000 additional were received from passenger fares, and Wells Fargo transported over 200,000 pounds of silver bullion not included in the figures for ordinary freight. If the Central Pacific, by building only partway across the mountains, could capture the greater part of that trade, together with that which passed over other stage roads, its directors might well afford to risk even the heavy initial cost of construction. The second inducement held out by Judah, that of federal subsidies, was of more immediate importance than even the Nevada freight, for it was manifestly impossible to provide the necessary finances for the road without some form of government assistance. In securing this federal aid, the backers of the Central Pacific were by no means disappointed, and an essential feature of the Pacific Railroad Bill, which Bailey and Judah helped to pass through Congress, was the grants of land and credits it bestowed upon the railroad companies. These were sufficient in themselves to tempt Huntington and his companions to begin actual operations. But 2 years later, by the Act of 1864, the government proved itself even more generous and materially increased the subsidies carried in the original bill of 1862. As a result of these two bills, the builders of the Central Pacific stood to receive 12,800 acres of government land for each mile of track constructed, and, in addition, were allowed a credit in United States 6% bonds, payable at the end of 30 years both as to principal and interest, of from $16,000 to $48,000 per mile, depending upon the nature of the ground over which the line ran. Following the example of Congress, the California legislature also passed various measures to aid the Central Pacific, enacting as high as 7 bills in a single session on its behalf. The most important grants were made in 1864. Legislation of that year gave the company the right to issue $12 million in first mortgage 20-year 7% bonds, and provided that the state should pay the interest for 20 years on the first $1,500,000 issued, or a total of $2,100,000. A fund known as the Pacific Railroad Fund was created for this purpose by the levy of a special tax of 8 cents on each $100 of taxable property throughout the state. County subsidies were also granted to supplement those of state and nation. Placer County subscribed for $250,000 of Central Pacific stock, issuing bonds in payment, and under a similar arrangement, Sacramento County pledged $300,000. The company also obtained a valuable right-of-way, certain portions of the waterfront, and other public lands in the city of Sacramento. San Francisco, after a long struggle fought in the state legislature, at the polls, and before the courts, donated $400,000 outright to the main road and $200,000 to its subsidiary, the Western Pacific. The latter road, connecting the Central Pacific with the San Francisco Bay by way of Stockton, Niles, San Jose, and Oakland,
also received valuable aid from San Joaquin and Santa Clara counties, and enjoyed besides the federal subsidies provided by the Act of 1864. Even though these various government subsidies were of princely proportions, the fate of the Central Pacific for 2 years hung in the balance. From the beginning, the enterprise was foredoomed to failure by the profits, and even its sponsors were not over-hopeful of the outcome. It was this skepticism that led Huntington to object when others planned a celebration at the laying of the first rail. Quote, "If you want to jubilate in driving the first spike here," said he, "go ahead and do it. I don't. These mountains look too ugly and I see too much work ahead. We may fail, and I want to have as few people know it as we can, and if we get up a jubilation, a little anybody can drive the first spike, but there are many months of hard labor and unrest between the first and last spike." End quote. These months of hard labor and unrest between the first and last spike, which Huntington foresaw, not caring to boast as he was putting his armor on, were even worse than the builders anticipated. The difficulties of construction, of financing, of securing material, of combating opposition, of securing favorable legislation were tremendous, and would early have staggered less resourceful or less energetic men. The route chosen by Judah and supported by him against all subsequent attack followed in the main the old immigrant road from Sacramento to Donner Pass by way of Auburn, Clipper Cap, and Colfax, or Illinois Town as it was then called. Footnote: Judah gave at one time 30 reasons for his choice of routes. End quote. From the summit of the mountains, the line descended along the general course of the Truckee River to the Nevada plains. A few miles beyond Colfax lay Dutch Flat, from which Judah proposed to build a wagon road to Carson Valley, thus diverting the Nevada traffic to the Central Pacific, until the railroad could be completed to the California boundary. The selection of this route led to one of the first and most violent attacks on the Central Pacific. Rival lines such as the San Francisco and Washoe and the Sacramento Valley, whose history cannot be traced here, joined with an already outraged San Francisco and Placerville public to denounce the whole project. The road was dubbed the Dutch Flat Fraud, and its builders were accused of securing government subsidies for a line which they had no intention of completing across the mountains. Whether or not there was truth in these charges, the fact remains that the Central's wagon road brought to it most of the Nevada trade and enabled it to pay very large returns while still under process of construction. Rival opposition was the least of the Central's difficulties. The Sierra Nevadas opposed a barrier nearly 150 miles wide, rising at times to an elevation of 7,000 feet. To overcome this, an army of workmen and teams had to be organized, sheltered, fed, and paid. An incalculable amount of grading, filling, trestle building, cutting, and tunneling, much of the way through solid rock, had to be accomplished. Mile upon mile of snow sheds had also to be built in the higher altitudes to protect the track in the winter, so that material could later go forward for use of construction gangs hurrying the work across Nevada. The responsibility for this phase of the work fell upon Charles Crocker, who was head of the Charles Crocker Construction Company, afterward superseded by the Contract and Finance Company, was in full charge of building operations. In reality, the companies just mentioned were only the Big Four and Edwin B. Crocker operating under another name, for Huntington and his associates saw the advisability from many standpoints of keeping the road's construction in their own hands, as well as the financial advantages to be gained from such an arrangement. But unlike the Credit Mobile, which served the chief stockholders of the Union Pacific in similar capacity, the construction companies organized by the California builders, whether in connection with the Central Pacific or any of their other roads, never revealed the details of costs and profits to inquisitive congressional committees. Next to Huntington, Charles Crocker had the heaviest responsibility of the four. Upon his shoulders fell the physical burden of the undertaking. The best testimony to his ability is that, along with the chief engineer, Montague, who succeeded Judah upon the latter's death,
and Strobridge, who served as superintendent of construction, he carried the road over every difficulty mountain, desert, and man could place in its way. When white labor failed or became difficult to handle, he brought in thousands of Chinese coolies and used these Crocker's pets, as they were called, without mercy to himself or them. Even the winter snows were not allowed to check his impetuous ambition. While Crocker was carrying forward the construction work, Stanford, aided by Hopkins and an occasional visit from Huntington, was adroitly handling the state and local legislation necessary to secure the subsidies mentioned in the previous paragraph. In the East, meanwhile, Huntington gave himself to three great tasks, any one of which was beyond ordinary capacity. The first was to dispose of enough Central Pacific stock and bonds to finance operations, or, failing that, to borrow sufficient money on the personal security of himself and his associates to keep the road from lagging. His genius along this line was so marked that even in the stress of the Civil War and its aftermath, he enabled the road to carry a floating debt of $7 million, for none of which it paid more than 7% per annum, though the Union Pacific was charged a much higher premium, and the common interest rates in California ranged from 2 to 3% per month. Footnote. At one time, the single house of William E. Dodge and Company held the personal notes of Huntington and his associates for $3,250,000, so confident were the New York bankers of Huntington's ability to meet the Central's obligations. End footnote. Besides financing the road, Huntington had also to keep it supplied with material. This meant the purchase of every foot of rail used in the track, of locomotives, of passenger coaches, of flat cars, spikes, powder, shovels, and all other implements from Eastern manufacturers, since California at that time had nothing in the way of steel and iron foundries, and the shipment of this material either around the Horn or across Panama. This was an especially difficult task while the war lasted. The government had prior right to most of the supplies required by the railroad, and even when cargoes could be secured, ships were not easily found. During the war, freight rates increased from $18 to $45 a ton. Marine insurance, owing to the menace of Southern privateersmen, rose from 2.5% to 10%. Railroad iron trebled in value. Locomotives, rolling stock, everything in fact the Central Pacific required had to be bought at increased prices. Even after the war, the rivalry of the Union Pacific in the market for the same material kept up the cost of rails and locomotives and made it hard to fill orders. Yet Huntington's genius overcame these difficulties and kept a steady stream of supplies flowing from the Atlantic seaboard to the construction camps in the Sierra. The following is a typical example of the methods by which Huntington accomplished his ends. In 1866, he succeeded in stealing a march on the Union Pacific in the purchase of 66,000 tons of rails, which the latter road badly needed, and at the same time defeated a threatened combine on the part of the steel mills to increase the price. To get these rails to California required a large number of vessels, so Huntington went to a gentleman named E.B. Sutton to charter the necessary bottoms. The details of this interview are best given in Huntington's own words. Quote, I said, well, I want to get a good ship, a good steady ship, safe. I said, you go out and run around, give me a list of what you can find. He came in with 3 or 4. He said, you can have this one for so much and this one for so much. Such a price, said I, it is too high. I can't take one of these ships. I am in no hurry, said I. The ships are coming in all along. Well, he came back. He went out 3 times, and he came back with 23 ships. I got them all down whilst talking. Well, said I suddenly, I will take them. Take them, said he. Take what? Said I will take those ships if they are A1. Well, he said, I can't let you have them. I thought you wanted only one. He said, I will have to have 2 or 3 of them myself. Said I, not of these you won't. Well, those ships took about 45,000 tons of rails. Mr. Sutton told me afterward, Huntington, you would have had to pay $10 per ton, at least, more if I had known you wanted all those ships.
That would have been $450,000. Huntington's third task in the East lay in the field of politics. At this time, or a little later, the Central Pacific maintained an agent in Washington to whom they paid a salary of $20,000 and allowed an unaudited expense account of twice that amount. But this man was only a subordinate. Huntington himself was the real director of railroad affairs in Washington. What he accomplished in this capacity was more important from the standpoint of the Central Pacific than any of his other work. Aside from the subsidies earlier granted by Congress, one of the measures of most advantage to the California Railroad was passed in 1866. By the Act of 1864, the eastern limit of the Central Pacific had been fixed 150 miles east of the California-Nevada boundary. The territory beyond that line belonged exclusively to the Union Pacific. The bill, indeed, went even farther and permitted the Union Pacific to continue its operations westward if it reached the junction point ahead of the Central Pacific. This clause was of course obnoxious to the backers of the Central, who were secretly determined to carry their line entirely across Nevada into Utah and enter Salt Lake City ahead of the Union Pacific. To object to this feature of the bill at the time, however, might have defeated the entire measure with its large subsidies from the federal government. Consequently, Huntington accepted the objectionable provision and bided his time until by the enactment of the bill in 1866, he succeeded in releasing the Central from its limitations and in obtaining the desired right to build eastward until a junction should be made with the Union Pacific. The measure was a perfectly legitimate piece of legislation and deserved the large support which it received in Congress, but Huntington had taken no chances of its defeat by rival lobbyists. In later years, in his own brusque way, he told the following incident relative to the passage of the measure. Quote, "A congressman by the name of Alley from Massachusetts, when the bill passed, came over to me. He says, 'Huntington,' he says, 'there must have been great corruption, great money used, or you could not have passed that bill.' 'Well,' I said to him, 'Mr. Alley, I am surprised to hear you talk in that way of your associates here. I am very much surprised, but I will be frank and tell you that I brought over $500,000 to use every dollar of it if necessary to pass this bill. I got a large majority of them I knew that was in favor of it without the use of $1. We still had our means and wanted to get every vote, so I went into the gallery for votes, one head after another. I sat right there. I examined the face of every man, and I'm a good judge of faces. I examined them carefully through my glass. I didn't see but one man I thought would sell his vote, and you know devilish well I didn't try that. So I didn't use $1. Of course, Huntington's ability did not always secure the enactment of favorable measures or prevent the passage of bills opposed to the Central's interest. One act, for example, was carried through Congress fixing the gauge of the road at 4 feet 8 1/2 inches, after Huntington had convinced Lincoln that 5 feet was the proper width and had secured the issuance of an executive order to that effect. But even in this case, Huntington turned defeat to his advantage and drove a satisfactory bargain with his opponents on the issue. Footnote. By a presidential decree of January 12, 1864, the western base of the Sierra Nevada Mountains was officially fixed where the line of the Central Pacific crosses Arcade Creek in the Sacramento Valley. Opponents of the railroad pointed out that this decree actually moved the mountains 20 miles west of their true location, across a comparatively level plain, thus increasing the government's load to the road from $16,000 a mile to $48,000 a mile for the 20 miles involved. End footnote. With the passage of the bill permitting the Central to enter Union Pacific territory east of California, the two rivals began a headlong race unique in railroad history. In this contest, the Central was contending for a double prize. Every mile of track laid east of the Sierras brought the government subsidy of 20 sections of land and a credit of $32,000. Equally important was the revenue to be derived from the Utah traffic, if Salt Lake could be reached before the Union Pacific built so far westward as to shut its rival away from the Mormon settlements. Huntington, indeed, had set a much farther goal for the Central Pacific's eastern terminus, and later blamed the apathy and opposition of San Francisco for holding the road back, when with proper support in California, it might have reached the Green River and controlled the traffic of all Utah, Wyoming, and Idaho. Had this object been realized, one might also add, the California road would have been relieved from that thorn in the flesh, the Oregon short line, and the building of the Southern Pacific to New Orleans and of the San Francisco-Portland line might have been delayed for many years. The stirring details of the race between the Union and Central Pacific, the one building eastward across the Nevada and Utah deserts, the other progressing westward from the Black Hills, cannot be told here at length. On the one side was a corporation backed by almost limitless resources, well entrenched in federal politics, transporting its material from a comparatively near base of supplies over its own line, and relying pretty largely upon Irish labor for construction purposes. On the other side were four men, by this time well enough supplied with funds, skillful as their rivals in the use of political machinery, compelled, however, to ship supplies by long sea voyages, using Chinese coolies by the thousand for grading, track laying, and the innumerable tasks of railroad building, maintaining a secret watch over their rivals' affairs, hoodwinking the agents he sent out, stripping the markets wherever possible of material to force the Union's construction crews to stand idle, and obtaining government bonds for 60 miles of track to which their opponents laid claim. Around these elements centered the greatest race in the history of railroad construction. The two roads met at Promontory Point in Utah, an insignificant place some 53 miles west of Ogden. Here, on the 10th of May, 1869, in the presence of 1,000 spectators, the two tracks were joined. Silver and gold spikes were driven in a silver-bound tie of California laurel. Speeches were made. An engine from the east touched front with an engine from the west, and the old dream of linking the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans became a reality. Quote, "Sir," said the telegram sent by the participating officials of the two roads to President Grant, "we have the honor to report that the last rail is laid, the last spike is driven. The Pacific Railroad is finished." End quote. Finished, too, for California was much that had made her previous history. Slow-going ox wagons no longer crossed the Sierra. The mining counties dwindled in population, while the agricultural regions and the cities took on increasing life. Great land grants of early days were gradually broken up to make room for a rapidly enlarged population. The cattle baron retired to the foothills and out-of-the-way valleys to make way for grain fields, orchards, and vineyards. The San Joaquin and Sacramento valleys began to fulfill the old prophecies that one day they would become the granary of the Pacific. California products made their appearance in eastern markets, and eastern tourists daily enriched the California merchants. Travel became a source of unity and culture. Thousands of persons, long stranded on the coast because of the difficult overland journey, rushed eagerly back to their old homes in the States, and after a brief stay rushed even more eagerly back to the West, tenfold more enthusiastic for California than ever they had been before. Real estate booms grew to be familiar phenomena. Labor problems thrust themselves upon the public notice. The state government failed more and more to meet the demands of its citizens. Society and business became more complex. On every side, new forces, social, economic, and political, marked the development of a new day. In this period of transition, the builders of the Central Pacific played a foremost part, for their celebration at Promontory Point was for them the beginning rather than the end of a great task. The line from Sacramento to Ogden was only a single link in a great system yet to be constructed. By means of the Western Pacific, a line running from Sacramento to San Jose, with a branch from Niles to San Francisco Bay, known as the San Francisco, Oakland, and Alameda Railroad, the Central had an outlet to Tidewater. Later, the road got control of most of the Oakland waterfront and sought to occupy Yerba Buena Island. Deeming it necessary to control every avenue of approach to the city of San Francisco, The Central next absorbed the California Pacific, which ran from Sacramento to Vallejo and carried it on to Benicia, where ferry connections were established with Port Costa, thus forestalling any competition from that approach to San Francisco. Similarly, the San Francisco and San Jose Railroad, which had been built down the peninsula largely through subsidies provided by the two cities whose name it bore, passed under control of the Central directors and completed the desired monopoly of San Francisco trade. The process was aided by a grant from the state legislature of 60 acres of land for terminal facilities on the shore of Mission Bay. While these local developments were in progress, the Central Pacific found itself threatened in two dangerous quarters. The Union Pacific, stopped at Ogden by the Central from proceeding to California, sought an outlet to the Pacific by way of Portland. The building of the Oregon Short Line thus threatened to divert from the Central most of the Oriental trade. By running a line of steamers from Portland to San Francisco, a still more serious menace, the Union Pacific might even take over a large share of the California traffic to the east, unless the Central in some way could protect itself. But this was not the most serious menace the California Railroad had to face. Before the Civil War, the best judgment of the country, as shown in a previous chapter, favored the extreme southern route for the Pacific Railroad. The proposed line along the 35th parallel was also highly recommended. The war checked, but did not kill the interest in these two routes, and before the Central Pacific itself was well established, other companies were at work to build into California along both of these more southerly routes. Should a road reach the Pacific over either route, it meant incalculable loss to the Central, because the latter's long haul across the Sierra with the heavy grades and winding track made competition with the southern road impossible on anything like equal terms. But the men who had shown sufficient mettle to construct the Central Pacific were not now likely to see it overwhelmed by more recent rivals, and with characteristic energy they set to work to master the situation. The menace of the Oregon Short Line was met by the construction of a road from San Francisco to Portland through the Sacramento Valley. This line, originally called the Oregon-California Railroad, followed the general course of the Williamson-Abbott Survey through northern California and southern Oregon. Most of the road was built by the Contract and Finance Company of Central Pacific fame, and as in the case of the Central, the line was largely financed by government subsidies of land and bonds. It was completed to Ashland, Oregon, the terminus of the Portland Division, in 1887. Some years before the Oregon connection was established, moreover, the Central builders had completed a much more comprehensive and daring program in the South. Here, their ambition was threefold: to monopolize the transportation business of Central and Southern California, where agricultural development foretold enormous freights, to close the eastern border of the state to rival lines, or failing this, to keep them south of the Tehachapi and to secure for themselves a through road to the east, independent of the Union Pacific and without the handicap of the Sierra. Incidentally, too, the prospect of acquiring some tens of thousands of acres of rich agricultural land was not altogether without its weight. To realize these ambitions required the construction of an entire railroad system. One of the first measures was to make sure of the San Joaquin Valley. This was done by absorbing a number of independent lines and constructing sufficient mileage to give a through track from Lathrop on the Central Pacific to a place known as Goshen in the northwestern corner of Tulare County. By the time this was done, a new road, which had made an insignificant beginning in 1865, began to attract a great deal of public interest through the coast counties south of San Francisco. This was the Southern Pacific Railroad Company of California, and like the mustard seed mentioned in the scriptures, from being one of the least of California roads, it was soon destined to become the greatest. The original charter of the Southern Pacific called for a road along the coast, following pretty closely Park's survey from San Jose to San Diego. Thence the line was to run to the Colorado, where a junction was planned with the Atlantic and Pacific Railroad, which Congress had authorized along the line of the 35th parallel. by the acquisition of the San Francisco-San Jose Railroad, which by this time had reached Gilroy in the Salinas Valley, and by showing an apparent intention of continuing down the coast in keeping with the provisions of its charter, the Southern Pacific for a time appeared in the guise of a formidable rival to the Central's monopoly. This hope was short-lived. As early as 1867, the Southern Pacific had announced a change from its proposed route down the coast to a line across the mountains into the San Joaquin and on to the Colorado by way of the Tehachapi. This radical departure from the original plan, though greeted with strong opposition from many quarters, especially in the coast counties most seriously affected, was approved by Congress. The latter body also granted the Southern Pacific the privilege of building a branch from its proposed Tehachapi, Colorado line to Los Angeles, and of continuing this by way of the San Gorgonio Pass to Fort Yuma. Two short extensions of its line from Gilroy, the one running to Soledad in Monterey County and the other to Tres Pinos in Benito County, put the Southern Pacific in a position to block the approach of any rival coming up from the south along the coast. As its congressional grant gave it the right of connecting at Needles and Yuma with the two through roads from the east, it was only necessary for the Central and Southern Pacific to unite to complete the railroad monopoly of California. By 1871, when the Contract and Finance Company undertook the construction of the Southern Pacific Line from Gilroy to Fort Mojave, it was clearly understood that this merger had taken place, and that Stanford and Company, as the Big Four were generally spoken of in California, had effectively killed all hopes of the Southern Pacific standing out as an independent road. Beginning at Goshen, where the Central Pacific stopped, the Southern Pacific's tracks were laid through Williamson's favorite pass, the Tehachapi, and thence extended to the Colorado. Control of one of the southern transcontinental routes was thus assured so far as an entrance into California was concerned. But the real test was yet to come. A road known as the Texas Pacific was already under construction westward from New Orleans along the 32nd parallel. To meet this road at Yuma was not sufficient. The Southern Pacific must be carried on through Arizona and Texas to become a transcontinental road in its own right. The fulfillment of this ambition was largely due to Huntington's determination, for his companions regarded the undertaking with apprehension and gave it something less than wholehearted support. Opposed to Huntington was Thomas A. Scott of the Texas Pacific, who was seeking to extend his own road to the California line. To succeed in this, he must obtain government aid in the form of land grants and federal bonds. Huntington used all the skill he could muster to defeat this grant, and adroitly showed up Scott's previous record when the latter sought to win the support of Congress on the ground that he was a public benefactor. To embarrass his rival further, Huntington even offered to build the Southern Pacific without federal subsidy of any kind. Footnote. Huntington, however, counted upon substantial subsidies from the legislatures of the territories through which the road ran. End footnote. In these and in other ways, he successfully defeated Scott's plans for the Texas Pacific and was able to carry out the program for his own line. While Huntington was thus engaged in checkmating Scott in Washington, the rails of the Southern Pacific, in the face of a government order to the contrary, were hurried through to the Yuma Indian Reservation and over the Colorado. Work was then rushed across Arizona and New Mexico to El Paso. The line was finally built almost to the Louisiana boundary, where connection was made with a road running into New Orleans, which the Southern Pacific directors acquired from the Morgan interests. Thus, the California Railroad at last reached its long-coveted outlet to the Gulf and made direct connection with eastern markets. From the California boundary to New Orleans, however, the line was still known by various names and operated, nominally, by as many separate corporations. To simplify the management and bring all the roads, both within the state and beyond its boundaries, under one head, Huntington and his associates afterwards formed a corporation known as the Southern Pacific Company. This was chartered by the state of Kentucky in 1884 and by stock ownership and lease has since controlled the combined properties of the Central and Southern Pacific Railroad companies. This chapter has shown in sufficient detail how four surprisingly able men, Huntington, Stanford, Crocker, and Hopkins, built the first great railroad systems of the state. It is a truism to say that the railroads did more than any other human factor for the economic development of California. Yet for various reasons, the generation that witnessed the construction of the Central and Southern Pacific Railroads accorded to the founders of those great enterprises more of censure than of admiration. The reasons for this unfavorable attitude will appear in part in the following chapters. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27. The Discontented Seventies. The building of the Central Pacific Railroad overcame some of the most serious transportation difficulties of California, but it left unsolved and in certain notable instances greatly increased many of the vexatious political and social problems of the state. Indeed, for more than a decade after the railroad's completion, a deep current of popular discontent ran beneath the whole course of California history. Conditions in general were favorable to the creation of this spirit of unrest and dissatisfaction. The economic life of the state was still undergoing a process of readjustment incident to the close of the bonanza period of 1849. Industry and agriculture were not yet sufficiently developed to absorb the surplus population. Capital was scarce and interest rates almost prohibitive so far as the small merchant and rancher was concerned. Wages had fallen to a comparatively low level, and a large influx of population to the cities had given rise to grave problems of poverty and unemployment. The rural communities were as discontented as the cities. Ranching in California was essentially different from farming in the East, and even where inexperience and ignorance did not result in failure and distress, some whim of nature, such as drought or flood, occasionally ruined the crops and brought discouragement and discontent. There was seldom a reserve of capital with which to tide over such disaster to the next harvest, and crop failure consequently often meant the loss of the land as well as of the money and time invested. Land titles were uncertain and often the subject of expensive litigation which the ordinary rancher could not afford. Only a few of the agricultural products which now rank as the most valuable of the state were then grown on a commercial scale, and the industry as a whole was not yet out of the experimental stage. The knowledge of the best methods of irrigation was still in its infancy, and the question of water rights had not yet been stripped of confusion by adequate legislation and judicial interpretation. Altogether, therefore, the lot of the small rancher was not such as to make him a satisfied and contented man. He, like his fellow citizens in the towns and cities, was inclined to radicalism. Yet Edmund Burke, in substance, once said that no Englishman cared a fig for abstract liberty, but would move heaven and earth for the concrete right of voting his own taxes. So, in California, the political discontent and popular unrest of the 70s did not arise alone from a general sense of grievance, but was also the product of very definite factors, the effect of which men felt in the practical affairs of everyday life. When, therefore, late in the decade, the citizens demanded a new constitution for the state, they were thinking much less of the rights of man, though out of respect for tradition they had to say something of those too, than they were of certain very specific and concrete practices to which they traced many of their material ills. The chief of these grievances had to do with corruption and inefficiency in government. The evils of the railroad situation and the political activities of the Central Pacific, large land and water monopolies accompanied by unfair methods of taxation, wages and conditions of labor, and finally unrestricted immigration of Chinese coolies. The bill of particulars was large. It remained to be seen how far these evils could be eradicated. One of the most serious of the problems was that of government reform. Never in the history of the state had political standards been quite so demoralized, and the responsibility of public office so lightly felt. The nation itself during this decade was passing through a period of political laxness, of which such scandals as the Credit Mobile, the Indian frauds, and the whiskey ring were merely symptomatic. New York was giving to the world the inspiring example of the Tweed ring. The Gould-Fisk combination was playing fast and loose with the welfare of great railroad systems, attempting to corner the nation's gold by control of cabinet officials and insolently damning the public in the bargain. In business and in politics, the whole country was suffering the worst moral collapse it has yet experienced. George F. Hoare's indictment of the period, severe as it was, contained nothing of exaggeration. On May 6, 1876, he made this statement in the Senate, quote, "My own public life has been a very brief and insignificant one, extending little beyond the duration of a single term of senatorial office. But in that brief period I have seen 5 judges of a high court of the United States driven from office by threats of impeachment for corruption or maladministration. I have seen in the state in the Union foremost in power and wealth 4 judges of her courts impeached for corruption, and the political administration of her chief city become a disgrace and a byword throughout the world. I have seen the chairman of the Committee on Military Affairs in the House rise in his place and demand the expulsion of 4 of his associates for making sale of their official privilege of selecting the youths to be educated at our great military school. When the greatest railroad of the world, binding together the continent and uniting the 2 great seas which wash our shores, was finished, I have seen our national triumph and exultation turned to bitterness and shame by the unanimous reports of 3 committees of Congress, 2 of the House and 1 here, that every step of that mighty enterprise had been taken in fraud. I have heard in highest places the shameless doctrine avowed by men grown old in public office, that the true way by which power could be gained in the Republic is to bribe the people with the offices created for their service, and the true end for which it should be used when gained is the promotion of selfish ambition and the gratification of personal revenge. I have heard that suspicion haunts the footsteps of the trusted companions of the President." End quote. As already intimated, California politics in the period under discussion suffered from the same ills which Hoare found in the national capital and in New York. No branch of the state government was free from this low tone of political morality, but it was generally recognized that the legislature was more completely lost to a sense of political honor than any of the other departments. There were several reasons for this condition, apart from the general factors of corruption and inefficiency inseparably connected with all legislative bodies. The California legislature, unfortunately, had behind it no tradition of honest government. On the contrary, almost from the organization of the state, its proceedings had been marked by a moral laxness that frequently assumed the proportions of open scandal. Therefore, whenever the body came together, lobbyist and corrupt agent of every sort flocked to the state capitol, where a man with money or favors at his command might do much to influence legislation. Again, the members of the legislature too frequently united second-rate ability with second-rate morals, and as the Constitution, naively framed on the supposition that public officials could safely be trusted with power, imposed few restraints on the law-making power of the body, and the combination was exceedingly injurious to the state. Complaint was made particularly against the free hand allowed the legislature in levying taxes, making appropriations, granting away franchises and state lands, and enacting special legislation. Even where no dishonesty prevailed, the organization of the legislature and its methods of doing business led to the enactment of hurried and ill-digested laws, most of which were crowded through in the last few days of the session, allowing all sorts of private interests to profit at the expense of the public good. William J. Shaw, a member of the California Senate, made the following trenchant criticism of these conditions in 1875. Quote, "It is really difficult to comprehend how a legislature could be intelligently contrived to render it more certain that proper legislation cannot possibly be performed. The last session ended on the 30th of March, 1874. In December, our legislature passed 13 statutes. In January, it passed 39. In February, it passed 109. In its 30 days in March, it passed 518 statutes. But we have not yet told all. Of the 679 statutes, no less than 518 were merely local or personal acts and of no moment to the state at large. No less than 32 were passed to permit county sheriffs or clerks to leave the state or for the private interests of some persons in the way of getting money claims allowed, justly or unjustly. 9 separate statutes were passed to enable school districts to build schoolhouses or to do something else of a like local nature. 1 statute was enacted to change the orthography of an unknown place, and 2 or more to change the names of some such places. 3 several statutes were passed to prohibit hogs from running about in some of the counties, and 1 to prevent horn cattle. Several separate statutes were passed to make counties pay debts they apparently were not obligated to pay otherwise. 1 special statute was passed to authorize the county government of San Francisco to hire a messenger, and I believe 1 other to enable it to better provide for removing dead dogs from its streets. No less than 13 several statutes were passed at the last session and approved by the governor to repeal or amend 13 other statutes previously passed and approved by the governor at that very same session, so that even before the 103 working days had passed by, they found it necessary to begin again to repeal or amend some of the very acts the houses had just passed and the governor had just approved only a few hours or a few days previously." End quote. Dishonesty, mediocrity, and confusion thus combined to make the California legislature an easy prey to many species of corrupt politics. Independent newspapers characterized session after session of the body as extravagant, useless, and corrupt. Outright bribery was so common that the San Francisco Bulletin, without any trace of sarcasm, congratulated the people of the state because the members of the legislature during one session, even though evincing ignorance and incapacity, seemed to be influenced in their support of objectionable bills more by political prejudice and personal ambition than by mercenary motives. What was true of conditions at Sacramento was also true of the politics of San Francisco. The salutary lessons taught by the vigilance movement of 1853 had been forgotten, and the city officials, though no longer so openly in league with cutthroats and similar gentry, had formed a highly profitable partnership with certain contractors and public utility corporations of various kinds. The award of municipal contracts, the paving of city streets, the erection of public buildings, and the various kindred enterprises offered rare opportunities for exploitation of the city's funds. Quote, "Our official rascals may be set down as the meanest in America," said one San Francisco editor. "There appears to be nothing too small for them to appropriate. They go for everything in sight, from a horse and a buggy to the shirt studs of a suicide. Everybody who has any dealings with the city has to grease the wheels. The City Hall needs reformation almost as badly as the most notorious dive on the Barbary Coast. Faster than we can make note of them or take account of them, rogues are being discovered." End quote. The truth was, the whole political situation of California, as evidenced by the conditions both at Sacramento and in San Francisco, was unfortunately bad. The concrete effects of these evils in government appeared in increased taxes, unjust assessments, poor streets, high railroad rates, water monopolies, and in a score of other abuses which brought home to the average citizen the significance of government. He became interested in reform, not as a political philosopher, but because he wanted to save money. Inseparably connected with political abuses were grievances of economic origin. Foremost of these were the issues arising out of the transportation monopoly. The Act of 1861, incorporating the Central Pacific, had fixed a maximum passenger fare of 10 cents a mile and a maximum freight rate of 15 cents per ton mile. Within these limits, however, the sole method of determining rates was to charge as much as the traffic would bear, and perhaps a little more. Time and again, the legislature had been importuned to enact a full schedule of freight and passenger rates to which the railroads would have to conform. But the Central Pacific officials denied the power of the state to pass such legislation and effectually killed all bills of the kind. Whether rates as a whole were extortionate or reasonable is not now a vital question, in spite of repeated denials accompanied by plausible figures that the California roads were yielding a profit or charged proportionately more than eastern lines. Public opinion stubbornly took the other view. To the people of that day, the swollen fortunes of the builders of the Central Pacific was evidence enough of the revenue-producing powers of the road. Moreover, the assertion that rates were much lower by rail than in the days of the stagecoach, that goods were carried much more quickly, and that land through which the railway ran had greatly enhanced in value, failed to convince the California public that the road was indeed a great public benefactor entitled to practice any methods it might choose. There were also many features of a technical nature connected with fixing of railroad rates, which the public of that day could not fathom, and in which they saw only great injustice. For example, it is doubtful if many of the ranchers of the Sacramento and San Joaquin valleys could understand why it cost them more to ship barley 100 miles by rail to Tidewater than to send it all the way from San Francisco to Liverpool on a British vessel. Similarly, an alfalfa grower of Kern County had difficulty in comprehending the necessity of paying $180 for the shipment of a carload of alfalfa seed when an equal weight of wheat would be carried the same distance for $60. The city of Winnemucca, Nevada, lies east of the Sierra Nevada mountains and is about 400 miles nearer Chicago than San Francisco. Yet the freight rate from Chicago to Winnemucca was 2 1/3 times as great as the rate from Chicago to San Francisco by way of Winnemucca. The reasoning by which the railroad justified this practice was not convincing to inland shippers. The principles upon which most of these discriminations were based, for example, that of the long and short haul and the lower rates for tidewater points, have since been settled in favor of the railroads. But at that time they were an effective source of aggravation to thousands of shippers and cost the railroads heavily in public favor. Other practices, legitimate neither then nor now, were just as freely, if not quite so openly indulged in, to the further unpopularity of the railroad and the real harm of the public. Uniform freight rates and service prevailed only in theory, and were determined largely by the relation of the individual shipper to the road. The Central Pacific was charged with granting rebates, discriminating between shippers in the allotment of cars, manipulating service to injure or favor some particular patron or community, and otherwise abusing the tremendous power which its monopoly of the state's transportation facilities conferred upon it. Suits brought against the railroad for real or fancied injuries seldom netted the plaintiff anything but loss. The most capable lawyers of the state were in the employ of the Central Pacific, and it was natural that the road should have a tremendous advantage in dealing with an individual opponent. Unless the latter were gifted with unusual resources, he could scarcely survive the delays, appeals, and endless technical obstacles which the company could obstruct his suit, even though the legal advantages were on his side. The success of the railroad in obtaining favorable decisions was not credited by the common opinion, however, entirely to the ability of its legal staff, for there was a feeling abroad in the 70s that judges as well as legislatures could be bent to do the Central Pacific's will. In the matter of taxes, the railroad also gave offense. Owing to the limitations of space, this subject, like many others in the chapter, can only be touched upon. Public opinion on it was pretty well summed up, however, by Volney E. Howard before the State Constitutional Convention of 1878. Quote, "It is said by Mr. Stanford," Howard remarked, "that the railroads pay $500,000 in taxes, and it is shown by their official documents and reports that, if they were taxed as other people are taxed on the value of the property, that they would pay annually over $3 million. But they are not taxed as other people are taxed. In my county and in others, they elect the assessor. And in my county, the road that cost on an average of $25,000 per mile to build was assessed at $6,000 a mile. And land which they are selling sometimes for $10 per acre, which they received in subsidy from the government, they have taxed at $1 per acre." End quote. For these and other reasons, the Central Pacific became the object of bitter and deep-rooted hostility in California, and men came to ascribe to it the responsibility for most of the hurtful economic and political conditions from which they suffered. Another source of popular discontent in the 70s was the large landholdings, which in some sections of the state reached the proportions of actual monopolies. Aside from the railroad grants, to be spoken of later, this land problem was largely a heritage from the old Spanish-Mexican period. The sparse population and limitless extent of unoccupied territory, together with the peculiar demands of a cattle-raising people, encouraged a system of princely holdings in the California of early days. The Mexican government was most liberal in its grants to individuals, and the secularization of the missions also threw enormous areas into private hands. Thus, by 1846, it was estimated that 8 million acres were held by 800 grantees. When the first rush to the goldfields started, the newcomers paid little attention to these large holdings of agricultural and grazing lands. But before long, squatters and rival claimants began to throw the old system into utmost confusion. Title to many of the grants had not been perfected. Others were fraudulently held, and in the case of nearly all, indefinite or carelessly drawn boundaries caused serious overlapping and left large areas in dispute. As population increased and mining ceased to absorb general attention, the settlement of these perplexing agrarian questions became vital to public interest. In 1849 and again in 1850, following investigations ordered by the government, reports were sent to Washington on the subject of California titles. Congress, however, could not agree on any settled policy with regard to the California lands until 1851. In that year, after a deal of wrangling, the famous Land Act of March 3 was enacted. The bill created a board of land commissioners before whom the grantees under the old Spanish-Mexican regime were required to appear with witnesses and documents to establish ownership. Failure to meet this requirement within a specified time caused forfeiture of title. As this act worked out, it was in reality a violation of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, one provision of which guaranteed that property held in the ceded Mexican territory would be inviolably respected by the United States. Under the bill, however, these titles were thrown into the utmost uncertainty. An endless litigation followed the attempts of the Commission to adjudicate the cases brought before it. Its decisions affected nearly 13 million acres, and as appeals could be carried from the Commission to the United States courts, more than 30 years went by before many of the claims were settled. In the meanwhile, two classes of persons suffered. The native Californians, original holders of the grants, were robbed by squatters, squeezed by shrewd businessmen, who lent them money at 2 or 3% a month, with which to meet the costs of litigation and other demands for ready cash, and defrauded right and left by designing lawyers. But the native Californians were not the only sufferers. Small settlers, men who had but little capital, found land investments dangerous because titles were so insecure. Frequently, those who bought small tracts in good faith were driven off by some more powerful claimant or compelled to exhaust their last resources in the courts to retain possession, only in the end to see house, ranch, and improvements pass into other hands. Under these conditions, agricultural advancement was slow. Needed improvements such as irrigation works could not be undertaken on a large scale. And worst of all, the land passed into the hand of speculators whose wealth enabled them to defend their holdings before the law and to keep them intact until increasing population brought enhanced values. Large holdings were also made possible by the methods employed by the federal government in disposing of its public lands. While sound enough in theory, these lent themselves to various kinds of fraud and evasion by which the speculator profited at the expense of the actual settler. The state also aided the monopolist both to its own serious loss and the hurt of the small rancher. California, like many other western states, had received princely gifts of land at various times from the federal government. These included swamp and overflowed lands within the state boundary, so-called school lands consisting of every 16th and 35th section of the federal domain in California, and various minor grants for a state university, an agricultural college, and other public purposes. All told, the state thus received from the federal government nearly 9 million acres of public land. It was intended that this land should be sold to actual settlers for a fixed price of $1.25 an acre, and while a good share of it was thus actually disposed of, far too much passed into the hands of large owners, commonly dubbed land hogs. First and last, the government also granted to the pioneer railroads of the state some 15 million acres of California land. Much of this was of little value, but other portions lay in the richest sections of the state. The prices on this land nominally ranged from $2.50 to $10 an acre, but the railroad builders were accused of keeping the most valuable land off the market entirely, selling it to speculators, and buying it in themselves to hold for future profit. On top of this were innumerable disputes between the railroads and those settlers who had preempted government land along the company's right-of-way. The culmination of these controversies was a pitched battle between the regular officers of the law, representing the Southern Pacific, and a group of desperate ranchers at a place called Muscle Slough in Tulare County. The engagement resulted in the death of several persons and created an animosity against the railroad which a generation has scarcely effaced. The land monopoly resulting from the various factors just enumerated weighed heavily upon the people of California. Holdings covering 500,000 acres were not unknown, and many counties were almost swallowed up by the possessions of a single company. A careful writer, A. N. Young, has estimated that half the available agricultural land in the state was thus held by only 1/500th of the population. The popular dissatisfaction which arose from this condition was aggravated by methods of tax assessment which placed a much lower valuation per acre upon land owned in large tracts than upon that belonging to small owners, or allowed the large holdings to escape assessment altogether. In most sections, the irrigation problem was also an acute grievance of the small rancher. Without water, his land was worthless. To build canals and other necessary irrigation works demanded large capital. This the settler could not command by himself, and as the formation of mutual companies was slow, the large landholders generally got control of the available water supplies and extracted high rates from the small users, or forced them to relinquish outright whatever land they had acquired. The evils resulting from this agrarian situation were undoubtedly magnified by those who suffered from it. Not every large landowner had come by his property dishonestly, or enriched himself at the expense of society. Much of the land held in large tracts, particularly a goodly share of the railroad grants, as already stated, was of so little value that no one would purchase it at any price. Yet, unquestionably, the system was bad in itself and worked a great injustice to individuals and to the state. Not the least significant of its effects was the aggravation of the public mind and the stimulation of popular discontent. Quote, "It is the land monopolist," said J. M. Days in the state legislature in 1875, speaking for most of his fellows, "who gathers toll everywhere and puts a blight on everything. He holds millions of acres of uncultivated land, refusing to sell except at an enormous price. He pays comparatively no taxes, shifting the burden on industry. He drives the poor into cities to compete with one another for bread." End quote. As though abuses in government, the railroad monopoly, and the land situation were not sufficient to unsettle California politics and render public opinion impatient, A business depression set in about 1875, caused chiefly by the Great Panic in the East 2 years before, and aggravated by a wild period of local speculation in mining stocks, which centered in the Nevada silver companies. The collapse of this excitement was sudden and complete, and for a long time the air was filled with the debris of broken fortunes. Drought added to the general gloom, entailing a loss of $20 million to farmers and cattlemen in a single season. The distress of these years in the rural communities was greatly accentuated by unemployment and poverty in the cities. This was particularly true of conditions in San Francisco, where the industrial depression was most keenly felt. By this time, the city had a population of some 200,000 persons. Among these were miners who had drifted in from mountains with the closing down of the mines, and all sorts of industrial laborers thrown out of employment by the hard times. The Irish element was large, and labor unions had already begun to teach the working men the advantages of solidarity and the power of political action. To the other grievances of the laboring population, which embraced the sins of capitalism in general, was added the more tangible evil of Chinese immigration. To go into a detailed discussion of the Chinese invasion of California is impossible at this time. The Celestial Coolie has enjoyed more publicity than almost any other subject of California history, and if one should start to narrate his career on the Pacific coast in anything like a comprehensive fashion, there would be no end. The salient facts of the subject, however, may be briefly given. Up to 1850, a mere handful of Chinamen had come to California. By 1876, the handful had increased to 116,000, of whom perhaps 5,000 were women. There were some merchants in this number, but the overwhelming majority were common laborers or coolies, mostly from Hong Kong or other seaport cities. These coolies were brought into California chiefly by Chinese organizations known as the Six Companies, very wealthy concerns which had their headquarters in San Francisco and combined many other activities of a mercantile nature with the business of importing coolies. The Chinamen came into California under contract to pay back to the companies the price of their passage and a certain percent of their earnings. The companies, in turn, guaranteed to find them employment in California and to send them back, living or dead, to China. From the coolie standpoint, it is safe to say there was nothing obnoxious in any phase of the bargain. Once in California, the Chinese kept almost entirely to themselves, did not understand the white man, had no desire to associate with him, and refused to adopt his customs or manner of life. The Californian, on the other hand, saw in the Chinaman only an inferior being, simple in some ways, but cannier than a Scot in others, who lived in squalor and stench, spoke an outlandish jargon, worked with a patience and industry beyond comprehension, worshipped strange gods, suffered from strange diseases, practiced strange vices, ate strange food, regarded China as the land of the blessed, thrived under standards of living no white man could endure, administered his own law in his own way through his own agents, without much regard for the officials and statutes of the sovereign state of California, suffered with helpless stoicism whatever indignities were thrust upon him, partly because he had no vote, and represented but the far-flung skirmish line of an army of 400 million beings like unto himself. No wonder California became alarmed. The state faced irreparable injury if something were not done to keep the stream of immigration under control. The fault lay not in dealing with the problem, but in seeking to meet it with agitation and passion instead of sound statesmanship and common sense. Much legislation had already been passed before the Discontented Seventies to protect the whites against the Chinese. The foreign miners' tax made life a little more uncomfortable for the Celestials, but did not drive any large number back to China. Exclusion bills of various sorts and under various guises either failed to meet the situation or, drastic enough to afford some actual restraint, were declared unconstitutional by the courts. The attempts to check the importation of Chinese by various forms of taxes was also tried without much avail, and municipal ordinances, many of them mere petty persecutions similarly had little effect dealing with even the local aspects of the question. Meanwhile, the Chinamen kept coming in ever larger numbers to fill a real economic need in the state. He monopolized the laundry business, and without him, most families in California would have worn dirty clothes from one week's end to another, or washed their own garments. He became the universal household servant, both in fashionable homes around the bay and in lone ranch houses where harvest crews had to be cooked for in the heat of summer over old-fashioned wood ranges. He opened cheap restaurants in every city, giving his patrons more and better prepared food than his white competitors ever dreamed of furnishing. He began to raise and peddle vegetables, to work in vineyards and orchards, to show his age-old training in building irrigation systems and reclamation canals. Finally, he was called upon by Crocker to lay the Central Pacific tracks, and from that time on did much of the unskilled construction and maintenance work for the Western railways. In the eyes of labor, however, this last arrangement increased the unpopularity of both railroads and Chinamen. It became one of the chief grounds for their denunciation of the Central Southern Pacific monopoly, and was a principal cause of much of the anti-Chinese agitation in the 70s. Another very definite ground of complaint during this period was the Burlingame Treaty of 1868. Under the terms of this agreement, whose interesting history cannot be told here, Chinamen were placed upon an equal footing in the United States with citizens of other nations. They were promised protection, offered the privilege of attending American schools, allowed freedom in their religious beliefs, and given the right to reside in the country at will. The railroad use of the coolie labor and this American negotiated treaty prepared the way for some of the most shameful incidents in California history. Anti-Chinese agitation soon took the form of violence. In Chico, San Diego, and a number of other towns, mobs from time to time destroyed Chinese laundries and restaurants. But it was chiefly in San Francisco and Los Angeles that brutality reached its climax in open murder. The worst incident of the kind was the Los Angeles Massacre of 1871. The trouble originated when two police officers, seeking to break up a Tong war in the Chinese quarter, were seriously wounded, and a third member of the squad killed outright by frenzied Chinamen. A mob of 1,000 persons, armed with pistols, guns, knives, and ropes, immediately marched into the Chinese section, seized victims without any attempt to discriminate between the innocent and the guilty, overpowered the officers of the law who were seeking to disperse the crowd, and hanged at least 22 Chinamen before the evil business came to an end. Most of the lynchings took place on Commercial and New High Streets, in what was then the very heart of the business district, and though the mob was composed of the scum and dregs of the city, no serious attempt was ever made to bring the ringleaders to justice. Though the anti-Chinese agitation never again expressed itself in quite so bloody a fashion as in the Los Angeles Massacre, yet the popular outcry increased year by year. By 1875, a sort of hysteria began to sweep over the state, and the phrase, "The Chinese must go," became the battle cry of a frenzied crusade. Merchants headed their advertisements, "Our motto, the Chinese must go." A saloon keeper, speaking in the third person, exhorted his customers in the following poetic vein. Quote, "His drinks are A1 and his prices are low. His motto is always, the Chinese must go. So call on your friends, working men, if you please. Take a good solid drink and drive out the Chinese." End quote. A member of the state constitutional convention who did not believe in any waste of words introduced a bill with a single clause, "Resolved, the Chinese must go." The expression became the shibboleth of every second-rate office seeker in the state and was effectively used to appeal to prejudice and the mob spirit. This, of course, does not mean that all anti-Chinese feeling was founded on ignorance or class hate. Intelligent, sober-minded men, both among working men and employers, realized the seriousness of the problem and sought to deal with it on a rational basis. A congressional commission, state legislative committees, all sorts of organizations, and scores of individuals set to work to collect statistics and information regarding the Chinese at home and in the United States. And though much of the data thus obtained was prejudiced and unreliable, it served the purpose at least of thoroughly airing every side of the question. With the railroad monopoly, the land monopoly, hard times, unequal taxes, a government in which the people had little faith, lack of employment, and the Chinese question disaffecting the masses of labor throughout the state, a capable man might go far in organizing the radical element for dangerous action. By 1877, the situation in San Francisco had become serious, and the labor unrest found expression in such dangerous demonstrations against the Chinese residents and the property of the Pacific Mail Steamship Company, as well as in such outspoken threats against the moneyed classes, that the aid of a committee of safety, headed by W.T. Coleman of vigilante fame, and the presence of 3 United States naval vessels in the harbor, were required to maintain order. These outbreaks in San Francisco occurred during July. The next month, a self-elected leader appeared to take command of the hitherto poorly organized labor movement. This man was Dennis Kearney, an Irishman 30 years of age, who had been both seaman and teamster before aspiring to political leadership. At this time, huge labor meetings were held every Sunday afternoon on a vacant sandlot on Market Street, just across from the City Hall. Here Kearney showed a remarkable genius for mass leadership. As a public speaker, he sensed the taste of his audience perfectly, and his harangues combined enough coarse humor with vigorous denunciations of capitalism in general and violent abuse of prominent business leaders in particular to make him at once a recognized favorite. Judged by his language alone, Kearney was as strong an advocate of direct action as the most rabid of modern syndicalists, but his radicalism ended there. Though he urged a little judicious hanging of capitalists and stock sharps, and called upon every workman to provide himself with a musket, there was no actual destruction of property or loss of life during his regime. Kearney, however, was not a mere spellbinder. Under his leadership, a party known as the Working Men's Party displaced a much less effective organization called the Working Men's Trade and Labor Union, which had been formed some time before and became a very powerful factor in California politics. While naturally strongest in the cities, the new party also drew from the ranks of discontented agricultural labor and even formed an effective alliance with the recently organized Granger movement among the small landholders. Its platform was remarkably free from the communistic doctrines then in vogue among the radicals, for, as so frequently happens, fortunately for society, the conservative element in the party far outnumbered the extremists and consequently gave a more moderate direction to the movement. Kearney maintained his leadership from the summer of 1877 until the following spring, but in May 1878 a hostile faction in San Francisco, headed by the party's County Central Committee, tried to read him out of control. He was formally charged with trying to establish a dictatorship, with party disloyalty and personal dishonesty, with being more than suspected of selling out to the enemy, with using indecent language and showing no respect for the rights of others, with irresponsibility and even insanity. If his opponents failed to make the bill complete, it was only through oversight. The night of May 7, 1878, the Kearney and anti-Kearney factions met at a mass meeting which proved anything but a love fest. Quote, Frank Rooney, one of the opposition, said an account in the next morning's bulletin, attempted to speak but was throttled and borne to the floor. His friends sprang to the rescue and a scene followed. The surging crowd clutched at each other's throats, gesticulating and vociferating like madmen. The sergeant-at-arms sprang into the melee, striking right and left with his commendable impartiality. The president pounded away on his desk with a police club, but no heed was given to his calls for order. Finally he called out, "Hold your ground, Rooney! Don't you go out, Rooney!" At that, the treasurer, O'Neill, went for the president, but the sergeant-at-arms properly separated them. Kearney, who was not present when the melee took place, arrived shortly after his supporters had gained control and order had been restored. Called upon for a speech, he predicted a bloody revolution and denounced the county commission." The breach in the Workingmen's Party, coupled perhaps with money received from certain interests he had most vigorously attacked, brought about Kearny's retirement from public notice. He had enjoyed a skyrocket sort of notoriety and made his name a source of considerable alarm to the conservative elements of society. With more education and less class prejudice, his control might have been constructive, beneficial, and long continued. As it was, though his party played a prominent part in the Constitutional Convention and filled some local offices for a number of years, its lack of effective leadership soon led to disintegration. Largely through its influence, however, the Chinese agitation was brought to a climax. Certain measures of a social and economic nature were embodied in the state constitution, and labor came to play a more important part in California politics. Incidentally, the expressions "sandlot politics" and "Kearnyism" were added to the state's political vocabulary. Enough has been said thus far to show how strong the current of discontent ran through California in the 70s. The people everywhere were seeking relief, and as the best means of getting this, demanded a new constitution. The convention to frame this document met September 28, 1878. The political makeup of the gathering was as varied as the colors of Joseph's coat. Out of the 152 members, there were 10 Democrats, 11 Republicans, 2 Independents, 78 nonpartisans, and 51 working men. The nonpartisan delegation represented a fusion of those who were willing to break away from party lines to get the best men possible. They realized that reform in the state government was necessary, but wished to keep it within bounds and give it the advantage of intelligent direction. The convention elected Joseph P. Hoag, a San Francisco lawyer, president, and Joseph A. Johnson, secretary. Its sessions lasted until March 3, 1879, when the new constitution was adopted by a vote of 120 to 15. On May 17, the document was submitted to the people of the state and received a majority of 10,280 votes out of a total of 145,000 cast. One section of the press, under railroad and corporation influence, as bitterly denounced the convention and all its works as Kearny had denounced the San Francisco capitalists. And indeed, many of the resolutions introduced in the convention were either impractical, confiscatory, or plainly a violation of the federal Constitution. Most of these extreme measures, however, were voted down in the convention, and though many of the provisions that remained seemed reactionary to the conservatives of that day, to the present generation they appear extremely moderate. A large number of the articles failed to accomplish the good they were intended to bring about, and the intent of others was nullified by the courts, or so twisted by legislation as to serve the very evils they were designed to abolish. As a whole, however, the Constitution of 1879 was much more adapted to the needs of the state than the old Constitution of 30 years before. It is true that abuses flourished under it with all the vigor of a green bay tree, but the delegates to the convention had at least made an honest attempt to meet the needs of the time and to relieve the people of deep-seated grievances. They failed in many particulars, but in passing judgment upon them, one should remember that they were seeking to solve a perplexing variety of economic, social, and political problems with which the people of the state themselves were not qualified to deal. Even a perfect constitution would not have brought the changes men desired. These waited upon a more enlightened public opinion and on a higher order of business and political morality, rather than on new organic law. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. Politics, 1880 to 1910. A resume. As stated in the preceding chapter, the Constitution of 1879 made a sincere attempt to remedy the grievances of which the people of the state complained. To this end, it provided for a more equitable system of land assessment,
placed the sale of water for irrigation purposes under official regulation, curtailed to some degree the right of the public service corporations to fix rates, declared lobbying a felony, forbade special legislation, and greatly restricted other powers of the Senate and Assembly. In dealing with the issues arising from the transportation monopoly, the framers of the Constitution made many radical changes in the old order. Railroads were declared common carriers and forbidden to combine with steamship lines or among themselves to hinder competition. Discrimination in rates or service was prohibited. Passes could no longer be granted to state officials. Rates, once lowered to stifle competition, could not be raised again without the sanction of the state. Finally, no officer, stockholder, or employee of a railroad was permitted to furnish supplies or material of any kind to the company with which he was connected. The most significant extension of public control over the railroads lay, however, in the constitutional provision for a state board of railroad commissioners, with ample powers to regulate rates, examine into accounts, and prevent unlawful discriminations of every sort. As formally established by the Legislative Act of April 15, 1880, this board consisted of 3 members, elected every 4 years. The creation of this commission was considered a great victory for the people, and for a time there was much rejoicing that a method had at last been found to deal with the railroad monopoly. Following the adoption of the Constitution, 30 years went by before the state experienced another startling political upheaval. In the meantime, many of the economic conditions against which the agitation of 1878 had been directed gradually disappeared. The Chinese invasion, as already explained, was checked by federal legislation. Many of the large land holdings were subdivided into small ranches and sold to meet the demands of a constantly increasing population. Water rights became more stabilized, and the development of diversified forms of agriculture improved materially the status of the rural population. From a political standpoint, however, conditions showed but slight improvement. The standards of the time tolerated many practices which present-day opinion outlaws. Moreover, the system of party organization and the electoral machinery then in vogue were not especially adapted to making the government responsive to popular control. For the most part, during this period, the state was under the control of the Republican Party, with the Democrats gaining an occasional governorship or electing an occasional United States senator. But under neither party was there much change in the fundamental conditions. "There is not much that divides the parties now," truly said Collis B. Huntington some years before his death in 1900, "but the 7 great reasons. Those are the 5 loaves and the 2 fishes." And it need scarcely be added that Huntington knew whereof he spoke. To account for the low tone of politics and government within the state, the people of California fell back upon their old antipathy to the Central Southern Pacific Railroads, whose builders had early entered the field of politics. The first concern of these men was to obtain land grants, subsidies of various kinds, franchises, and similar concessions for the roads. Later, they became interested in preventing the reduction of rates, the increase of taxes, and the enactment of various forms of regulatory legislation. In these political activities, as in every other undertaking, the railroad organization was efficient and successful. But as public sentiment grew more hostile, anti-railroad agitation began to be resorted to as an easy means of obtaining votes, and anti-railroad legislation, some of which was legitimate, some ultra-radical, and some scarcely concealed form of blackmail, had to be fought in every session of the legislature. The railroad organization was also vitally interested in the congressmen and senators California sent to Washington, and in the character of such bodies as the State Board of Railroad Commissioners and the State Board of Equalization, with its powers of revision over tax assessments. In fact, since the interests of the Southern Pacific Company were so extremely varied that it could be benefited or injured in 100 different ways by as many political bodies throughout the state, there was virtually no limit to the official appointments and legislative issues in which it was concerned. Eventually, as already stated, these political activities of the railroad came to be accepted by the people of California as the chief cause of the unsatisfactory nature of their government. The influence of the Southern Pacific machine was popularly supposed to extend from the governor of the state to the lowest ward heeler in San Francisco, and to determine who should sit in city councils and on boards of supervisors, who should be sent to the House of Representatives and to the Senate at Washington, what laws should be enacted by the legislature, and what decisions should be rendered from the bench. That the officials of the Southern Pacific could not be convicted of any direct violation of the law in their political activities made no great difference to the public mind. Men, for example, pointed to the election of Stanford to the United States Senate in 1885 as an evidence of the railroad's power, and the story got abroad that he had spent $250,000 to ensure the necessary votes. After the death of Colton, one of the important builders of the Southern Pacific Railroad, certain letters which had been written by Huntington to Colton were submitted as evidence in a suit brought by Colton's widow against her husband's former associates. Extracts from these letters, which dealt principally with Huntington's activities in Washington, the desirability of passing certain measures in the California, Arizona, and New Mexico legislatures, and the election of candidates favorable to the railroad interests, influenced the public mind still further against the Southern Pacific Company. Beginning in the early 90s, moreover, and extending over half a decade, the Southern California public, particularly, had what was commonly regarded as unmistakable evidence of the Southern Pacific's influence in national politics. The issue involved was that of constructing a deep-water harbor at San Pedro. This port, famous in the old days of the hide and tallow trade, furnished the logical outlet of Southern California railroads to the sea, and was the natural entrepot for all the territory tributary to Los Angeles. The roadstead, however, was badly exposed at certain seasons of the year, and required the erection of an expensive breakwater to render it secure. The required appropriation for this depended necessarily upon the federal government, and though a number of small appropriations for dredging the estuary, or so-called inner harbor, had been made, Congress seemed little disposed to provide the necessary funds for the larger undertaking. In the early stages of the movement, the Huntington interests, in common with other influential organizations, backed the San Pedro enterprise. Later, for reasons variously explained, the Southern Pacific broke away from its former associates, became the bitter opponent of the San Pedro appropriation, and advocated the creation of a port some 2 miles north of the town of Santa Monica, where the company itself had just erected a costly wharf, familiarly known in after years as the Long Wharf, reaching a mile out to sea. For many years, the fight over this harbor question went on, until it became the most hotly contested issue in Southern California politics. The Southern Pacific program was backed by various newspapers and a number of the most influential citizens of Los Angeles. On the other hand, the fight for San Pedro was carried on by a strong coalition composed of the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce, the recently organized Los Angeles Terminal Railways, and the Los Angeles Times, of which Harrison Gray Otis, for many years the most unique figure in journalism on the Pacific Coast, had not long since become proprietor. The San Pedro cause, moreover, found an effective representative in the United States Senate in the person of Stephen M. White of Los Angeles. Few Californians in public life have enjoyed either the national distinction or the local admiration which fell to Senator White during his political career, and nothing contributed more to this popularity than his vigorous fight for the free harbor at San Pedro. Only the most general summary of the long drawn-out contest can be given here. The hearings before the committee and the speeches in Congress were filled with technical discussions of the relative merits of the two ports. Currents, prevailing winds, holding grounds, and 100 kindred subjects figured in the controversy, to the great confusion of the lay mind, and without much enlightenment to Congress. The upshot was that for 4 years neither side could gain an appreciable advantage, and the government failed to make an appropriation for either port. In 1896, however, a special board of engineers, known as the Walker Board, from Admiral John G. Walker, its chairman, was appointed to make an examination of the two ports and recommend one or the other for the congressional appropriation. After several months of investigation, this body brought in a voluminous report signed by 4 of the 5 members, in which San Pedro was favored as the location for a deepwater harbor for commerce and of refuge in Southern California. Though Congress had intended the findings of this board to be final and had authorized the actual work to begin when its decision was made, a further delay of 2 years ensued in carrying out the project. The common opinion of that day laid the blame for this upon Secretary of War Alger, who was accused of using his position to block the San Pedro enterprise at Huntington's instigation. Indeed, whatever merit the Santa Monica Plan may have had, the Southern California public for the most part saw in it only an attempt of the Southern Pacific to shut other railroads away from deep water so that its monopoly might not be interfered with, and to control a great public enterprise for its own ends. Along with the public sentiment against the railroad arising from its actual or alleged political activities went a hostility based upon economic grounds. The large landholdings of the company itself and of the individuals connected with it still remained a source of aggravation to the public mind. The rebates and discriminations which were still practiced in California as in other states increased this discontent. Particularly in the agricultural sections, men felt themselves so much at the mercy of the railroad that they became obsessed with a feeling of bitter futility, which was well summed up in the popular expression, "Out of 3 drops of rain which fall in the San Joaquin Valley, 2 are owned by Collis P. Huntington." The failure of the State Board of Railroad Commissioners, which had been so vigorously fought for in the Constitutional Convention of 1879, to order great reductions in freight and passenger rates, was especially galling to the public mind. It is true that very substantial reductions had been made from the high rates of the 70s, but these were not sufficient to satisfy the popular demand, and the Railroad Commission was looked upon as having fallen, like other political bodies, under Southern Pacific domination. The common opinion of the day regarding that body was thus expressed by S.E. Moffett, writing in 1896. Quote, "The curious fact remains that a body created 16 years ago for the sole purpose of curbing a single railroad corporation with a strong hand was found to be uniformly, without a break during all that period, its apologist and defender. Not a single majority report was ever issued from the office of the Railroad Commission of a nature unsatisfactory to the company the commission was established to control, so that the net result of the popular agitation for the new Constitution in 1878 and of the various anti-monopoly agitations since has been the creation of a new Southern Pacific Literary Bureau maintained at public expense." End quote. Though the Southern Pacific Railroad was the most outstanding object of popular suspicion and dislike, it did not have a complete monopoly of this distinction. Public service companies and large corporations generally, many of which hid behind the skirts of the Southern Pacific and profited from its political activities, came in for their share of condemnation. Writing in 1897 while mayor of San Francisco, James D. Phelan summed up the current view as follows, quote, "We have the suspected corruption of public bodies, legislators, and supervisors, and even courts are exposed to the machinations of the corporations, which, with the Southern Pacific Company, the overshadowing monopoly of the state, have been classified by the people in impotent wrath as the associated villainies. They have debauched politics and established a government within a government, more powerful in normal times than the state government itself." End quote. This hostility to the railroad and to corporation interests in general was of course not confined to California. Nor was the movement which later brought a new order of affairs in politics, established a new relation between government and corporations, and brought a change in public sentiment toward such companies confined to the state boundaries. In California, however, there were certain influences which made this movement particularly effective. Not the least of these was the development of a large middle-class population, especially after 1900, with means, education, and leisure enough to take an active and intelligent interest in political affairs. It is almost unnecessary to add that many of these newcomers were from the middle western states and brought with them an instinctive desire for political experiment. Before any particular change occurred in the state government, however, the two largest cities of California underwent a pretty thorough political overhauling, and the influence of these municipal reforms very materially affected the whole state. In 1902, the government of San Francisco passed into the hands of a notorious combination known as the Roof-Schmitz regime. Though Schmitz was nominally mayor, the real leader of the organization was Abraham Roof, a man of shrewd ability but of very low political ideals. Masquerading behind the livery of the Labor Union Party, Roof and Schmitz succeeded in building up a very effective political machine, and after once attaining the office, kept the city under their control for 6 disgraceful years. The revenue which was necessary to keep the machine intact came from many sources. An organized ring in control of illegal prize fights in the city contributed liberally to the Roof-Schmitz exchequer. So also did privileged gambling houses, saloons, dens of the Barbary Coast, and more respectable establishments in other parts of the city euphemistically known as French restaurants. These, however, were not the worst aspects of the system of government from which San Francisco suffered. The more outstanding evil of the Roof-Schmitz administration was the relation between the municipal officials and certain important public services corporations within the city. These companies, like the saloons and brothels, also paid tribute to the political machine. Whether they were victims of official blackmail under which they could operate and obtain legitimate franchises only as they resorted to bribery, or whether, in order to secure privileges and immunities hurtful to the public interest, they were willing to corrupt the very springs of government, is too largely a matter of individual opinion for discussion at this time. Irrespective of where the primary guilt lay, it was obvious that the people of San Francisco were suffering in many tangible ways from a moral collapse in municipal affairs. By 1906, conditions had become so bad that a small group of citizens, including Fremont Older of the San Francisco Bulletin, Rudolph Spreckels, and James D. Phelan, set about a systematic campaign to clean up the government and punish the chief criminals. Aided by President Roosevelt, this group engaged the services of Francis J. Haney, who had just won national distinction from his prosecution of certain timber frauds in Oregon, and also of William Burns, later of the United States Secret Service. Before much headway had been made in the investigations, however, the great earthquake and fire of April 18th reduced the city to ruins and temporarily checked the reform movement. The confusion arising from the great disaster to San Francisco afforded even larger opportunities for graft than Schmidt and Roof had previously enjoyed. While the people of the stricken community, with unquenched optimism, were planning to rebuild their city on a more substantial basis, the United Railways Company, which at that time monopolized the local traction business, secured from the Board of Supervisors permission to continue operations under an overhead trolley franchise, instead of installing an underground cable system similar to that in use in Washington, D.C. In this transaction, the company was charged with having paid $200,000 to secure the necessary votes. The unearthing of this and many other instances of graft by the backers of the reform program, and the prosecution of the most notorious offenders, occupied months of time and aroused the bitterest antagonism. At the very outset of the investigation, Roof sought to remove the district attorney, W. H. Langdon, an honest man who had slipped into office through inadvertence on Roof's part, and to have himself appointed to the office in Langdon's stead. Failing this, he also lost control of the grand jury, and along with Schmitz had to face indictment and trial. The supervisors, 18 in number, were completely cornered and forced to confess their part in the corruption from which the city had suffered for so many years. So long as Haney and his supporters confined their attention to Roof, Schmitz, and the supervisors, public opinion ran strongly in their favor. But with the next step, the trial of Patrick Calhoun and Thierry L. Ford of the United Railways, the graft prosecution, as the movement was now called, at once lost support in many quarters. As the trial proceeded, San Francisco experienced something of the old excitement and tenseness of vigilante days. Most of the newspapers turned against the prosecution, with a bitterness of invective rarely equaled in California journalism. Attempted intimidation gave place to actual violence. One of the supervisors, named Gallagher, whose testimony was vital to the prosecution, had his house blown up with dynamite. Fremont Older was kidnapped and carried as far south as Santa Barbara in what was believed to be an abortive attempt to bring about his assassination. Haney was shot in the head while conducting the prosecution, but escaped a mortal wound. His assailant, apparently deranged, was imprisoned and later committed suicide. For 2 years and more, the graft prosecution continued. Every technicality known to the law was made use of to save the accused men. Juries were tampered with, witnesses intimidated, and public opinion befogged. The United Railway officials escaped conviction through a divided jury and succeeded in having the remaining indictments dismissed. Officials of other public service corporations charged with similar violations of the law were never brought to trial. Schmitz was saved on a technicality by the state Supreme Court. Roof alone was sent to the penitentiary. The direct results of the attempt to punish misgovernment in San Francisco were thus disappointingly meager from the standpoint of decent citizenship. But the indirect effects of the graft prosecution were much more significant than would have been the conviction of any number of guilty citizens or corrupt officials. The evidence submitted at the trials of these men might not be sufficient to send them to prison, but it convicted them overwhelmingly in the public mind, and, more important still, laid bare the evil workings of the system which they symbolized. Through the San Francisco graft investigation, the people of the state were both enlightened and aroused. Incidentally, too, the municipal government of San Francisco, for some time after the Roof Schmitz exposure, was honestly and efficiently administered by Mayor Taylor. In the midst of San Francisco's unsavory disclosures, similar evidences of corruption were found in the municipal government of Los Angeles. As early as 1907, it was pretty generally surmised that certain city officials, headed by Mayor A.C. Harper, were in league with the disreputable elements of the underworld. Appointments to office were made without any regard to the fitness of the individual, and often included men of notoriously evil character. The moral sense of the city was outraged, and its fears aroused lest the building of the great Owens River Aqueduct, then on foot, should lead to wholesale raids upon the municipal treasury. On January 7, 1909, Mr. T. E. Gibbon, the editor of the Los Angeles Herald, began the real reform crusade with a series of articles entitled, "Is Vice Protected in Los Angeles?" These articles were run in wide columns enclosed in red borders. Accompanying the editorials were open letters to the chief of police, giving undeniable evidence of the existence of scores of gambling centers and houses of prostitution in the city. Diagrams of the buildings where these illegal practices flourished, with almost no attempt at concealment, were skillfully added to give the needed touch of definiteness to the accusations. A clever cartoonist, with something of the art of Thomas Nast, furnished a still stronger appeal to the popular indignation. The direct connection between the violators of the law and the city administration was next revealed by the Herald's investigations. 3 sugar companies, known respectively as the Pacific Sugar Corporation, the Pacific Sugar Company, and the Pacific Securities Corporation, have been organized by the mayor and his intimate associates. Stock in the companies to a par value of $250,000 was then sold to the brewers, the saloon keepers, and the cafe proprietors holding liquor licenses throughout the city. An oil company known as the Utah-Los Angeles Oil Company was similarly organized and its stock marketed among the city's vicious elements, greatly to the profit of the mayor and his companions. From the standpoint of the purchasers, this stock was valuable only as its possession brought immunity from police interference. The Herald's crusade was continued until March 26th. In the meantime, the Evening Express, the Municipal League, and the district attorney joined in the campaign. A minority of the grand jury also brought in a scathing report against the city administration. As a result of these revelations, a general uprising began against Harper and all that he represented. The mayor's efforts to allay popular indignation by substituting better men for those previously appointed to the office proved futile. A recall petition was circulated, and in the ensuing election, Harper, realizing his hopeless position and fearing further disclosures, did not venture to appear as a candidate. George Alexander, formerly a county supervisor, was elected mayor, and a new era in Los Angeles politics began. The San Francisco and Los Angeles reform crusades did much to strengthen a political revolt which had started as early as 1906. Under the suggestive name of the Lincoln-Roosevelt League, this movement was formally organized in Oakland, August 1, 1907. Though nominally Republican in composition, the League had most of the characteristics of a nonpartisan movement. Its platform, as originally announced, was as follows, quote, "The emancipation of the Republican Party in California from domination by the political bureau of the Southern Pacific Railroad Company and allied interests, and the reorganization of the state committee to that end. The selection of delegates to the next Republican National Convention, pledged to vote and to work for the nominations of a candidate for president known to be truly committed to and identified with President Roosevelt's policies, and to oppose the nomination of any reactionary style safe and sane by the great corporate interests. The election of a free, honest, and capable legislature, truly representative of the common interests of the people of California. The pledging of all delegates to conventions against the iniquitous practice of trading, whereby political bosses effect nominations by bargains and sale, and the enactment of legislation penalizing such practices. The enactment by the next legislature of such laws as will give voters an advisory voice in the election of United States senators until such time as an amendment to the national Constitution shall make that voice direct and absolute, which amendment we favor. The pledging of the candidate for the legislature to the enactment of such a primary election law as shall afford the party voter a direct voice in the selection of party candidates." End quote. The program of the Lincoln-Roosevelt League was thus in keeping with a changed attitude toward social, economic, and political questions, which was just then beginning to sweep over the United States. The old generation was rapidly passing away, and men everywhere were ready for new standards, new schemes of government, new political catchwords, and new leaders. Almost from the outset, the Lincoln-Roosevelt League gained rapid headway in California. Much of its success was due to the newspaper support which it received. In Los Angeles, the Evening Express and later the Morning Tribune aligned themselves with the new movement. Chester H. Rowell's Fresno Republican accorded something of the same infallibility in the San Joaquin Valley that Greeley's Tribune had once enjoyed in New York, also championed the League. The Sacramento Bee, the San Francisco Bulletin, the Oakland Tribune, and a dozen other newspapers in various sections of the state likewise threw themselves into the new cause with an enthusiasm in which the zeal to purify politics was perhaps not wholly divorced from the desire to increase circulation. The movement was also fortunate in finding capable and vigorous leadership. Chief of its leaders, at least in his ability to command popular support, was Hiram Johnson. The final estimate of this man's character and the place he should occupy in the state's political history must be left to the future's judgment.
We of the present generation stand too close to see him in his true perspective. But whatever judgment history may finally pass upon Johnson, if indeed she finds it necessary to pass any judgment at all, friend and foe alike will admit his ability to win popular support. For nearly a decade, he dictated the course of California politics. The Lincoln-Roosevelt League, which formally merged into the Progressive Party in 1913, gained a partial control over the legislature of 1909 and won a complete victory in the election of the next year. It is doubtful if public interest in California had ever been so keenly aroused by a state election since the bitter rivalries of Broderick and Gwynn 50 years before. The campaign took on something of the character of a crusade, especially directed against the evils of the so-called machine government and the participation of corporations in politics. Because of the traditional unpopularity of the Southern Pacific Company in California, that corporation had to bear the brunt of these attacks, and to the great majority of voters, the campaign became simply a concerted movement to drive the Southern Pacific out of politics and destroy the old machine. As a matter of fact, however, the Southern Pacific, even before the election approached, had ceased most of its political activities and took no part in the campaign. The following statement, recently made by one of the company's chief officials, frankly states the position of the Southern Pacific at that time. After the lapse of more than a decade since the election, it ought at least to be read in a spirit of fairness. Quote, "In time it became obvious to the managers of the company that the disadvantages of these political activities so far outbalanced any possible benefits the company would derive from them that it became the policy to discontinue whatever political activities existed. And after 1893, it was the constant effort of the company to divorce itself from its former relations to politics. This it had largely succeeded in doing prior to the time of Governor Johnson's election in 1910. In this campaign, the company took no part. Here and there, individuals who were friendly to the company would naturally continue their political efforts, and no doubt some of these cases were referred to as proof that the company was engaged in this campaign. It was fortunate that Governor Johnson's campaign, bristling with hostility to the interference of corporations in politics, and especially the Southern Pacific Company, afforded that company a most favorable opportunity for terminating its political activities, because the election of Governor Johnson was considered by the public to be a defeat for the company, and as the company was careful to avoid any possible political activity thereafter, it came to be accepted by the people of the state that the company was out of politics, a consummation welcomed by the officials of the company with great cordiality." End quote. The control of the governorship and the state legislature after 1910 gave to the Lincoln-Roosevelt leaders free scope to put their platform into practical effect. This was done with a thoroughness not usual in political affairs. Measures like the referendum, the initiative, the recall, the direct primary, and the popular election of United States senators to render the government more responsive to popular will were grafted on to the Constitution. Laws affecting conditions of labor were freely enacted. Additional powers were bestowed upon the State Railway Commission, and its jurisdiction extended over other public utility corporations throughout the state. In this fashion, the Lincoln-Roosevelt League fulfilled its pledge, and California began another stage in her political career as an American state. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29, Material Progress. Since the beginning of statehood, less than 75 years ago, the economic progress of California has been so remarkable that one cannot attempt to describe it without seeming to exaggerate. Wonders have become commonplace, and the prophecy of yesterday falls short of the reality of today. According to the federal census, the population of the state in 1850 was 92,597. 10 years later, it had risen to 379,994,
and within the next decade reached 560,247. After the census of 1870, the influence of the railroad began to be strongly felt in the immigration of Eastern people to California, and the population by 1880 had grown to 864,694. The closing years of the next decade witnessed, especially in Southern California, one of the strangest social phenomena in the history of the state. This was the real estate boom of 1887, or the Great Boom, as it was fittingly called by those who watched its meteoric progress and collapse. The Great Boom was the result of many factors. From the time of the completion of the Central Pacific Railroad, a consistent campaign had been carried on in the eastern states to induce people to come to the Pacific coast. The ordinary forms of commercial advertising were supplemented by a great variety of books and magazine articles descriptive of California, its climate, and resources. Charles Nordhoff, T.S. Van Dyke, John S. Hiddle, and many others added their contributions to the general publicity the state was receiving. Even such books as Helen Hunt Jackson's Ramona and Robert Louis Stevenson's Silverado Squatters carried the name and fame of California across the mountains and helped to arouse an interest in the state among prospective immigrants. A paragraph from B.F. Taylor's Between the Gates, published in 1878, will illustrate the character of a certain type of these descriptions of California. Quote, "Whoever asks where Los Angeles is, to him I shall say, across a desert without wearying, beyond a mountain without climbing, where heights stand away from it, where ocean winds breathe upon it, where the gold-mounted lime hedges border it, where the flowers catch fire with beauty, among the orange groves, beside the olive trees, where the pomegranates wear calyx crowns, where the figs of Smyrna are turning, where the bananas of Honolulu are blossoming, where the chestnuts of Italy are dropping, where Sicilian lemons are ripening, where the almond trees are shining, through that alameda of walnuts and apricots, through this avenue of willows and poplars, in the vineyards 6 Sabbath days' journey across them, in the midst of a garden of 36 square miles, there is Los Angeles." End quote. Land was still relatively cheap in California, and as irrigation developed and the agricultural possibilities of the state became better known, especially the adaptability of certain favored sections to grapes and fruits, a steady stream of prospective buyers came annually from the east. Real estate companies, boards of trade, and chambers of commerce added their literature and advertisements to the publicity campaign, and by the early 80s the foundations for a boom were well laid. The chief obstacle retarding the immigrant movement was the high railroad fares from eastern points to California, and it only required a reduction of these to bring about an immediate rush of settlers to the coast. The completion of the Santa Fe Railroad in 1885 effected the desired end. In January 1886, this road withdrew from the Transcontinental Traffic Association and precipitated a rate war with the Southern Pacific between eastern cities and California. At the time this rate cutting began, tickets from Mississippi Valley points to Los Angeles cost about $125. Within a few months, this rate had been greatly reduced, and as the war went merrily on, the railroads almost carried people to California free of charge. A $5 rate from Missouri to Los Angeles remained in force for 3 months, and at least for one day during the keenest period of competition, the fare was actually lowered to $1. When the period of insanity passed, and the railroads ceased their suicidal rivalry, rates were restored to something like a normal basis. But even so, they did not again reach the high levels prevailing before the advent of the Santa Fe. In the meantime, the boom was on. Already interested in California by the attractive reports of its climate and resources, prospective settlers and tourists by the hundreds took advantage of the low rates to travel to the coast. Los Angeles and Southern California became the center of this immigration of the 80s, as San Francisco and the gold fields had been the center of the migration from 1849 to 1852. With the arrival of the newcomers,
Los Angeles real estate began to rise sharply in value. The movement at first was orderly enough, but soon began to take on the worst features of an unsound and inflated boom. Before a year had passed, the boom had become a financial debauch. Most of those who took part in the speculative craze were newly arrived from the East, but many of the older residents at last caught the fever and either sold their real estate holdings at exorbitant figures, or, having lost their heads in the contagion, competed with the so-called greenhorn purchasers from the East for an opportunity to lose their money as well. Those responsible for the worst features of the boom, however, were outlanders from the Middle West, professional boomers, as they were otherwise called, who, learning of the increasing interest in California real estate, flocked into Los Angeles by the score and resorted to every conceivable device to inflate prices and stimulate sales. Highly colored literature, supposedly descriptive of the climate and resources of Southern California, was scattered broadcast all over the United States and even over Europe. Of the means employed locally to attract prospective buyers, J.M. Gwynne, who lived through the boom period and saw in person the spectacular features of the craze, thus wrote, quote, "The methods of advertising the attractions of the various tracts, subdivisions, and town sites thrown on the market, and the devices resorted to inveigle purchasers into investing were various, often ingenious, and sometimes infamous. Brass bands, street processions, free excursions and free lunches, columns of advertisements rich in description and profuse in promises that were never intended to be fulfilled, pictures of massive hotels in the course of erection, lithographs of colleges about to materialize, lotteries, the prizes in which were handsome residences or family hotels, railroads that began and ended in the imaginations of the projectors. Such were a few of the many devices resorted to attract purchasers and induce them to invest their coin." End quote. Under the stimulus of such advertising, Los Angeles lots rose from $500 in 1886 to $5,000 the next year, and nearby ranch lands increased 1,400% and 1,500% during the same period. Vast tracts, formerly used for grain fields or sheep pastures, were subdivided into town lots and sold at an unheard-of profit. Along the line of the Santa Fe Railroad from Los Angeles to the San Bernardino County line, a distance of 36 miles, 25 of these boom towns were started before the close of 1887. Most of these particular towns, after years of struggle to live down their sinister origin, have since become flourishing communities, but many of their contemporaries suffered a cruel fate. Some even died a-borning, and no wonder. They were laid out on mountainsides, in the sandy washes of the San Gabriel River, on rocky, sterile brushlands without water or any other requisite of habitation, and even on the dry wastes of the Mojave Desert. Wherever, indeed, the imagination of an ingenious and unscrupulous agent could conceive a town, there one was established, at least on paper, and lots literally sold by the thousands. Of the fate of these phantom towns, the following paragraph of J.M. Gwynne gives an apt account. Quote, "From a report compiled for the Los Angeles County Board of Equalization in July 1889, I find the area included in 60 towns, all of which were laid out since January 1, 1887, estimated at 79,350 acres. The total population of these 60 towns at that time, 1889, was placed at 3,350. Some of the largest of these, on paper, were without inhabitants. Carlton, containing 4,060 lots, was an unpeopled waste. Nadeau, 4,470 lots, had no inhabitants. Manchester, 2,304 lots, no inhabitants. Santiago, 2,110 lots, was a deserted village. Others still contained a small remnant of their former population. Chicago Park, containing 2,289 lots, had one inhabitant, the watchman who took care of its leading hotel. Sunset, 2,014 lots, one inhabitant, the watchman of an expensive hotel which was in the course of construction when the boom burst. The sites of a majority of the boom cities of 20 years ago have been returned to acreage, the plowshare has passed over their ruins, and barley grows in the deserted streets." The early part of 1888 marked the beginning of the end of the great boom. Prices fell even more rapidly than they had risen. The bands, barbecues, free excursions, glib auctioneers, and crowds of dupes and speculators disappeared, leaving Southern California, after a somewhat painful readjustment of its affairs, to settle down into a less spectacular but much sounder period of development. In the meantime, the state as a whole had continued its steady growth. In the decade from 1880 to 1890, the population rose from approximately 865,000 to 1,213,398. Between 1890 and 1900, the increase was much less marked, and the census of the later years showed a population of only 1,485,053. Within the next 10 years, however, immigration from the east set in on a larger scale than ever before, and by 1910 there were 2,377,549 persons living within the state. An even greater increase took place within the next decade, and the federal census of 1920 showed a population of 3,426,861. The increase of population from 1850 to 1920, approximately 3,600%, has been accompanied by a commensurate development of the state's economic resources. Most fundamental of these is the progress made in agriculture. In this industry, the state has passed through 3 stages. The pastoral area of the Spanish-Mexican regime, when cattle and sheep were almost the sole basis of wealth, was superseded shortly after American occupation by the supremacy of the grain ranches. These stretched for mile upon mile through the great Sacramento and San Joaquin valleys and along the arable coastlands between Bodega and San Diego. With the coming of the railroads, the development of irrigation, and the opening of eastern markets to California products, the grain ranches in turn gave place to fruit orchards, vineyards, alfalfa fields, truck gardens, and all the varied branches of agriculture which today flourish in the state. The early experiments of mission priests and Spanish colonists showed the wonderful congeniality of the soil and climate of California for the production of oranges, grapes, and deciduous fruits of almost every kind, and, as already indicated, sometime after American occupation, fruit orchards and vineyards began to be planted for commercial purposes. Grapes were grown, at first chiefly for the manufacture of wines and brandies. Vast tracts were set to vineyards all over the state, and the wine industry became a widely advertised feature of California life. Table grapes were also grown in a smaller way, but until a much later date, the raisin industry was represented only by the so-called dried grapes of little flavor and slight commercial value. Today, however, the production of table grapes and raisins has become one of the chief industries of the state. The central part of the San Joaquin Valley is preeminently the raisin section of California, and here, of late years especially, vineyard lands have risen surprisingly in value. Of deciduous fruits produced in California, there is almost no limit in quantity or variety. Thanks to the refrigerator car, much of the yearly crop can now be shipped to eastern markets in its natural form. But by far the larger part of the yield is either dried or canned. No section of the state can claim a monopoly of the deciduous industry, but the peach orchards of the San Joaquin Valley, the prune orchards of Santa Clara, the apricot orchards of Ventura, the apples of Watsonville and Yucaipa, the cherries of Vacaville, the pears of Antelope Valley, and the figs of Fresno and Tulare have acquired something more than ordinary reputation. One of the most valuable, and certainly the most distinctive branch of agriculture in California is the citrus industry. Owing to climatic conditions, the production of oranges and lemons is confined almost entirely to certain favored sections of Southern California, with the Lindsay, Porterville, Exeter region of the San Joaquin Valley occupying a place of less importance. The history of the citrus industry, interesting and significant as it has been, cannot be traced here at any length. Two outstanding features in its development, however, should at least be mentioned. One of these was the introduction of the Washington Navel in 1873. This, a seedless orange imported from Brazil by the United States Department of Agriculture, almost immediately found favor in California and soon displaced the seedling varieties of fruit previously in common use. For many years, the Washington Navel and the so-called Valencia Late have furnished the overwhelming bulk of the orange crop of the state. The second outstanding event in the history of the citrus industry, and without doubt the most significant contribution yet made to agricultural progress by the state, was the formation in October 1895 of the Southern California Fruit Exchange. This organization, born of the dire necessity experienced in the early years of finding some method of protection against the ruinous charges of commission agents and high freight rates, was established on a purely cooperative basis among the orange and lemon growers of Southern California. In 1905, the field of the organization was widened, and it took the name of the California Fruit Growers Exchange. Originally designed as a shipping and marketing agency, the exchange, as it is commonly known to its members, is today active in every department of the business. The intelligent cooperation and business efficiency which made its early success possible in the face of many difficulties and discouragements have continued to mark its progress. Until today, the organization enjoys an international reputation as the most highly developed and successful enterprise of its kind in the world. Footnote: the exchange today handles 75% of the citrus production of California, and its nationally advertised Sun-Kissed brand of oranges and lemons has become a household word throughout the United States. End footnote. The California Fruit Growers Exchange, moreover, not only made possible the success of the citrus industry of California, but also pioneered the way by which almost every other branch of agriculture in California has been lifted to a new level. Thus, the grape growers have a similarly efficient and powerful organization known as the California Associated Raisin Company. Other organizations of a kindred nature have been effected among the peach growers of the state, among the prune and apricot ranchers, and among the producers of walnuts and almonds. Vegetable and melon growers, dairymen and poultrymen in certain localities have also organized their mutual associations along similar lines. Until it may be said without danger of exaggeration that cooperative enterprise has become one of the chief secrets of California's recent phenomenal agricultural development. Another feature of the state's agricultural progress has been the steadily increasing emphasis upon the application of science to farm problems. The state university, through its many agricultural departments, has done much in this direction. The State Agricultural Society and the United States government have also contributed largely to the advance of the industry in California. In special fields, such as that of the citrus industry, the powerful cooperative organizations already spoken of have developed unusually successful departments of investigation and research for the benefit of their members. Some 16 local farm magazines, of a special or general nature, also contribute their quota to the advance of agricultural knowledge. Many rural high schools have special departments for the teaching of animal husbandry, the operation and care of farm machinery, the selection of seed and kindred subjects. Counties have their commissioners of horticulture, and there are also county farm advisors supported at public expense to advise with any rancher who may need their services and to study the local needs of their particular districts. In a word, ranching in California, as in other progressive states, has been brought to the level of a highly specialized and skilled business. Another feature of permanent significance in the state's agricultural progress has been the successful experimentation with new fruits and crops. The avocado industry, for example, though still in its beginning, promises to develop into one of the most distinctive and valuable forms of horticulture in Southern California. Long before California became a state, The adaptability of its soil and climate to cotton and rice growing has been pointed out, yet neither of these great staples was produced in commercial quantity until very recent years. Since 1910, however, vast areas of the Imperial Valley and the San Joaquin have been planted to cotton, and the value of the crop is annually over $15 million. Rice culture, similarly, has suddenly assumed a place of first importance in the Sacramento and lower San Joaquin valleys, and California has become the second rice-producing state in the Union. The sugar beet industry, though much older than cotton or rice production in California, was still in the experimental stage as late as 1890, and only since 1900 has it risen to first-rank proportions. Bean culture has also become a distinctive California industry in recent years, and in 1918 the crop was valued at nearly $50 million. Truck gardening for eastern as well as for local markets has similarly been a matter of recent growth. And today, vegetables from the Imperial, San Gabriel, San Fernando, Lower San Joaquin, and Sacramento valleys, as well as from a dozen other favored sections in the state, not only supply the local needs of over 3 million people and the demands of dozens of great canneries, but also go, literally by the hundreds of trainloads, to the tables of the Atlantic seaboard and the Mississippi Valley. The cantaloupe industry, especially in the Imperial Valley and the Turlock district of the San Joaquin, has assumed astonishing proportions within the last decade, and in 1920, 13,000 carloads were shipped to eastern markets. Dairying, the production of thoroughbred cattle and hogs, and the raising of poultry are also becoming of increasing importance year by year. The last-named industry especially has enabled many people of small means to find an independent livelihood who otherwise would have been forced to join the ranks of the clerks or wage earners in the cities. The large-scale production of these varied types of agricultural products has been paralleled by the reclamation of great areas of swamp and overflow land, notably in the lower Sacramento and San Joaquin basins, and of even larger areas of arid or desert land by the drilling of wells and the building of irrigation works. The history of this feature of the state's development is too long to be told in this volume, but mention must at least be made of the most noteworthy enterprise of this kind in recent years. When, 150 years ago, the old Spanish colonizing expeditions crossed the Colorado River into Alta California, they found themselves in a region of sandy wastes, destitute of water, covered only with the grotesque flora of the desert, and, if the crossing were attempted in the summer, almost unbearably hot for man and beast. 3/4 of a century later, when Kearny's forces entered California from New Mexico, they found the same weary land of sand and heat stretching before them, from the Colorado to the San Diego Mountains. The following paragraph, written by Colonel Emory in 1846, is faintly descriptive of the region over which the American soldiers toiled so many years ago. Quote, "The desert over which we had passed, 90 miles from water to water, is an immense triangular plain, bounded on one side by the Colorado, on the west by the Cordilleras of California, the coast chain of mountains which now encircle us, and on the northwest by a chain of mountains running southeast and northwest. It is chiefly covered with floating sand, the surface of which, in various places, is white with diminutive spinellas, and everywhere over the whole surface is found a large and soft mussel shell." End quote. A certain Dr. Wozencraft, United States Indian agent at San Francisco from 1850 to 1860, became the first enthusiast for the development of the region, which he first visited in 1849, and afterwards described with a certain pardonable exaggeration as the most formidable of all deserts on the continent. Wozencraft labored from 1850 to 1888 to carry out his ambition, and at one time, 1859, succeeded in securing from the California legislature a grant to all state lands in the basin, providing his reclamation plan should be effected. Congress apparently was disposed to take similar favorable action when the outbreak of the Civil War ended the proposed legislation. The construction of the Southern Pacific Railway from Los Angeles to New Orleans by way of the San Gorgonio Pass and Fort Yuma stimulated a new interest in the desert region through which the line ran for so much of its course. Early in the 90s, a young engineer named C.R. Rockwood became interested in the diversion of water from the Colorado for the irrigation of the land west of the river and succeeded in enlisting some financial support. By 1896, considerable preliminary survey work had been accomplished, and a corporation known as the California Development Company had been organized under the laws of New Jersey, with A. H. Heber as its president. For 4 years, this company made little progress toward obtaining the capital necessary for the success of its enterprise. But in 1900, George Chaffee, a noted engineer and capitalist of Southern California, became actively concerned with the project, and under his management, the irrigation of the valley was finally begun in the spring of 1901. The magnitude and novelty of reclaiming a desert by diverting the waters of a great river appealed to the American imagination so that wide publicity was immediately given to the imperial undertaking. Colonists, sightseers, and speculators began to visit the valley in considerable number. And despite financial difficulties on the part of the California Development Company and internal friction among its directors, coupled with a most unfavorable report on the agricultural possibilities of the valley by the United States Department of Agriculture, a fair-sized boom was in progress by 1903. The development of the valley, though hindered by many factors, especially the uncertainty of boundary lines and land titles, continued without serious interruption until the great floods of 1906. In that year, the Colorado almost bodily left its old outlet to the Gulf, cut a new channel through the heart of the Imperial Valley, and poured its waters into the vast inland sink since known as Salton Sea. For many dangerous weeks, the rising waters threatened to engulf the ranches and settlements of the valley, and destruction seemed to await the whole imperial project. The closing of the breach through which the river had escaped was a task of too great magnitude for the California Development Company or the settlers of the valley. The aid of the federal government and the full strength of the Southern Pacific Railroad, whose through line east was menaced by the Runaway River, was accordingly given to meet the emergency. Fortunately, in the person of Eppes Randolph, one of the genuine pioneer railroad builders of the Southwest, a man was found capable of dealing with the situation. The struggle went desperately on during the summer and fall of 1906, while the people of the valley waited with deep anxiety the advent of the winter and spring floods. Twice at least, when the rains came earlier than had been expected, the Colorado got beyond control. But in February 1907, the last break was closed, and the river resumed its fretful way to the Gulf. Once released from the menace of the Colorado, the Imperial Valley underwent a transformation tritely spoken of as amazing. The fertility of the soil, coupled with the intense heat of the summers and the mild winter climate, produced enormous crops of almost every variety. Barley, sorghum, milo, maize, and alfalfa, early vegetables such as lettuce, tomatoes, and peas, cotton, corn, cattle, and hogs, milk, butter, eggs, and turkeys for the Thanksgiving and Christmas markets, grapes that ripen before the frost is well out of the ground in New England, and a cantaloupe harvest so large that a day's pick from a single shipping center often fills 200 freight cars. Such today are the products of Imperial Valley, where 2 short decades or a little more ago were only desert waste and sand. Though occupying a much less spectacular position in California's economic life than at an earlier time, mining has consistently remained one of the state's important industries since the great gold era of 1849. At present, there are approximately 50 minerals developed on a commercial scale, but the production of gold, chiefly by quartz mining and dredging, remains the most important feature of the industry, if petroleum be excluded. Silver, quicksilver, copper, borax, cement, and building stone are also produced in considerable quantities. The lumber industry, which very early in the history of the state became one of its important assets, remains today a characteristic feature of California's economic life. The industry is localized chiefly in the Sierra Nevada mountains of central and northern California, and in the coast counties north of the Russian River. The world's supply of commercial redwood, a beautiful decay-resisting timber, comes from the 4 counties of Santa Cruz, Humboldt, Mendocino, and Del Norte. The redwood cut equals nearly 500 million board feet a year. Next comes western yellow pine, with an annual production of about 400 million feet. Douglas fir, about 225 million feet. Sugar pine and white fir, nearly 125 million feet each. And cedar, spruce, and other minor woods sufficient to raise the total annual output to over 1,500,000,000 board feet. One of the great natural resources has been denied to California. The state has no known coal deposits of any magnitude. This lack of fuel for a long time proved a serious handicap to the development of cheap and efficient transportation and to the establishment of important manufactures. 2 other agencies, however, the one especially in comparatively recent times, have been drawn upon to make up for this deficiency of coal. These are petroleum and hydroelectric energy. The history of the petroleum industry in California, fascinating as it is, must be passed by with only a meager and unsatisfactory reference. Oil exudes were found near Los Angeles over 100 years ago, and the asphaltum which they produced was made use of to cover the roofs of early Spanish California houses. The beginning of commercial production of petroleum in the Pennsylvania fields drew some attention in the early 60s to the possibilities of developing these oil deposits in California, and about this time the first commercial production is said to have been obtained in Pico Canyon, near the present town of Newhall. But no important development took place until the late 70s. Thomas R. Bard, afterwards the United States Senator from California, Lyman Stewart, now chairman of the board of directors of the Union Oil Company, and W. L. Hardison were among the most important pioneers in the industry. Early in the 90s, E. L. Doheny, now prominently identified with petroleum development in Mexico, and his partner, C. A. Canfield, began the production of oil in the Los Angeles fields by sinking a shaft with pick, shovel, and windlass on a plot of ground near the western boundary of the city. In those early years, petroleum was valuable chiefly for the manufacture of kerosene and axle grease. Then the possibility of using crude oil for fuel became known, and sometime later it began to be used on locomotives instead of coal. From an economic standpoint, this was an invaluable aid to the development of transportation in California, for the oil-burning locomotives solved the expensive and perplexing fuel problem of the railroads. Since the ever-increasing demand for gasoline and lubricants caused by the growth of the automobile industry and the larger use of crude petroleum for fuel and transportation and manufacturing, the oil deposits of California have become one of the state's greatest assets. The chief producing fields lie in Kern, Orange, Fresno, Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties. The development of hydroelectric power, which is said to have been begun in California by the Chaffee brothers of Ontario in 1882, has come to be, especially in the last decade, one of the outstanding features of the state's new industrial life. The Sierra Nevada mountains, with their abundant snows and never-failing streams, furnish a vast storehouse of power upon which the state can draw for its future industrial and transportation needs. Many of the largest rivers of the state, such as the Pitt, Klamath, Feather, San Joaquin, Kings, Kern, and Owens, have already been partially harnessed and made to furnish light and power for the cities, homes, street railways, manufacturing plants, and irrigation works in the valleys below. Most of this development has been carried on by a few large public utility corporations, of which the Southern California Edison, the Pacific Gas and Electric, the San Joaquin Light and Power, the Western States Electric, and the Southern Sierras Power Company are the most important. But the cities of Los Angeles and San Francisco have also entered the hydroelectric field. Los Angeles has centered its activities in the Owens River Valley and along the 230-mile aqueduct which carries the water of that stream to the city. In 1920, the municipal power plants were producing close to 85,000 horsepower, and the city was definitely committed to the policy of generating and distributing its own electric energy. San Francisco, though not as yet actually supplying its citizens with light or power, has undertaken to build an aqueduct from the Hetch Hetchy Valley, which lies some distance above Yosemite, to secure an adequate water supply, and will shortly have its power plants in operation as an integral part of that enterprise. In 1920, the hydroelectric plants of California supplied approximately 1 million horsepower, but this marks only the beginning of the industry and probably represents less than 1/4 of the state's potential capacity, an estimate which does not include the vast resources of the Colorado River, to which Southern California is already looking as an additional source of power. The use of petroleum and the development of hydroelectric energy, as already indicated, have in recent years made possible the creation of an industrial life formerly regarded as impossible for California. Other factors, such as an abundant supply of raw materials, shipping and transportation facilities, ever-widening markets, favorable conditions of labor and for labor, and the rare advantages offered by nature in the way of climate, have also played an important part in this new feature of the state's economic life. The results of the federal census of 1920 are not yet available in detail for an adequate survey of California's industrial growth since 1910. Sufficient material, however, is at hand to show at least the broad features of this progress. In 1899, California had 4,997 manufacturing establishments, which employed 72,224 persons and represented a capital investment of $175,468,000, with a total output valued at $257,386,000. In 1914, there were 10,057 establishments employing 139,481 persons, representing a capital investment of $736,106,000 and having a total output of $712,801,000. According to the preliminary figures of 1919, the number of establishments had risen in that year to 11,942, and the number of persons employed to 243,000. A total of $1,333,382,000 was invested in California manufactures, and the value of the yearly production came to $1,981,410,000, or an increase of approximately 6,700% in 20 years. The development of transportation facilities has kept pace with the industrial and agricultural progress of the state. The history of the steam railroad building has already been dwelt upon in previous chapters and need not be repeated here. Nearly 3,000 miles of electric road are also now in operation in California, serving the local needs of the chief cities and the demands of interurban transportation. Chief of these citizens is that of the Pacific Electric Railway Company, originally built by Henry E. Huntington, but now a subsidiary of the Southern Pacific Company. This line, with its center in Los Angeles, has not only knit the surrounding cities into a compact community with a larger city, made possible the upbuilding of hundreds of square miles of rural territory, and furnished easy access to the beaches and mountains for the city's population, but has also prevented, perhaps as much as any other agency, the development of a congested tenement and slum district in Los Angeles by enabling the wage earner and small salaried man to own his own home in one of the many subdivisions which have sprung up along the company's various lines. Passenger and commercial automobiles, it is a truism to remark, have also worked a revolution in the development of transportation throughout the state. The 2,800 miles of paved highways in California had become a great drawing card for the eastern tourist. They have also furnished the means for developing a huge freight and passenger business by means of automobile trucks and commercial stages. Best of all, they have encouraged travel among the people of the state and thereby vastly widened the horizons of pleasure, added to culture, strengthened the spirit of unity, and bred an appreciation deeper than ever before of California's resources, beauty, and charm. With the state's material progress along other lines, there is no space to deal, and only a few bare figures can be used to sum up the results of this great economic advance. In 1920, the 5 wealthiest counties of the state, in order named, were Los Angeles, with an assessed valuation of $1,275,751,000, San Francisco, city and county, $818,074,000, Alameda, $302,649,000, Fresno, $169,426,000, and Sacramento, $130,162,000. Bank assets totaled $2,440,487,000. Exports and imports, to the value of $487 million, passed through the chief ports. Among the states of the Union, California ranked 8th in population, 5th in banking capital, 4th in general agriculture, fell a few thousand barrels short of holding her accustomed first place in the petroleum industry, and surpassed all her competitors in the output of gold and horticultural products. As one scans the figures cited in this chapter, his mind recalls the old predictions of William Shaler, Richard Henry Dana, Waddy Thompson, Thomas O. Larkin, and the other early prophets of California's future. Yet today's prosperity and achievements surpass the destiny these enthusiasts foretold. The Californian, in very truth, is a citizen of no mean state. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30. Review and Prophecy. As the writing of this history draws to a close, the mind instinctively looks backward over those eventful years with which the volume deals. In this brief survey, one sees first the faint awakenings of American interest in the Spanish province of Alta California. The New England merchants traffic again along the sunlit, poorly guarded coast. The shadow of Russia hangs for a moment over San Francisco Bay. The hide and tallow vessels laboriously collect their cargoes at every little port. Smith and the Patees pioneer a way across the continent. The first adventurous immigrants wind wearily down the mountain trails, and John C. Fremont fights his slow passage through the Sierra snows. Then the scene changes. Jackson and Tyler have already pressed their futile negotiations upon the Mexican Republic for the province. Larkin seeks to bend the disaffection of the native leaders to the interests of his government. English ambitions hold a threat of danger to the program of the United States. The Sacramento settlers raise the crude bear flag as a symbol of revolt. And finally, a strong-willed president acquires California as the fruit of war. The gold rush follows, a tumultuous beginning for the new day. Statehood, then, and a time of social and political adjustment, when a restless people seek to accommodate themselves to ordered government and the restraints of law. Vigorously, too, they give themselves to the greater task of making nature serve the purposes of man. They fill the treasury of the world with gold, reclaim an empire from the wilderness, turn the rivers into useful channels, meet the challenge of the mountains with a railroad, and securely lay the material foundations for a splendid state. Upon this foundation, later generations build. How swiftly and successfully the preceding chapter but just now sought to show. So much for the past of California. What of her future? Of the state's increasing economic progress throughout the coming years, there can be no doubt. So long, at least, as her mineral resources last, her soil retains its fertility, and nature takes no unwarranted liberties with her climate. Along less material lines, the promise of the future is no less attractive. The last few years especially have witnessed a surprising growth of culture and education among the people of California, and an increasing emphasis upon the agencies which make for these things. Art galleries, libraries, and museums, either privately endowed or provided for from public funds, are being erected in ever larger numbers. Education, too, in the generally accepted sense of that word, has become almost a passion throughout California. The public school system, using the term to include all branches of education supported by the state, has justly acquired a fame of national and even international scope. Except in very sparsely settled regions, the old-fashioned schoolhouses, unsightly and poorly built as generally they were, have been replaced by buildings architecturally beautiful and thoroughly equipped to minister to the comfort and efficiency of the students. Whether grammar school or high school, in rural communities or in the largest cities, these attractive buildings, which so impress chance visitors to the state, stand as unmistakable evidence of the place education holds in public favor from one end of California to the other. Of colleges, universities, and technical schools, the state has also many splendid examples, but in recent years the facilities of these institutions of higher learning have been sadly overtaxed to care for the students seeking entrance. The State University at Berkeley, founded nearly three-quarters of a century ago by a handful of earnest men under old Dr. Willie's leadership, has grown to be the largest university in the United States. At Palo Alto, Stanford University, established by Mr. and Mrs. Leland Stanford as a memorial to their son, long since won and still maintains a distinctive place in national educational life. The University of Southern California, situated in Los Angeles, and now having a total enrollment of over 5,000 students, stands as an abiding testimonial to the early Methodist belief in higher education. Smaller institutions of a high-grade collegiate character are Mills College near Oakland, the only women's college in the state; Pomona College at Claremont, founded under Congregational direction; and Occidental College, located about midway between the center of Los Angeles and Pasadena, a school of Presbyterian origin and traditions. The California Institute of Technology, situated in Pasadena, is an engineering school exceptionally well equipped and giving promise of great attainments in various fields of science. The Lick Observatory on Mount Hamilton in Northern California, and the even more renowned Carnegie Solar Observatory on Mount Wilson near Los Angeles, enjoy an international reputation for their part in broadening the knowledge of astronomy. The Golden Gate Museum in San Francisco, the Los Angeles County Collection at Exposition Park, and the Southwest Museum, also of Los Angeles, are making valuable contributions in the field of art, history, and science. Most of the cities and counties of California maintain public libraries of an excellent type. In Northern California, the State Library at Sacramento and the libraries of Stanford University and the University of California are of outstanding importance. In Southern California, the Los Angeles Public Library, so long serving a great need with efficiency and success, though poorly and inadequately housed, will shortly have a handsome and fitting building of its own. The Henry E. Huntington Library and Art Gallery near Pasadena, the unique benefaction of Mr. Henry E. Huntington to the Southern California public, has already attained an international fame because of its priceless art and literary treasures and the rare beauty of its building. To the realm of literature, California has already made certain noteworthy contributions. Of these, the works of Mark Twain, Bret Harte, Helen Hunt Jackson, John Muir, Frank Norris, and Jack London are perhaps the best examples. Among the nation's poets, the names of Joaquin Miller and Edwin Markham are not unknown. Hubert Howe Bancroft and Theodore H. Hittel, during their lifetime, achieved a distinctive and permanent reputation in the realm of history. But the newer school of historians, with its center at the University of California, and to a lesser degree at Stanford, bids fair to win an even larger fame. Indeed, in nearly every field of literature, as also in painting, sculpture, and music, California's greatness lies ahead rather than in the past. Though the prophecy lacks the pleasing feature of novelty, it at least contains the virtue of truth, that as these arts came to their full fruition under the warm skies of Greece and Italy many centuries ago, so here in California they will sometime flourish with all the vigor and beauty they enjoyed in those earlier lands. The Panama Pacific Exposition at San Francisco in 1915 and the Panama California Exposition at San Diego in the same year gave tangible evidence of the growing influence of this aesthetic spirit in the state. There is, too, in California, with all its vigorous life and earnest purpose, a recognition of the value of leisure and wholesome recreation that modern society sadly needs. Here there is unlimited opportunity for outdoor pleasure. In few other states is it possible for motoring, tennis, and golf to be so universally indulged in by families of moderate means. The seashore, especially the numerous resorts from Santa Barbara to San Diego, furnishes a vast all-year playground for the people. The Coast Range and Sierra Madre Mountains, and to a much greater degree the Sierra Nevada, are a vacation ground for tens of thousands of Californians annually. Who shall say what it means to the welfare of a state if even the smallest fraction of its population can stand on such a spot as Glacier Point and see spread out before them a panorama too full of splendor to be described, of mountains and snow and sunlit peaks? The Yosemite Valley, Lake Tahoe, Giant Forest, General Grant Park, the Feather River region, and the Humboldt County Redwoods are all easy of access and internationally known. But no less wonderful for scenery and of even greater attraction to the more primitive lover of outdoor life are those regions beyond the reach of ordinary tourists, through which run the headwaters of such great rivers as the Kern, the Kings, and the San Joaquin. From many other aspects, life in California also holds peculiar distinction and attractiveness. Small towns and ranch communities are so closely linked to one another and to the larger cities by paved highways, electric railway lines, and telephones. So many labor-saving devices are in use in the homes of these communities, and such a high standard of prosperity obtains among the agricultural population that the oppressive handicaps of isolation and drudgery, so long associated with rural life, have in large measure been abolished. California cities, too, are fortunately seldom so congested and cramped for room as eastern cities, and the tenement problem, consequently, is not so common or acute. For persons of moderate or even modest means, the typical dwelling is the bungalow, built in any one of 1,000 different styles, and nearly always in a setting of flower gardens, shrubbery, and lawns. Altogether, therefore, the citizens of California today enjoy a prosperity, an attractiveness of life, and cultural opportunities probably greater than those to be found among any other people. But these advantages are not all clear gain, and in certain of them, at least, may lie the springs of serious danger. It is more or less a maxim of history that increase in wealth tends to stifle the spirit of democracy and soften the fiber of a people. The stability of California, as of the nation itself, rests upon the broad shoulders of the middle class. Only so long, therefore, as the great body of her citizens remain true to the old American virtues and to the old American traditions, will the state's security be assured. In the luxury and ease of modern life, in the spread of lax ideas regarding morality and the sacredness of law, in the increasing demand for government to do for the individual what previously he has willingly done for himself, there are unmistakable evidences of danger. Nor is this all. The unprecedented industrial development of the last few years, the disappearance of cheap land, and the rapid growth of an urban population have already brought to California the perplexing labor problems of the older states. Not as yet so aggravated or difficult to deal with as in older communities, the issues between capital and labor must sooner or later be solved in California, however, as in the nation at large, by justice and reason on either side, or they will destroy the very foundations of the social order. Other problems also present themselves. By origin and tradition, California is essentially an Anglo-Saxon state. Her people, as yet, are still largely of American stock and hold fast to the American ideals of home, family, government, and religion. Today, however, currents of foreign blood are emptying into the mainstream. California not only faces an Oriental problem, the danger of which to the superficial observer seems to rise and fall according to the proximity or remoteness of a political election, but also has in some respects the more serious task of assimilating an increasing number of un-Americanized Europeans. Most of these belong to the laboring population, but others rank higher in the social scale. So long, however, as the standards and ideals of a foreigner run counter to the fundamental traditions of this country, it makes scant difference whether he is literate or illiterate, a laborer or a millionaire. His presence under any condition constitutes an evil to the nation and to the state. Indeed, in some respects, the most serious problem now faced by the United States is how to remain American. California as yet has not felt the full pressure of this issue, but with a rapid economic development and the ever-increasing foreign immigration, using that term in a sense broad enough to include all those who are out of sympathy with the fundamental traditions of this country, she will soon be called upon to guard her heritage as an American state from perversion and extinction. It is altogether likely that this will prove her most difficult task. Such as are some of the problems which the future holds in store for California. They are no longer the problems of a frontier state, for California has long since outgrown the pioneer age with its discomforts and simplicity, its crudeness and open-handedness, its provincialism and freedom from conventionality, its lack of so much that we today regard as essential to the higher art of living, and its vigorous individualism, and has adapted herself to the changed conditions of the modern day. Her problems, accordingly, are the complex problems of a highly civilized, cultured, prosperous people. But the same strong spirit that 3/4 of a century ago pushed across the continent, transformed a Mexican province into an American state, and gave to that state boldness and vigor and wealth and ideals, will solve these newer problems also. So long as that spirit lives and the fear of God remains in the hearts of her people, the destiny and greatness of California are assured. End of Chapter 30. End of A History of California, the American Period, by Robert Glass Cleland.
Thanks for visiting. Subscribe, like, share, and comment. See you again soon.